Holy shit. Whose food shop's getting raided by? Is she just naturally at 56 people now?
She just said that out loud, so she might be.
Okay, sorry.
Cheers. Distract myself from what I should be doing, but have fun and I'll talk to you soon.
Oh Jesus.
Alright,
Okay, sorry.
Cheers.
I'm sorry.
So
My
what's
bad.
up?
Hi, Zonia.
Hi.
First time caller. I've seen you around in the space a bunch. This is
Year-over-year inflation has come down, but if you talk about these things, I think you kind of sound a little bit, some people will hear you and they'll just say like, oh, well, that's not true. You know, the cost of groceries is still high for me, or I haven't gotten a wage, or rent is unaffordable for me. What do you think Biden or Democrats, I guess largely in the country, should be doing to kind of take credit for some of their economic platform, which I think they need to do to set themselves apart from Republicans without just sounding like they're out of touch with the common man's financial struggles?
Yeah. See, there's a principle in the art of war, which is national.
This is such a non-issue. Conservatives don't want to do that. Any of this.
I think
they don't.
A lot of
When the courts have looked at how conservatives have tried to do like voter ID and shit in the past, like I think in North Carolina, I'm pretty sure the phrase was surgically targets black voters to disenfranchise them from voting.
So
when they tried to disbar certain IDs that they used, when they tried to shut down certain polling places they wanted to use, and when they tried to get rid of early voting that black people predominantly use, and when they sit here and
student IDs as well.
What?
A great strategic campaign book. And it says you meet people in the orthodox and you lead them to the extraordinary. And you have to meet people where they are. And I think where Biden has gotten into trouble is saying, well, this is Bidenomics. Well, people don't feel like things are going really well. And then you just put your name on something that is giving you not the credit, the blame for how they're feeling. So I think you have to start out, and this is an emotional business. Like, you have to meet people where they are emotionally and say, I know you're struggling. This is, we've got a lot of work to do. I know what you're going through. Kind of, you guys, a lot of you guys are too young to remember Bill Clinton, but he had like this, I feel your pain, kind of just aura about him. And so people really felt like he understood what they were going through.
Take out, baby. I'll
and we've got it. That's where it starts.
All right. Later, bud.
Good luck with the pools. Later, Seba.
Seba. Seba. Hello. What the fuck?
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, there you are. Detox just left.
So what are we watching now?
We're watching this video from Destiny stream.
For a second, I thought that was Aaron. Straight raid.
Where?
To the right.
You thought Dylan Burns was straight right?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Starts, and then you say,
I'm
and look,
unintentionally
because I know
burning people. This is a bad habit. I'm sorry.
You're good.
how you're feeling, and I know what's happened in this country for the last 30 or 40 years. We have reindustrialized the country, and actually start bragging a little bit. The Inflation Reduction Act, $1 trillion commitment to clean energy.
Huh?
When do you want to play Pokemon?
Soon. I'll play in a little bit.
Soon.
I have 5 people watching, not a single chatter yet. What the fuck is going on here? This is weird. Odd day. Odd fucking day. There's one. Hey, Ellie.
The infrastructure bill, bipartisan, the CHIPS Act, which here in Ohio, we're going to benefit from the Intel manufacturing plant, which may end up being a $100 billion investment. They needed the seed money from the CHIPS Act to actually finally, after 40 years, reshore chip manufacturing in the United States. Those jobs are going to pay $135,000 a year, like average. So meet them where they are and then brag and say, and this is why I've done this. And I know you're not feeling it, but we can't turn back. We got to keep going. And we're going to double down on the working people of this country and that kind of thing. But if you don't meet them where they are, you say, you start reading them,
What?
Is Destiny in Ohio for canvassing purposes?
Yeah.
So Is canvassing basically you're just rallying support, getting out the vote to vote for your party, essentially?
Yeah,
Okay.
like door knocking.
Oh, okay. Just curious. The election. The election still seems pretty far away to be doing that. I feel like you'd be doing that in August.
Yeah. I don't know. Isn't there an election soon?
In Ohio, I don't know. When you mean soon, do you mean within the next month or two?
Yeah.
Oh, they may be registering people to vote.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a
probably
good
it.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the primaries. Let me see if Ohio is a closed. Ohio.
Super Tuesday?
Yeah, but Biden and Trump are already gonna win. We're already expecting them to win.
Yeah.
So. Oh yeah, and Ohio's a closed primary state. We're already expecting them to win. Maybe because the state legislatures in Ohio are pretty strict. Maybe you need to register like months in advance to vote for the general election. It could be one of those states because the Republicans dominate pretty much, I think, every level of government in Ohio. Ohio, by the way, you want to know an interesting fact? Ohio, last election in 2020, was the first. Yeah, Ohio is weird. Ohio, usually for the last 100 years, whatever person won the presidency, Ohio voted in favor of that president. So that like last election was like a broke tradition, like because Ohio usually votes with the winning president. If that makes any sense.
Okay. Yeah,
So,
that makes sense.
Yeah, so in 2008, Ohio swung towards Obama, and obviously Obama won the election. 2012, Ohio swung with Obama, and Obama won the election. That's how it's been for the last 100 years, except 2020.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird. Ohio's like one of those key, used to be at least, key swing states where if the candidate won that state, it was a very strong indicator of how the country was leaning. Yes, Glitchin is absolutely correct. Ohio is a weird mix of conservatives and liberals.
Ohio is hell.
I think it's pretty, polarized. I don't know if it might be polarized, but you're either on one end or the other. I mean, look at Randy. You remember Randy?
No.
The guy who got banned in Angela's server?
Oh.
Yeah, him.
He's from Ohio?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Anyone from Michigan will agree with you. Colorado is purple too. I don't even know if I would consider Colorado purple. Might be. But I would say it's closer to being blue.
I'd imagine the Mormons really make up that Republican end.
Yeah, I never knew. Yeah, I never knew Colorado was a purple state. I thought it was always like a decently blue state. Not as blue as like Illinois, but pretty decent to the left. What's Lauren doing there with them? Isn't she supposedly a conservative? Is she canvassing with the conservatives?
I have no idea, honestly. That confused the hell out of me.
Not only that, she was arguing with them whether or not the elections are secure. That to me is like weird. I don't know. Yeah, Lauren De Laguna.
Yeah. You know, she is incredibly intelligent, until she talks about politics. Then it's like she just has like a sudden Down syndrome.
I will say, well, I would like to hear her give her thought process. Like, for example, I would love it if she would make a stream or a video regarding why she thinks climate change is a hoax. I'll listen to it. I'll keep an open mind, but I won't have any prejudiced thoughts. But I would like to hear her explain her thought process.
I have a feeling that I know exactly what it is.
What is she gonna say? Is she gonna make like a flat earther argument?
No.
If I stand and I look straight.
Just change climate change to global warming and then tell me what you think she's going to say.
Oh, well, the climate fluctuates and it's been fluctuating.
She might say that, but there's another thing.
Oh, the media is portraying it as
Nope.
climate change now because...
Maybe she'll probably say that too, but there's one big one. It's about a person.
Oh, Al Gore? Yeah.
And an email or something.
Yeah. I don't remember the email part, but yeah. I know about Al Gore because I know Jeremy Clarkson makes a ton of rips on Al Gore a lot.
Yeah.
You know Jeremy Clarkson, the car guy from the UK?
I have no
Punched
idea
someone
who that is.
Oh, he was a former host for Top Gear UK. Punched his boss in the yeah.
Yeah.
He would always rip Al Gore for the climate change stuff.
It's so weird how conservatives don't really give a shit what the arguments are against something. They just see somebody do something, somebody they don't like say something in a way that they don't like, and they're like, it must not be true.
So what you're saying is they look for a weak link and they exploit that weak link.
No, they look for a person they don't like, and they look at the way they presented it, not the context, not the content or the context, just the way they presented it. Isn't it weird? That's it. That's their argument. Isn't it weird?
That's skepticism, but
It's
if
Down
you're
syndrome.
That it could be that too, but skepticism basically means you're just sitting on the fence. You shouldn't be saying no.
Yeah, I know,
That's
but
the
they're
problem.
not skeptics. They're fucking retards that just deny because they're like, he said it, so it must not be true. Kill yourself. You're a fucking retard.
Lauren has been doesn't stream as much as like I would expect, because she got a bunch of equipment apparently.
Yeah, I saw that. She's so fucking confusing.
She is very confusing. You know, she stated on a stream that she's considers herself at one point to be a centrist. She stated it on a Rumble stream.
Bitch.
I know.
Bitch.
If you want, I can link you the stream. And
I
you
don't
can
even.
watch it.
I know you're telling me the truth. I know you're telling me the truth.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to think of her all that much, but
I like her for the most part, but
I do like her too.
But like, why? The fuck? Libtards do the same thing. Look at that Richmond argument.
I will say I do agree with
yeah.
her on one. I will agree with her and Brianna Wu on one issue. Just have no mail-in voting and have an election day. And everyone gets to show up and everyone gets the day off from work.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'll agree with her on that.
Same.
And Brianna Wu. But to me, it doesn't really mean anything because I'm self-employed. If I want to clear my schedule, I'll do it. I did that for Zelda. So I told the judge I'm not available that week. So because I had to make time for Zelda. Tears of the Kingdom. I put 130 hours on that game in 10 days.
Nice.
Yeah. You can tell when Seba is lying. What am I lying about? Oh, she was talking about when I made the centrist thing, and then you said, "Oh yeah, I believe you don't need to link it." Okay, yeah, never mind. I understand.
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, I can tell when Save was lying, but that's not why I trusted him. It's crazy you guys do voting on weekdays. It's always a Sunday here, even if there are people
Hi, Astra.
working. Most people can go to the booth. Oh, hello.
I don't see Polar around here all that much.
Yeah, he's never around anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened. He left the server. And he said he would be on the streams, but just isn't. Don't know why. It's not like anything changed.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he comes. We see him back.
Hey, Neve.
Hi, Neve.
What in the... I saw someone interesting in your VC earlier.
What?
I said I saw someone interesting in your VC earlier.
Oh yeah, I did, yeah?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
We was chatting.
I told Kanko he shouldn't have her in here.
God damn it. Who were you talking about, Seba?
Oh, I was talking about Farha.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were gonna say.
Oh.
I thought you were gonna say lo-fi.
Sheesh.
GDP numbers and, you know.
What?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Neve, I asked Kanko, but then he told me, no, I can't reveal that. That's attorney-client privilege. He told me basically to fuck off.
Oh, fair enough. I guess you would understand that, so you'd have to.
You know what's crazy?
What?
That entire portion of Zonia's stream that Tom went on, not a single bit of that was portrayed properly. Not a single person watching that covered it portrayed it properly. Every single fucking person that watched it like a fucking retard, not understanding what the hell anyone was saying. It's pretty clear to me what was being said, and neither, like, nobody wanted to get it. Nobody wanted to get it. Like, I get it. After everything else, sure, whatever. But like, be honest. Stop with the obvious cognitive dissonance. It's pathetic. Like, grow the fuck up.
Give me an example.
Tom's story was like, if you're listening to the whole thing, listening from the outside, it's pretty obvious what he's been saying the whole time in the part, his argument with Sunday. I don't think Sunday was being malicious either, because he was in the conversation and it gets confusing like that, you know? Like, when you're in the conversation, it's not the same as when you're listening to the conversation. You fuck.
I asked.
Shut the
even
fuck up,
man.
Saba. Don't even say it.
Wouldn't
Oh
it?
wait, what?
Wouldn't if he made the decision to go on the stream, wouldn't the onus be on him to solidify the details?
Oh, okay. I thought you were about to make a joke, Saba. I see. What you
No.
said.
Yeah, because I just wanted to know if it was bothering them as they were listening.
Okay.
And Detox said yes, so I just moved them. Moved Lo-Fi.
So I don't think Sunday was being like malicious and twisting Tom's words, like Tom was saying. I think that he I think that Sunday wasn't gonna give Tom any charity, and he forgot or didn't hear that Tom said at first when he was explaining the thing, and I don't think Tom laid it out as like clearly as it could have been. But I think like if you parse everything together, there's one point where he very obviously misspeaks and he like immediately says the correct thing. But yeah, I tried typing in Chud's chat when he was like, "Am I wrong? Am I missing this?" And he just kind of like ignored it. Or didn't see it. I mean, I'm not gonna like, unlike everyone else, I'm not gonna ascribe malice where you could easily just ascribe incompetence or ignorance. I feel like a lot of people are doing that with Tom, where in places where it obviously should not have been done, and it's kind of fucking stupid.
Like where?
Like in this specific instance. Also, the nude. His story about the nude. You think he's lying?
Uh,
You think he's lying about what he thought?
I think he's conflated two different things.
No.
To the point of like nobody fucking knows now.
That
so,
doesn't even make any sense.
I think so. It does
does
at
not.
all. Like I think it does too because there's video. Well, the dude in question was proven to be Mantas.
Yes, and he's admitted that.
So what was the point of making that other excuse?
Because it wasn't an excuse. He made that statement when he believed that. Like this, his story, right? The reason, I'll tell you why I believe it and why I think people that don't believe it are fucking stupid. Are not thinking. They're just thinking he's a liar. So obviously, and this sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous. No shit, it sounds ridiculous. That's one of the reasons I think it's true. Is because it sounds fucking ridiculous. Because why the fuck would you ever make that up? Why would you ever make that up? It looks terrible. You know what looks better? Lying and saying you covered for your girlfriend. No shit. Like, obviously, the better optics would be to fucking lie and say, yes, I lied to cover for my girlfriend. I wanted to protect my girlfriend. So obviously I lied. That would be the better optics. Why the fuck bother going with a story about a fucking meme? Why would you ever do that? The better optics would be to lie. To not believe that is fucking stupid. People are like, why wouldn't you check it before you deleted it? He said he already deleted it and that the thumbnail was on there. So the full picture wasn't there. It was the thumbnail on Windows Media Player. This is the one part I 100% believe. Like, I don't know anything about the rest of the shit. This is the one part I 100% believe, but I know why a lot of people want this to be a lie is because it sets up a pattern of behavior. That's what it does. It's like, this gives people the excuse to say, well, he's a liar here. And he said he's a liar. So why wouldn't he be lying about this? It sounds ridiculous. What sounds ridiculous is trying to tell people that he would ever say this fucking story over just lying, over just actually lying and making himself look better.
I think you're kind of caught in the weeds with a lot of this.
I'm not caught in the weeds at all.
I think so. I think that
You are wrong.
you could prove like one or two of these things maybe, but it wouldn't change anyone's mind. Like,
Yeah, I know, but that's sort of the problem, is that people are thinking of the one thing, which I half agree with, and just painting malice on every other fucking part, which is what retards do. And children. Like, grow up. Who gives a fuck what somebody did in one instance? That doesn't mean that the other thing that was an accident is bad. Like, that they did something bad.
what do you regard as the most damning element of the whole drama?
The Kelly part?
That's seriously what you think is the most. How long did you and Tom talk?
Not that long. Oh, do you mean like the sass stuff?
No, I'm asking you, generally speaking, regards to the Tom drama. What part do you think is the most damning? Like, what part do you feel like people are indicting Tom's character on?
Indicting his character on,
because personally, I don't think even Tom knows. Like, I don't even think he's been able to communicate his understanding on that. And I feel like, yeah, sure, there's a lot of reasons, and everyone has their own like beef with the circumstance, but I feel like there's some pretty big ones. And so, like, when I hear you try and like litigate these things, it just, like I said, my impression is like, okay, it's kind of like I don't know, like, sure, we can talk about constructing a narrative, or like trying to construct like a pattern of behavior, but I still think there are some things that are pretty cut and dry. Like,
and this is clearly not one of them.
Which one?
The nude thing.
You don't think that people should criticize Tom because he leaked his girlfriend's nudes?
That's not what I said.
Then would you agree that that's the most damning part?
No. Why would an accident be the most damning part of his character? That's retarded.
Well, it would be stupidity leading to indictment on his behalf. It would be justified indictment. Him being stupid and fucking over Mantis by leaking her nudes, regardless if he meant to or not. Regardless if he's lying or not.
You're joking.
Fuck no. Why would I be joking?
Okay, so you get to call Tom an idiot, not a scumbag. That's not an indictment on his character. That's an indictment on his intelligence.
That's one part of it.
No, it's not.
That's one part of it. Yes, it is.
It really isn't. That's fucking insane.
Okay, communicate to me in your best terms what somebody who's criticizing Tom right now is criticizing him for.
For lying. A lot of lying.
Okay, so
to his friends. That's what they're saying. He's lying to his friends, spinning a web of lies, manipulating people, and that he's debating Kelly on her feelings, which I don't agree that was his intention. But
so you're again, you're not centered on the issues.
What's the
you're looking at
issue,
the most attackable part, the specific instances, the things that he's lied about, the love triangle.
Love triangle?
Between Sass and Mantis.
I still don't think that's true.
Well,
I don't think the Sass thing was true. And there's literally no evidence of that at all.
That you're aware of.
Have you seen DMs?
I seen DMs?
Them dating? Shit like that? Or of just Sass being jealous of Tom's girlfriends taking his time?
I don't know. I feel like
Neve,
you can't blame people for making that assumption.
I can, because it's an assumption. That's the problem.
So is your assumption that they're not dating?
No, it's not. Because there's no evidence.
Oh.
Are you insane? I'm not the one making the assumption. Saying they are dating is the assumption.
Between
Like, I'm
Tom
not
and
out here
Sass?
to
No,
defend
Love
Tom. I'm out
Triangle
here to
doesn't-
defend truth. Like, there's shit that is clearly just extrapolation. It's fucking retarded. And it's just people making
you're sweeping
assumptions.
pretty hard for him right now.
What?
I said you're sweeping pretty hard for him.
I'm not
right now.
sweeping for him at all.
Well, you just had a how long conversation with him. Like, it seems that way to me, at least.
I'm one of his mods. No shit, I'm gonna have a fucking conversation with him. And I criticized him.
So then you are sweeping.
Fuck you. You're retarded if you think I'm sweeping right now.
You literally are. You just
No, I'm
like
not.
you just gave me a better reason to believe that you are. By saying like I just said yes, are you sweeping for him? You said no, I'm not sweeping for him. And then I said and then you basically said, well, I'm one of his mods, as is to apply that yeah, you have a responsibility to do so.
No, that's not what that means. I am one of his mods. I'm on his mod team. I've never made a single mod action. I basically do nothing, right? I'm worthless. I don't represent Tom. Tom doesn't represent me. I don't even honestly know why I'm there. But you know what? I don't mind helping out a little here and there if I can. But quite frankly, every single time I tried to make a mod action, Glitch and beat me to it. So I was fucked there. But no, that conversation was me criticizing him and asking him questions. That was not like,
Like it's there's okay, like I could probably take your word for it, but I mean like no one else is gonna come to that conclusion.
I don't give a
Especially
fuck.
with how hard
People
you're
are
going with this
fucking
right
brain
now.
dead. Yeah, but it's just so stupid. So I just don't understand. Like, why can't people just stop and just be honest? Like, just stop being stupid. I don't give a fuck about anyone. If someone is lying about someone that hurt you, I would try to fix that. I don't give a fuck who it is. If somebody is either being retarded or lying about somebody in an argument, I'm going to try to fix the lies and the extrapolations and like try to get things to be as honest as possible. I don't give a fuck about either side. I watch Queeman. I watch Tom. I watch Chud. I don't care. I watch all of them.
If you feel as strongly about this as you seem to, you should lay it all out. You should lay it out in a document, try and convey it with evidence or clips or whatever you need to do.
I was thinking about DMing Chud because he was like, he was even saying he was confused by the conversation with President Sunday, and like asking if he had it right, and he didn't have it right. I don't know. I don't even know why that like. I don't even know why that was like an important point for Tom to bring up. Honestly, like that. It was like the timeline. I have it perfectly, right? I know exactly what Tom was trying to say. But I don't know why it matters. I don't know why it matters at all. I have no idea why it matters. Thank you, Coder.
You don't think anyone is justified in their anger or their
When did you get that?
Well, that's kind of what you're saying.
No, it's not.
It feels like it is.
No, I'm saying if you're going to be justified in your anger, be justified honestly instead of turning your anger into a bunch of other extrapolated mongoloid bullshit. You've done it.
Give me.
I watched you do it and showed you how you did it yesterday, and you didn't understand how you did it. And you stuck to the outrage that didn't exist. I don't get.
So your problem right now is how I expressed myself surrounding something he said.
Surrounding something you thought he said. And then when I tried to correct it, you didn't get it. I showed you twice.
Get why you were I didn't get why you were trying to talk me out of my my reaction. Like,
Because it was a
doesn't make sense.
reaction to something you thought you heard that
How
you
do you
didn't
know
hear.
that?
You misinterpreted something. You were talking, because I showed you why. You were talking, and then you heard the last few things he said, and you went, oh, but he wasn't saying that's what he did. He was saying that's the idea that someone had. And
How do you know I'm not reacting to chat? How do you know I can't just hear everything because I have the channels different going through my headphones? Like, how can you
Stop
say that
fucking with me.
confidently? If it's no, I'm being honest with you.
Because
I'm 100% being honest with you.
you said you. Hold on, I gotta find it. I just fucking pulled up the wrong thing. Oops.
No, and not just leave her to the.
Oh.
I'm heading out.
Not interested.
That's
Eh,
it.
no criticism.
This is or something. And yeah, chat's baiting.
Right?
He should be able to find you in chat.
Wait.
Happened. I didn't even.
Okay, here we go.
Talking to
You watch my screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
each other.
Hey, before you
Like,
show
make
me this,
happen.
though, just recognize that I'm also simultaneously watching Aiko's stream. So just because you can't hear it on stream doesn't mean I can't hear it in my headset. It's audio monitor. Just to be completely clear about that before you try and ascertain
even know
whatever
that
it
she
is
was
you
on.
think my reaction means. Like, I don't know that
We're
the
talking to
timing is
each
as
other.
significant as you think it is.
Trying to like make this happen. I didn't even know that she was on there when she first got on there. Then,
Wait.
I
But
eventually-
why would anyone think it's planned if you weren't on there with her, right?
You should be able to find you because if you look on the
had
right of the
time.
screen right now, right under what Jelly's saying, she's going through the 7 and the Tom DMs for the first time. She leaked them, which to me was more significant than what Tom was saying. I also said I think at some point in the chat I say like Jelly asks me what's being said in Aiko's stream, and I said that I would like monitor it or whatever, but I'm pretty sure I'm reacting to that stream. Play the clip though.
The idea is that she's baiting content for me. Anyways, so yeah, that's.
Whoa. Yeah, because I have a Chrome, like it's in the Firefox browser, so I have a Chrome audio and then a Firefox audio.
You went and
then I
clicked
monitor
on
them.
when you heard him say that and you went, whoa, you went and clicked on that stream.
Which one? I'm listening to them simultaneously.
You clicked on the one to try to, you paused and unpaused immediately after you heard him say that.
What? Are you playing it? Oh, wait, no, I have
So yeah,
now.
that's.
Okay, go play back.
See? You went and like pointed to it, basically.
Where's my mouse?
Right here.
Okay, play it again. Play it again. Play it again. Whoa. Whoa. What the fuck?
Yeah, Chad sent me a screenshot of me saying.
Okay,
yeah,
so what did you like?
has me.
What is your point with this though? Like, what do you think that I'm doing right now?
Oh, and the when you went anyways, like he just glazed over that. That all fits, right? I'm saying you thought he was saying that he had mantis baiting content, because that's what it sounded like. If you miss the first 3 words, which is the idea was.
Why are you so comfortable assuming all of this when all you've literally heard me say is, whoa, whoa? Like, you don't think that's a little stupid?
No, because you also clicked on it and you also said, anyways, as if he's just glazing over it, which is what it sounds like everything fits perfectly. It aligns exactly. What do you mean? How do you not get this? You've got to be kidding me. This is
I think you're filling in the. I think you're trying to fill in between the lines.
I'm
right
not.
Now,
I'm not.
I think
Absolutely
you're definitely,
not. You are lying.
You're looking
to
a
me.
little too far into this. You're looking a little too.
Why
much
are
into
you
this.
lying to me?
What is there to lie about, King?
You are. Cover for yourself. Like, it's not a big deal.
If you're cool. If your biggest thing right now is that there are a bunch of streamers right now, giving disingenuous takes or not seeing the facts for what it is,
Mm-hmm.
It's a pretty bad start to just pull up one of my streams and fucking indict me for going, whoa. Like, I don't know, dude. Just maybe when you go through, maybe if you decide to make the document and you decide to throw this in there, maybe just don't start with this one, okay?
I don't understand how you don't get that this is exactly like the kind of thing that I'm talking about. This is like the mild version of it, right? This is just an overreaction to a misinterpretation. But this is like exemplary of everything that's going on. It's like people miss a couple of words, mishear something, and then overreact to all of it combined. But then I'm not gonna say that some of it isn't like completely fair. Like, I get it. Like, all of the stuff on JSTLK stream, I get. And I get like the don't look at your friends fucking Instagram shit. Like, I get it. It's weird, sure. And then there's a lot of confusion around a lot of the personal shit, which I get why even if Tom is lying publicly about it, it's like personal life shit, so I get it, but I don't know. But nobody does, except for like those few people. But
I don't think you can convince me, Cankle. I'm not gonna lie, but you seem pretty passionate about this. So
I hate delusion.
I think you should construct your own narrative and lay it out, and maybe people will be inclined to listen. Because if you're as passionate about this as to me than you are to everyone else, then you should use your platform to convey it. Just like you think that I'm using it right now to be disingenuous, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, kind of it is. I'm not taking it personally or anything.
Oh, wait.
Like, I'm not like, it's not like it's like
I'm
minus
not
friend
saying,
point or anything.
I'm just saying
that's kind of what you're communicating.
I'm not saying you're being disingenuous about the serious parts. I'm saying you're misinterpreting something and maybe being disingenuous about like the corrections. But like, to be fair, so are a lot of fucking people. Like, people have egos that protect their identities. And sometimes people's opinions are connected to their identities. So it's like not even something you can control. Like, I feel like that's how my fucking dad is with like anything political. It's a pain in the fucking balls.
You should have him hop on stream. Me and him would probably get along.
I would kill myself. I don't think you understand. I would blow my brains out.
But I love diversity.
Not this kind, you don't. That's my only issue in all this, just the pulling up IG and nothing else. Yeah, okay.
maybe taken estrogenic or who was maybe taking estrogen or something. They're just jacking off and making a really gross face. It was just meant to be shocking. This is the same.
Yeah, Neve definitely just misinterpreted that.
To anybody else about this?
I think you came on right after that.
Jesus, Ryan. Oh my god.
MR ethnic cleansing pretending to love diversity. That rich.
Oh, glitching, if you're my dad, I'm going to kill you.
Man, watching these stream snipes, like within a stream stripe, it's like watching Inception.
Streamception.
Streamception, there it is. That should be the title of your stream. Streamception. Oh, maybe tomorrow.
I also think, Cankle, like, if you're gonna keep going with this narrative, you don't want to, like, it's possible people are gonna lump you together. So, like, just to even be,
that's why I'm not gonna do any of the extra shit. Like, I just,
well, just to be pragmatic about it, it would be helpful for you to, like.
I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not going
ready.
to. I'm not going to, because I don't need a bunch of fucking people going sweeping for Tom. No, the fuck, I'm not.
Well,
I
they're
don't
gonna
care
think that,
to do that.
They're gonna think that more now because you can't demonstrate what you just said to me.
Well, I'm still gonna fucking. I'm gonna DM Chud about the thing that he said he was confused about. That's literally all I care about is the fucking confusion. The other shit I cannot speak on. I don't know anything about it, but it's just the confusion around the nude that's just so fucking retarded. It's. I've been watching all this other stuff and I've been super torn on who to believe, because I'm not giving any charity to either side. It's just, I'm flat neutral. That is how I've been going about this. I don't give a fuck who says what. I give a fuck about what I can see and who shows it. But I don't know. A lot of it's been super confusing. And I've reserved a lot of judgment, but obviously I have a judgment on the things that are pretty obvious to me. It's like the other things. This if you're serious that you think that was something that Aiko said, whatever.
No, I'm okay. I think I believe you. I think I maybe was responding to what he said. But even if I say, like, okay, my reaction to what he said, like, was, I don't know, how would you characterize that?
A misinterpretation.
So I misinterpreted. That's why I had such a negative reaction to that one part of the video, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll concede that too.
So,
but I still feel the same way. So now what?
That's no. Hold on. That's what I think has been happening with a lot of the smaller things that's been blowing up the rest, because like I feel like Tom has been communicating in panic mode and it's been fucking terrible. I told him this. I was like, it's been bad. I was like, you're in panic mode, and it's just not coming across properly. Like that entire argument.
Pulled the race card. I think people are just hating him because he's white.
You mean because he's Native American?
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, I guess they wouldn't have had a reason to hate him for that until now. So I guess Extreme Dad might not like him.
Yeah, I fucking banned Extreme Dad from my community yesterday after he already left because he's being a fucking retard. Dude is a schizo. Fucking hang yourself, dumbass.
No.
Shut up, Sabo. Do it, bitch. I'm just kidding. And
as a symbol
Pokemon.
For your larger point, okay, as a symbol for your larger point, I will concede that possibly I misinterpreted that. My reaction isn't actually I don't want to say like appropriate. It's appropriate to what I think I heard, and it's possible I didn't hear what he was trying to say.
Yeah, I think you missed the first
but if
3
that's your
words, and that's
point-
it. And that the first 3 words of the idea was threw the whole thing off, because then all you hear is she's going around stirring up content for me.
Okay, but if that's what you believe, I feel like you should probably source a better example.
No, I will.
Because people...
Chud
I
would be
think
the
you could-
example.
Okay.
And I guess Zonia as well, because there was a few things during that stream where they were like, or she was kind of back and forth. On a couple points. But I can just easily lay out the timeline for the... Okay, hold on. Before I do this, do you know what Tom was saying happened when he was talking to Sunday?
I know what... Yeah, it was contradictory.
No, it wasn't. But tell me why you think it was.
I think he was simultaneously stating that he wasn't there and he didn't know that Mantis was on stream. But then if you look at his messages, like he was messaging into the thing at the same time she was talking, so that contradicts it. And then it's also like, well, why is that even a significant fact? Like, why spend so much time on that one specific issue? Like,
I agree with that part.
That's kind of goes back to like the overall thing that I've been saying, kind of like he doesn't actually understand any of the criticisms of like what's being said about him, and that's part of the wider issue.
So I do agree that this point was kind of dumb. I don't know why Tom went into it, but he wasn't inconsistent. I listened to it all the way through like 3 times. I'm positive he wasn't inconsistent. There was just a lot of like, just like I said, like a word or two that was missed that threw the entire fucking thing off. And he wasn't being very clear. So what happened is he said he was watching the stream and he was pausing a lot. So he was behind, right? He didn't say he put it on 1.5 speed, but he did say he caught up. He caught up while Mantis was live. But when he said when she joined, he wasn't caught up. So that wasn't inconsistent.
Are you implying that he was commenting as he was watching, but that he didn't, like, who participates in a live chat that doesn't make any sense? Like, it wouldn't make any sense if he wasn't aligned with what was actually happening.
There was never any evidence shown, or he never said that he was chatting while things were happening that he wasn't watching.
Is that really easy to look at?
Yeah, but none of it was ever looked at, and he never claimed to chat before he caught up.
Why can't we just do it right now? He did. Okay. He did on the stream. He said he didn't know Mantis was on there when he was saying all those things. Is that not what he said?
No, that's not what he said. This is the thing. That's why I'm saying Tom wasn't being very clear, but I know what he was trying to say. Because it all, like, if you put it all together, it matches up. But there was one point in there, where he said her instead of me. But he like immediately fixed it. Like in the next thing he said, he fixed it. And I could tell it was just like a rambling misspeak, because he was obviously in panic mode and he wasn't being concise. But it was just, I don't know why the point was a thing. So yeah, he caught up to stream. He wasn't caught up when Mantis went on, so he didn't know she went on. And then he caught up while she was on. And the one chat, I guess, with the get on there, Tom, was because of what was happening in chat. I don't know if that's true. That's what he was saying. And then I think the other chats were after he was caught up.
The other chats were after he was
Yeah,
caught up.
the stuff replying to what was happening was while Mantis was on, not at the beginning, maybe halfway through, and then yeah, from then on he's caught up because he said he was taking calls and messages and he was pausing a lot, but then he caught up mid Mantis being on. So let me see if I can find it. Do you know how long ago this was?
The J-Stock stream?
Yeah.
I don't know. I have no idea.
So he's just randomly watching, and then Mantis decided to join them, knowing because he was behind. Yeah, that's what he was claiming. He was never contradicting himself in that conversation. It was just so unclear that they thought he was, which I don't think they were being bad faith. I think Tom was just not being clear, and kind of everything was just so jumbled up that it wasn't like all in a line. So it sounded like he was contradicting himself, but he just wasn't going in order. It was just a fucking mess. But like, I know what he was trying to say. Let's see. Let's see. What was it twice that I was What's up, buddy?
Doing good. How are you?
You're a turd, Zeva. This is not easy to find. There's Queeman that joined. Am I on the wrong day? Nope, there's Mantis. And there's Tom. Okay. Oh, are you fucking kidding me?
What?
When I went to unmute, I clicked on the fucking the beginning of the goddamn stream.
Like, you're a full-grown adult woman. Come on, babe.
By the way, I don't care about being relevant.
He kind of.
Chat from Kendrick Lamar. You are absolutely.
You so.
Together. You can just fuck off. That's like the
Well, you could just not. You don't have to give me attention. I'm just making comments about how.
I don't see Tom in chat
What I
here.
heard you guys saying was like really weird.
All right.
Why is it
this
weird?
Is the beginning.
Sexual harassment does include unwanted sexual
It's not
advances.
sexual. It's not sexual harassment. That's
How is it not?
fucking retarded.
I just thought it was weird. I think it's weird. Like, why did he
Coder.
have my Instagram up? Why was
I
he
don't know.
talking about me in these ways? Why was this chat
I
saying I
guess it
want to
was
put
like
a baby
are
in
they
here?
in
Like, you were
cahoots?
weird
Is, like,
things, alright?
Why?
Is he on because she told her that she was going on? but
No, it's just funny,
weird.
Kelly.
I don't know
You're
if
just
that
being
matters
really
really,
soy. And also, you put
It
your shit
doesn't
out there on
matter.
Instagram
It
and
matters
then
because
what
he
you did.
decided to litigate it, and because people are already calling him a liar, so people are trying to like just throw it into the line.
I
bag
guess.
of
I
things he
guess.
lied about. I guess.
Actually, you know what? I'm now realizing it's because people were saying that Mantis is just shit stirring and trying to get Tom to like shit stir with her or something. But I guess we'll see if he's telling the truth about the chat stuff.
Gonna get annoyed when
He's
people
not
pull it
chatting
up.
right here.
Who
I'm
cares?
saying it's weird.
And she just
Yeah,
joined.
she's
You're
actually
saying it's
he's
weird,
not
but we
chatting.
think it's weird.
She's actually just
That's
asking
what
you
I'm
why
saying.
it happened.
You sound.
Mantis, you watched.
You
Can you just
sound
tell us why it
really
happened?
cringe.
Mantis, can you just tell us why it happened?
Why Tom pulled
Yeah,
it up
just
on
why
his
he
stream?
pulled it up. Yeah.
Because JubeTube was in the chat saying pull it up, and someone else said pull it up, and then he was
Ooh,
just sitting there like,
JubeTube, were you in the chat saying to pull up Kelly's Instagram? Uh-oh.
Has YouTube been her the whole time? And
There were a few people saying that. It's like
Interesting.
what it is he was looking at something on your stream, JStalk, and Kelly was there, and then everyone was just fucking around. And so he thought while he was listening to something or talking to someone, I think he was talking to someone at the time, it would just be funny to put up. It's also a meme on his channel that he puts up shit from Instagram, and we just have coom time as a joke. But you guys like to
I'm
make
so
it serious,
sick
like it's
of-
actual sexual harassment
So-
because
Hold
You
on,
guys-
hold on, wait.
Joke. I mean, it would be
Doesn't
nice if
matter,
I
it
could
doesn't matter,
speak
it's-
since this
yeah.
is
Listen,
about me. But
So I need to speak really quickly and just say that
Yeah,
I had no
everyone needs to
evidence
speak
that
over
Tom was
me.
a sex pest. I'm just clairvoyant. I can just see into the future. I've never watched this guy's stream to see this segment, but he actually is a sex pest.
Wait,
God
how is that
damn.
sex pesting? No,
It's
no,
absolutely
how is
sex
that sex pesting?
pesting. Yeah, it's absolutely
How?
sex pesting. In the
How?
exact same way
Explain,
Darius does
J-Stalk.
it.
How?
Why
How?
is it not? How is it not?
No, you've made the assertive.
Sure,
you've
being an
said
extremely
sex
creepy
pesting. I'd
weirdo
like to
around
hear
sex,
how.
I feel like is sex pesting. That's my definition, and I'm calling him a
I
sex
don't think
pest.
that's the definition of sex
Wait,
pesting.
what did he
Okay.
do that was creepy? What did he do that was creepy?
Apparently, he just
pulled
pulls
up
up
on his
women's
Instagram.
Instagram on his stream so that people can like jerk off
Oh,
and
and
make
kick?
comments and chat.
Okay, she probably doesn't mean literally coom time. She
That's
probably
actually
no,
ridiculous.
1.25 options.
You guys
Yeah,
are
she probably-
so soy. I expected actually.
Let me see if I can pull this up on YouTube.
Damn, you're right. You can't even speed it up.
Yeah, it's fucking lame.
That's stupid.
Really? I can't attest, so.
All this could have been avoided if everyone just liked men.
God damn.
All of this could have been avoided had AI technology been, developed sooner. We could have been wearing those Apple glasses, whatever the fuck you call them.
What does that mean, though?
We'd be dating our AI boyfriends and girlfriends. We'd be in the Matrix.
Oh man.
You
Alright.
guys are so soy.
We can
I
watch the
expected.
on-screen
I
chat.
actually can't believe I expected more from you, but I should just look.
Yours is a bit. It's in the way. Actually, just kidding. I'm
there's-
watching from your stream.
Okay, this
Never
is
mind, never
YouTube
mind.
chat. This is where.
But if you watch it from everyone else's perspective, they can't see that because your chat's in the way, just so you're clear.
Oh, shitballs.
Okay, so there's Tom in the chat and there's Mantis on stream, so that contradicts what he's saying, does it not?
No, it doesn't. This isn't responding to anything directly that's on stream. He said he was in chat, but that he wasn't responding to anything current, which right now hasn't
Oh
been
my
evident.
God, you have to.
You've
see
got to
that.
be
That's
kidding
so
me.
Ridiculous, dude.
No.
That's so ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's not ridiculous.
Yeah, dude, it actually is.
You've
It's
got to be
insane
kidding
that
me.
You're saying that.
It's not
Yeah.
insane. That's what he said, which is consistent. This was the comment.
Okay, now line our understanding now with what he said prior. Like, what was his claim on the stream? Because this seems to contradict what he was saying.
It doesn't. It doesn't. He said he caught up while Mantis was on, but he didn't know that she was going on until he already saw her on. Because he was catching up.
But why chat if you're not caught up?
I don't know.
Okay, well...
If it's not a direct response to something they said, then you can't say either way. That's all I'm saying.
If Mantis is defending the fact that he's a sex path, goodness, hold on, I'm yawning.
But, hold on.
If
It could
Mantis
also
is
be that this
defending
is the
fact that
point.
he's a sex pass, then him going in there to say that would have been taunting, and yeah, it would have been relevant to what was being said.
I want to see how much longer Mantis is on, because this could also, to be fair, this could also be the point that he caught up. Because she's been on for about 5 minutes at this point. And if he's on 2x speed, he could have been a few minutes behind. Saw she got on a couple minutes after she got on, which wouldn't be inconsistent. It's just a nothing point. I don't understand why it matters. Except for like the cahoots thing, but like we can't prove that either way.
Well, they were dating, so are they not dating at this point?
Why would that matter?
Well, if your girlfriend is on a stream defending your honor, how could you make the claim that they were in cahoots? Like, they would be operating under some collective. She would just go on rogue by herself and not say anything?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Yes.
What?
I feel like that's more likely than the contrapositive.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not crazy. Are you kidding me? Because most of the time, if like I had a girlfriend and she said, I'm going to go on this stream to defend you, I would say, don't fucking do it. And I would almost bet that Tom would have done the same thing if she told him. She probably did not tell him because she knew that he would say something like that. To say otherwise is crazy. That's like that's such an easy thing to line up. It's not crazy. What's crazy is how many people don't realize this. Yeah. Like, Coder, I'm not on either side. I just don't understand how people are making these extrapolations. Technically, you're delusional if you think she isn't. Okay, Mudcrab, what you also said is that she's saying what stream she's watching, right? And she's hate watching. That could have gotten Tom to watch the stream. But she could have also jumped on impulsively. Which would still make it not a lie. He could have known she was watching the stream and not known she was going to go on. But we don't have proof.
It's save some copium for Tom Cankle.
That's not cope. I want evidence for everything that's going to be claimed.
So I think I should rape somebody. I'm definitely going to rape somebody.
Bad time, Saba. Regardless, even if what he was saying in that conversation with Sunday wasn't the truth, the story was still not inconsistent. It was still consistent. I don't care.
Okay, you pull that up. Pull it up. Hold
What? The whole thing?
pull up the conversation from when he gets on and what he says.
Oh. Wait. Okay. Yeah, on Zonia stream. Okay.
On Zonia's stream. Yeah, because
Yeah.
these are the two things that need to be compared that I don't know that anyone's compared yet, but maybe they have.
Oh, I don't mean like compared to that. I'm saying the story he was telling wasn't contradicting itself. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't think very many people were able to put it together.
I don't see how leaking a relationship he clearly wants to stay
Back to Mantis, and so I figured
for me is I understand that you have like cause for grief. You know,
I think
just him trying. Oh, that's kind of like where I
substantiate
considers this person. That is
and with Tom's shoulders. He likes and he enjoys debating.
Phone call. I'm not. I don't think that you're saying anything like maliciously or what anything like that. So when I was talking about the going on the stream, I was pretty clear that I didn't know Mantis was on at first. I didn't go on because of Mantis. I probably wouldn't have.
So here he says at first. I didn't know Mantis was on at first. And then Sunday later said, you did not say that. That was one of the big things. That at first was like the entire thing that was, he was contradicting himself.
So he contradicted himself.
Yeah, but he didn't. Because he
Well,
said
he
at first.
did.
He didn't. Because he said that.
Why say that? Why even say it?
I don't know. I'm agreeing with you that this is fucking stupid. I think it's a nothing point. But he didn't contradict himself. He didn't. That never happened.
It made it difficult to substantiate that he's telling the truth by
I
being
don't
in
care
chat,
about that part.
right when she's on screen. Don't you think?
No. Because what I said before.
Okay, well, why don't we just travel? Why don't we all just travel back into Tom's mind and look through his eyes for the exact moment while he was typing on the screen when Mantis was there?
He didn't type in chat right when she got on.
That's fine, but that's...
I don't care if he's telling the truth. I'm saying he didn't contradict himself in this conversation. And that was the huge contention. It was, he's not even telling the truth more than once in this, or he's telling a story that he can't keep straight in this conversation. And it's like none of it's contradicting itself. Like, even if the story in this conversation is a lie, it's not contradicting itself. That's not what's happening. That's it. All I'm dealing with are the semantic bullshit arguments. That's it. I don't give a fuck about any of the rest. This was not a contradiction. I fucking hate the dumb, nitpicky bullshit.
Dude, just let's be clear. I think he should just delete his channel.
Probably.
No, don't agree with me.
I partially agree with you because I don't think this is ever going to get fixed. I don't think any amount of telling the truth is going to fix it because I 100% believe. Wait, what are you? Mudcrab, what contradiction? Wait. Wait.
I don't know, Rob.
No,
I
he
don't know
didn't say
I-
that. Where did he
I
say
don't know
that?
that I hate him necessarily. I just think he's gross.
I didn't read it, Mudcrab. I didn't read that. But no, I heard somebody say that, but I have not heard Tom say that. In that same sentence you played. Am I crazy?
Hello.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Do you hear me?
Yep,
Oh,
I can hear you.
Hear you just fine. Yeah.
It always sounds
Hey,
like someone's
Primordial.
in the VC.
By the way, I have a whole
Because
section
someone else
on
is
this
in the
talking
VC.
about it, so I would say go back through the VOD for that. But
Well, yeah, you were just dishonest.
Shut the fuck up, Mudcrab.
Was asking, so I just wanted to clarify.
We need a
Dishonest?
we need a
What?
more.
What?
I need a more well-rested anti-Tom person to come in here and fight this with you because I'm way too fucking tired to take this seriously. But I'll
I'm
try
not
my
even
best
I'm
to
not
do.
even pro Tom. I'm pro
Dude.
nobody. I don't give a fuck. I just I hate misunderstandings. It drives me nuts.
Dude,
It's
you're
like
one
OCD.
argument away from doing his laundry.
Shut the fuck up. You fucking bitch.
Who's this person? I'll
no,
talk
no,
to you
no.
after,
What are you
okay?
talking? Mixing
You
this up.
can.
He was trying the nude that was leaked, and Tom confirmed it with me, is what I said. It had nothing to do with me leaking the relationship between Tom and Mantis.
All right. Well, I don't have a horse in this race. I'm just curious. Hey, Tom.
So I did want to real quick. So Zonia, I'm saying this hoping that you have recorded the phone call. I'm not. I don't think that you're saying anything like maliciously or anything like that. So when I was talking
what do you
about
mean?
the
Who?
going on the stream, I was pretty clear that I didn't know Mantis was on at first. I didn't go on because of Mantis. I probably wouldn't have gone on if Mantis hadn't gone on.
I'll check it out
but
tomorrow, Astra.
Oh, Mudcrab, you missed a word in there too. He said I probably wouldn't have gone on if Mantis didn't go on. But I think the sentence before that sounded like a misspeak because it was two sentences right back to back.
Like I
Right?
said, I'm pretty sure all of this is racially motivated.
on because of I was pretty clear that I didn't know Mantis was on at first. I didn't go on because of Mantis. I probably wouldn't have gone on if Mantis hadn't gone on. But
Yeah, I think that was pretty much, that was obviously a misspeak. No, it's not.
Not going on because of Mantis and getting on because of Mantis is a contradiction.
Yes, but that's not the same thing. Okay, so no, Neve, shut the fuck up. Hold on. No, two sentences
sorry.
back to back is not a contradiction. That's a misspeak. If you are saying one thing at the beginning of your story and then another thing at the end, that's a contradiction. It's two parts of the story laid out. But if you're saying the opposite of what you just said, one of those sentences is a misspeak, not a contradiction. It is a contradiction, but it's clearly not on purpose. Or obviously contradictions aren't on purpose, but it's not due to a lie. It's due to a misspeak. That is clearly what that is. In those instances, that is what that is. You better not fucking tell me that that's not obviously a misspeak.
I kind
Two
of
sentences back to back that
I'm
are
curious to know
contradictory
what-
aren't obviously a misspeak.
I'm really curious to know what he thinks of horse cocks.
Fuck you. Hold on. Oh, you did say that. You did say that, Mudcrab. Tom says the exact same thing on his own streams.
Motherfucker. Yeah.
What? What do you mean? He says the same misspeak. Which
Oh
one is
my
correct?
God.
Which end of that thought is correct? Because it is a
Okay, we gotta
misspeak.
come in.
Nobody's gonna tell me it's not, and I'm pretty sure no one's telling me that's not a misspeak. But pick which one. The exact misspeak. I mean, he's in panic mode. Clearly. But which end? That's not the point. That is not intentional. That is not intentional, Mudcrab. You've got to be joking. That is not intentional. That's too retarded to be intentional. Because all of it is within a day that you are panicking heavily. No, I'm fair. Okay. This wasn't what Sunday was saying was the contradiction, though. Wait, hold on. This wasn't the biggest thing Sunday was saying was a contradiction. I don't know if he said it was, but I think he heard this part at the beginning and thought that Tom was only saying the I wouldn't have gone on if Mantis went on. And then the most of it was, I believe, you didn't know that Mantis was on. And he missed the at first. The story. Yeah, yes. I was wrong about the back-to-back misspeak. I was wrong about that. Because I didn't miss that. But the rest of the fucking story, okay? The rest of it. The actual fucking conversation. Not the back-to-back fucking sentences. The actual conversation. The biggest fucking thing that Sunday was nitpicking was the at first. I'm not an egotist. I'm not going to fucking pretend like I didn't take a little L, okay? I'm not totally fucking retarded. I can be fucking retarded sometimes, but I'm not totally fucking retarded, all right? I was partially wrong, but no. I still hold the same opinion about the gist of this conversation. I think there was a very large misunderstanding, and I think it's because Tom was in panic mode and not speaking clearly.
This entire time has been justified. Now by your one mistake, W Neil.
Funny. This actually even justifies what I said further, by the way, that Tom was not being clear at all, and he was in panic mode. This is both a small L and a huge W.
Okay, sorry, I'm just chortling over here, don't mind me.
I sound nervous, and it's not helping the coping allegations. You know what's funny? You know who else sounded nervous? Tom, during this conversation. Which makes sense. Even if, right, like, I don't know if all the other shit is true, Tom can still be panicking. and freaking the fuck out. Okay. His life is crumbling. Whether he did it to himself or not, that would still make a lot of sense if he was panicking and not being clear in this conversation. Yeah. Why would he lie though? Like, didn't all this happen live? Multiple angles. Oh, well, yeah, she was honest about that.
Did you see Sunday's stream name yesterday or the day before, or was it today?
No.
It was like, I think it was like something along the lines of like, oh my god, the second tower's been struck by a second horse or something like that. It was so funny.
That's
I
funny.
should go look at
That's funny.
It.
That's funny. But I'm going to continue this.
But because she went on, the arguments that they were making against her, I disagreed with those because they were calling me a sex pest and they were saying I sexually harassed her, that I did something wrong
Second
by pulling up the
horses hit the World
Instagram
Trade
post in the
Center.
first place. And I disagreed with those posts or those
Hold on,
gone
actually.
on the stream. So when I was talking about the going on the stream, I was pretty clear that I didn't know Mantis was on at first. I didn't go on because of Mantis. I probably wouldn't have gone on if Mantis hadn't gone on, but because she went on, the arguments that they were
Oh. Wait. Hold on. If you're listening to this in isolation, it does sound like a contradiction. But I just realized what he's saying. The first part, okay, so the first part, I didn't go on because of Mantis. He's saying he went on because of
were
this.
making against her, Mantis hadn't gone on, but because she went on, the arguments that they were making against her, I disagreed with those.
That's why he went on. Because of the arguments they were making. That's why he went on, but he wouldn't have gone on if she wasn't on. So, again, Tom not being clear and jumbling his words. Because that sounds like shit. That's not mental gymnastics. That is right there. Mudcrab, don't be dishonest with me. You can hear that. You can absolutely hear that. No, he went on because of the arguments, but he wouldn't have gone on if Mantis didn't go on because of the arguments. I get it. It sounds fucking stupid. But again,
it doesn't
he
sound
wasn't
smart.
being clear at fucking all. That's not cope. That's not cope. How the fuck do I have 20 people watching me be retarded? Nope, you don't want to watch me. I'm retarded. Obfuscation by autism? True. No, I don't think this was purposeful. I think this is like a nonsense. None of this bears any weight. I'm not arguing anything that bears any weight on the Tom allegations. I just think this is a really stupid thing that everyone nitpicked and is just a giant misunderstanding. I just want to clear up the misunderstanding. That's it. That's it.
I think we should probably figure out if Tom's ever hurt any animals in his past.
I fucking hate you. You fucking
Just
asshole.
curious. I'm just curious.
In my opinion, the issue isn't even those two sentences. It's this whole contradicting narrative. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say is I don't know that this story in this conversation is actually contradictory. I think that it's just a lot of confusion because of panic speak and not a lot of clarity. But days ago, we have to listen to the video to see why he's typing that in context. Now he's pausing. That could be true. Jube, that could be true. That would still... That would still be the same thing for this single conversation. I don't... Look. I don't know if he's lying about anything. I have no fucking idea. I have no inside knowledge.
Dude,
I know
I'm honestly
nothing.
Dude, I honestly don't even think his name is fucking Tom.
True. What do you mean, Job? Yeah, pop in. I'm not trying to defend Tom, by the way, Jube. I'm really not. I'm just, I promise you. I know everyone's gonna think I am. I'm really not. I don't, dude. I told Tom I'm not defending you publicly. I'm not defending anyone publicly. I don't give a fuck. I just hate confusion based on misunderstandings. I just wanted a little fucking misunderstanding cleared up. Because Tom also claimed that Sunday was being malicious and twisting his words. I don't think that's true at all. I don't think Sunday was being malicious. I'm not a fan of Sunday, but I think he was being honest this whole time. I think it was just confusion. Whoops. Oops. Jesus Christ. No worries, I ain't gonna grind my sweeping. It should respect the attempt or desire to give him a fair take and be charitable. Okay. Clutch checked up time too much, didn't you? No, absolutely not. I don't give a fuck, dude. I have no true morals. Only to the truth, okay? It's the only fucking... That's the only thing I've got, okay? And no, I will not, Alpha. No, I will not. I am kind of in the middle of something right now. Yeah, D1000 one more. I'm the retarded, inarticulate one, okay? I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course, Monkrab. What's up?
Fucking hell.
No. No. I'll DM you though. Honest answer, no. Hey, Jude.
Yo. How's it going?
It's going.
Yeah, I guess we're all a little high on the Tom tent right now, eh?
Yeah.
What's up, Neef?
Yeah. Hey, how are you?
Not too bad, yo. Had some car trouble earlier. Which was that? Oh, what's up?
Oh, I was just hoping you would come to and tell everyone Tom's a liar. So
True. I'm here to.
I'm a little incapacitated right now, but I love a good
Nice.
laugh. So
I'm trying to catch up, so I'll pack another bowl real quick.
I just mean that I'm tired. Tired
Fair
of
enough.
hearing his voice.
Oh yeah, I'm overdosing on Tom right now, unironically, and I have to go back and review some shit to like transcribe with timestamps. Because if he will grant me one more conversation, I want to work through the whole fucking thing with him, and I need the evidence on tap and on hand for when he tries to dodge shit and be evasive as fuck.
True.
By the way, Canklemore, I might be super loud for me.
Yeah. I'll change it in just a sec.
Sorry about that, folks. Maybe I can pull back a bit.
No, you're good. I dim everyone down to like 90 unless they're really. Oh, you're at 120. Oh, shit. Must have been a weird day. Okay. Should be good now.
Am I decent now? Sorry about that, chat.
Perfect.
Didn't mean to blast your headphones.
That was my fault.
Cool. All right, so let me quickly just explain the thing with Sunday there. It was a bit convoluted because it's like weaving together the narratives and then the contingencies and all the bullshit. Okay, so to my understanding, Sunday's kind of like question there, or like where he was trying to poke at Tom, was that Tom's narrative is that he popped in not because of Mantis, but he was like earlier in the stream watching the prank call and all this, and he starts saying he was typing in chat and he was pausing and taking phone calls and still typing in chat, forgetting that he wasn't caught up to the stream, right? Like he wasn't at the current point of being in sync with being live.
Yeah.
And so yeah, he's like typing in chat but not typing to what they're saying in real time because he's behind. And then somehow like people in chat start saying get in there, Tom, because they're calling him in from voice chat. And his reason is apparently, I saw other people typing it in chat, so I typed in caps lock, get in there, Tom. And it's like, oh yeah, I didn't hear them in voice chat. I just typed this because I saw people typing it in chat, which I don't know about any of you. That's the most retarded sentence on the planet. It was, I saw people typing this in chat, so I just typed the same message. Like, huh? Why? I don't understand. You're typing to people in chat, replying, like joining the mob while you're sitting in chat, apparently yelling at like Kelly and whoever it is, like, oh, I'm going to put your tits on screen every day. You want my dick all the time. Like he's apparently typing this stuff out of sync and unaware that Mantis is on there. But then he somehow catches up, and here's where the things stop lining up. Days ago, he was saying, those messages are taken out of context. If you look at them in context, it's obvious that I'm replying to the things Kelly's saying. And it's like, okay, so if I go back and listen to the video and I watch chat, it's going to make sense when you type those things? It's like, yes. And then now he's saying, oh, no. When I type those messages, doesn't make sense because I typed them late because I was watching it out of sync. So now his story is that he's kind of all over the place on the VOD, and the messages don't line up with when they're being said in real time. But days ago, I'm supposed to watch the VOD and see how those messages do line up with what's being said in real time, and how they're somehow a valid, and I quote, self-deprecating joke, which we realize is now like absurd irony, not self-deprecating. So those two things just don't line up. And then the third factor there that is sort of an issue is he told me that when Mantis said it was me in chat saying the thing, she gets asked that really quick because it's like one of the first questions was just, I just want to know why was it put on screen? And she goes, oh, because Jupe said to bring it up. And Tom is claiming that he told Mantis, which my initial expectation was Mantis just misremembered and stated it confidently, and then Tom just assumed she stated it confidently, she must be right on that, and then quoted it. Like, I just assumed it was like the most reasonable, like, good faith, like, this was not intentional, they're not trying to like throw me under the bus or whatever the fuck. I don't need to assume maliciousness. Just but then he was like, oh, maybe, now that I see they have a bit romantic or whatever, maybe he just like wanted to protect. Like, I wasn't even mad at either of them. I didn't give two fucks, because like whatever, it was just like a funny misspeak or like whatever. I flipped out for a second, like I had like a gaslighting moment where I had to go back and check the law. Like I swear I didn't fucking type that shit. What the fuck? And I would just own it if I did, but whatever. So the point is, his narrative is that he told Mantis that it was me. But Mantis says this within the first like few seconds of being on there. I need to check how many like minutes or seconds in, because I haven't had a chance to review that part of the VOD yet. But it's impossible for him to be like way behind in the VOD and not know that Mantis was on there, and then also be catching up and typing to things out of sync, and then also DMing her to answer that question that it was me. Like, do you get what I'm saying? How these things just don't line up?
Well, they also
wait. Oh my god, hold up! I just realized that my fucking headphones are fucked because I suck at life. Give me 2 seconds. I can't hear shit. Yeah. Say something. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, I need to get better headphones in life, but I'm good again.
Okay, so they don't sound necessarily contradictory, but I need to ask some questions to clarify.
Yeah, let's get on the same page.
Could it be possible that they spoke about this previously and he told her
that is absolutely possible?
Okay.
That is absolutely possible. But here's the problem with that though.
Okay.
There's no real reason for them, without the pressure of being on stream, being asked, yo, why did this even come up, bro? Like, maybe they're in the background being like, well, we got to figure out a reason why this came up. But like, just check the VOD and see who was in the chat. Like, there's no reason for it to be like an assumptive narrative that they discussed and that he like told her, oh yeah, Jupe said to bring it up, and like he just completely didn't check this, and he was under no pressure. He wasn't live on stream when he needed to answer the question. Like, it's just unreasonable to me that he would decide that as a factual conclusion, discuss it with her prior for what reason. I kind of can't envision the conversation that leads to him passing her that information without this sort of, I don't know, again, like maybe they were just shooting the shit about it, and then it was like, well, how did it even come up? And he went, oh yeah, fucking Jube told me to, and I brought it up, and then, so and so, here we are, and Justicle's trying to paint me as a sex pest, and blah, blah, it's all these other people's fault. I don't know. So there's like maybe a chance he could have randomly inserted this information into her mind prior to the conversation, but it doesn't seem reasonable in a separate do you get what I'm saying? Do you get where I'm like kind of like struggling to envision what would have led to that prior to being pressured into answering it? Because it makes way more sense that she got asked it and then she just misremembered, because like I was present at the time, right? So sorry, I just wanted to check real quick on a message that had me tagged. But you might just have done it before. Yeah, so that's the thing too, is there's like pretty clearly a pattern where it's like her glitching very obviously, and like, again, I don't mind the misremember, but in my opinion, if you are having this conversation off stream and you're just like going off vague memory when you clearly have a VOD you can reference and you're being there was like no reason to name drop. You could have just said someone in chat said to bring it up, right? Like, kind of the name drop part makes it weird there. And like I said, right off the bat, I didn't assume bad faith. I just kind of was like, that's probably like you just slotted my name in there. I was present. I was just engaging with the Wick and PV conversation with like the sponsorship and like blah blah blah, whatever corrupt fucking money. And even like when Zonia was covering it earlier, I clarify in text that although like 99% of my engagement is about the topic, when I said common Kelly W, though it's a meme phrase I say all the time, like it's just common Kelly W because whatever, she's fucking based and hilarious. I was referencing her being attractive in the Instagram that was popped up in that moment to say common Kelly W. So like, even though Zonia was framing it there as like me being 100,000% on topic, I just want to be clear that I even type it up in response in that moment. That like, to be fair, that was me saying like, shout out to her being smoking hot. But anyways, yeah, It's just I find it unreasonable that they came to like a decided conclusion, or that he would have a conversation where he tells her it was me, when he had no pressure if he's off stream, right? He could like just check the VOD and then yeah.
Okay.
Oh, J-Rod's, yeah, J-Rod, you're retarded. Shut up. This guy's like, you so fucking mad. Oh, he got broken the second time his name got brought up. Yeah, chill. All right, I'm a chatter who's just enjoying the fucking circuit as I watch this dude paint or weave a web of lies and then get tangled up in his own bullshit. And a bunch of the community copes trying to call me a hypocrite or fucking crying about how he's a traitor, man. It's like, no. I just don't like getting fucking bullshitted.
I'm trying to run through every possibility in my head before I.
Sorry, my headphones are fucking me again. I promise I
you're
wasn't talking
good.
over you. I'm just snazzy. I hate my life. God the damn it.
You have wireless ones?
Okay. Yeah, but I have them with a cable plugged in because the delay and shit like this. And I have like a strap around the top to hold the cable so it doesn't fuck around and get janked. But I don't know, I must be hitting it with my shoulder or something like this. I just put on music in the background, so I should be able to notice if that cuts off that like the headphones went into fucky mode again. Forgive me.
Who's Brittany? Brittany Simon.
Brittany
oh
Simon.
yeah, no mind.
Oh yeah,
I didn't watch
the
any of
bubbles,
that.
man.
I didn't watch
the
any of that
bubbles.
stream.
Bubbles, bro.
What the fuck happened on that stream?
Oh yeah, bubbles, bro, bubbles.
She just basically throws away her entire ideology. Well, no, that's ruthless. Wait,
Well,
I don't know.
that's the thing is,
You
her
speak
ideology has plot armor built into it, where it's like everything is so subjective that nothing ever fucking matters. Because, and I've realized this. It's the issue with her bubble structure, and that is like an issue that Tom has adopted with his stream, where they ignore the fact that whatever bubble you live in lives inside a larger bubble. That's like the streaming space or the platforms that you're on or fucking this like the English language or the country. Like all these things are within these larger bubbles of society, and they think they just have like a total island that's like off the grid. It's like, nah, bro. You still know how words work. You still have to consider how like the fucking world around you is judging what you're doing. And he has such contradicting logic where it's like Kelly Jean's Instagram is public, so he can do whatever he wants with that and judge it or react to it. But then if people judge and react to his shit, he's like, oh, don't come to my shit. It's like, it's not a comedian with a paid ticket that it's like you're going in to cancel him for his jokes. Your show is a public show. It's like people can walk in the door and be like, this is whack. And, you know, yeah, it's just like, it's kind of bullshit rules for thee and not for me. But also, I want to make it clear. So another problem with the Tom thing and with those YouTube chats in specific, and Canklemore, maybe you can, work with me on this, is that people started focusing in on specifically the "you want my dick all the time" line and saying, "Oh yeah, this is a retarded euphemism for suck my dick," which it's obviously not.
Yeah, I don't
a
agree with
euphemism
that.
for suck my dick. That's that's AIDS all the time.
I
It's
know
just
what
the whole
it's
thing's
supposed
retarded.
to be, but it's totally inappropriate for the time and the person.
Yeah,
I told Tom
exactly.
that as
Everything
well.
about it was social retardation. He's like, oh, I
I've
can't
made
believe
this
people
joke
don't.
before, but it's with very close friends. It's like when you're talking about, it's like you are close with a female friend, and you're saying, "Oh, you're going on a date tonight" or something, and she goes, "Ew, what is she gonna touch your gross little dick?" And you go, "You want my dick? What are you talking about?"
Yeah. It's like you have to have rapport to be goofing with it.
Yeah, but it doesn't come across in text, and it's not for Kelly because you're not friends. I told Tom this. I was like, "That's fucking no."
It's your non-friend who's telling you you're weirding her out and being kind of creepy.
Yeah.
You're like, you
And
know
not the
what?
time.
And here's the problem. So here's the problem. That one line can get discussed like that, but there are several other lines, and the issue with those other lines, like the "I'm gonna have your tits on screen all the time." Look, once he's in the call and he didn't just go, "Oh guys, don't worry, all of that was supposed to be irony," and like I was just memeing. He's like, she's like, "Yo, you said you're gonna put my tits on screen all the time. That's a bit weird, mate." Whatever the fuck she says, she just calls it weird again. And he's like, "No, you know what? DMCA me. I am gonna do it." He fucking giga chatted the YouTube chat. So you can't tell me later it was irony and memes, bro. I'm just kidding. No, dude. You're not. You went in, and this part where he's like, I genuinely, and I mean this. I know I've been however toxic. You can call me an asshole, you can call me a hater. I don't give a fuck. And my headphones did the thing, so I'm gonna fix them while
Base toxicity, dude.
yapping.
All right.
But he created where she has the feeling of you being weird, right? And he wants her to just state that he's weird without substantiating it. Because if she says Tom is weird, someone's gonna say, Kelly, why did you say that? And then she's going to go, oh, because he pulled up the Instagram, because chat was doing this, you're going to describe the whole thing. And now she's not just talking about how she feels, she's talking about what he did. And what he did is a normative claim. So he's like making her description of her feelings into a normative claim, which I'm going to be honest, actually is a normative claim that it seems like fucking everyone can agree on. There's nothing weird about men appreciating female sexuality and gooning in private, but creating a spectacle of it and using vulgar or graphic terminology, even if you know it's memes or you're being like ironic or whatever it is, from the outside, every woman reading that, especially if they're the subject of that, has like the complete reasonable right to be like, that's fucking weird, bro, and not be told that they need to substantiate their emotions of discomfort. It's like, it's fucking retarded. So yeah, and what's annoying is I DM'd him right off the bat, and it's the same fucking fundamental point. You can debate the topics in a panel, not debate Kelly about it, because he was saying, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I did nothing wrong. So your feelings are irrational. Effectively, go fuck yourself. It's like this, he's not joking. He was debate broing. He was giga chatting. And then he came back like Conor McGregor. Oh, I apologize to absolutely nobody. It's like, bro, you fucking are, you're doing this to yourself. It's all self-harm. Sorry, I know I was off on a tangent there, but this is why I struggle hugely with that whole YouTube chat thing, because it's like 6 levels of cope with 3 different narratives, and then insert the Mantis thing where he's like telling her to tell me. It's like, well, then you were clearly caught up when she popped on, because that's like one of the first questions that came up. But I need to go get the exact, like, how many seconds or minutes from when she enters the call does he, quote unquote, tell her and she say that? Because that feels like another hole in his story, his maneuvering story.
So my whole issue was never about whether or not he's lying in any of this conversation with Sunday. Everyone's
Wait, so you agree he's lying?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know for sure about any of it, right? I am never going to make a claim on that until I am 100% sure of all of it. I just know that everyone is confused about this. Everyone has stated they're confused about this. And everyone is saying there are certain contradictions that don't exist within the conversation. Isolated from outside shit.
Wait, can I quickly ask, have any of the contradictions I just pointed out not exist? Because I'm pretty sure those are still 100% factual and
those
accurate.
are relevant to lies within this story, right? I'm talking about...
Wait, which one are you talking about?
So, if...
Do you like the sex pest allegation generalized, like, narrative thing? Or sorry, you were about to say, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
No, you're good. That contradiction isn't self-contained in this story. It requires outside context. Sunday was pointing out isolated contradictions within the conversation, like narrative contradictions, which I don't think existed. I think there were just clear miscommunications, because Sunday was saying that Tom didn't say something that he did say because of the way Tom said it. That's what I mean.
Right. I guess in Sunday's defense, would you admit or acknowledge that, like, Tom articulating himself in such a poor fashion and bouncing back and forth between, like, stuttering on this and no, wait, roll back tape here, like this, and he's like trying to fight 6 different points at the same time, and like like you were saying before, he seems cornered and defensive, and that's the thought process I've had since the very beginning. It just, like, bro, there's messages from me in Justicle's fucking Discord trying to defend Tom until the point where he starts saying wild shit, and then you see me go, bro, that must be Photoshop, there's no shot he typed that. And then the next message is, what the fuck, I didn't say that, find me the logs, because they threw my name in there. It's like, and then even then, the conversation I had with him in the first place, like, I'm fucking going on for an hour and a half with this dude because I'm not trying to, like, attack him. I'm trying to, like, walk him back from the cliff of insanity, but he's like, whether it's to Sass or whether it's to me, he wasn't responsive in DMs. It was the same kind of debate bro shit, and he was doing the food shops thing where he's like, oh, I want to have the discourse, this is what we do, I don't know why people are shocked, I thought we debate here. I'm like, yeah, so you're doing the debate bro thing. Like, it's not, no one gives a fuck about the discourse of the male gaze. You're trying to start a conversation no one asked about because you've been judged and you want to, like, protect yourself from being called weird. This whole thing is about you, bro.
Yeah, I can agree to that. Yeah, I don't think that Sunday was being bad faith, like Tom said, in this conversation at all. I just think Tom was a really bad communicator because he was in panic mode.
Yeah.
That's like literally,
Totally.
like everyone thinks I'm riding for Tom over this. I'm also criticizing Tom for the same
Right,
thing
I think-
people are criticizing, or he's
But-
criticizing fucking Sunday for, and then only this thing.
Oh, okay.
But-
Okay, in isolation, I guess I
Yeah.
get because I think in general people feel like any amount of understanding for Tom at this point is they're using the term sweeping because it has hit a point where like truly for me I find it impossible to defend any single corner. Actually, to be fair, like I will still defend all the things I defended from the beginning, which were like when he said the cultural appropriation cancel this bitch thing, that was just dry humor. That was literally negging. I actually think that was flirtation and not whatever hate or whatever type of shit. Like,
of course.
They were all saying that, you know, he's whatever, being toxic or negative and like brought her up to diminish her. Although that's one unfortunate part that in hindsight, I feel like the fact that he says a lot of negative things, whether it's like she's, you know, a walking L machine, or when he's in the call yelling at her saying, your brain dead takes are on the screen when I pull up your Instagram. It's like, yeah, not really beating the whole diminishing your thoughts thing. Oh, and here's another one I want to talk to. Again, this is, you know, good faith. I just like, you must have autism. There's no shot you're, I want to give you the excuse of being like, having a condition, bro. When he's like, so if I go from a debate to lewds, that's a problem. But if I go from lewds to debates, that's not a problem. It's like, do you really think this is like an analogous two-way single street where you're just moving from a singular topic, no context of what the topic is, to a secondary topic, no context, as opposed to like you're sexualizing a non-sexual context versus adding dimensions of humanity to someone by giving the non-sexual person the sexualized person like non-sexual traits, like, oh, here's their thoughts, here's their talents, here's their personality. You're humanizing on one case versus you're like putting the tits in front and basically saying, don't worry about what her thoughts are. Oh, by the way, if I comment on them, they're stupid thoughts. So it's like all that stuff comes together to be like, yeah, and you're surprised she's unhappy with the experience or whatever the fuck of your React content.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And also the there was also something I both agreed and disagreed with Tom on relative to that point, the whole bringing up Kelly's stuff on stream, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of right when he said that is Kelly's content, but that's not her presence in this space.
Yeah.
Kelly's content is not debating. It's not. It is all Instagram stuff.
Sure.
Cosplays. That's her stuff, right? That's her content. She doesn't upload
That's her main
any of
product,
the debates.
at least.
Yes,
We'll
that's
say
how
that.
she
That's
makes
her
her
main product.
money. And
Sure.
her streams.
But like you said, the participation on this in this space, is separate,
completely separate.
Yeah, I think that was a huge other part, and I'm glad I brought up specifically Adriana Chechik by fluke, and that he refuted it by saying she tells her fans to walk up to her and ask for a blowjob or whatever it was. I checked out her stream 2 different days. She's playing Shantae, like the half genie hero, and she's wearing a turtleneck shirt, and her Streamlabs or Elements like auto message is literally basically just don't be super gross and Kumari in chat, like keep shit respectful and clean. So it's like this woman that's like the top porn star or whatever, or top 10 that you were referencing as, or that I brought up and that he diffused as a bad example because she was like clearly also always sexualizing herself. It's like, no, on this Twitch platform, where we're talking about like, and he brought up the excuse of like they have the same name, which here's the fucked up part about that, where he just like removes the humanity. He goes, no, you're just the sexual object from here, and because you use the same name, it's still all the same thing. You're the same person over on Twitch, when it's clearly the same human using the same name, but separating again non-sexual context, sexual context. So in a weird fucked up way, I'm looking at him dealing with some emotional struggles as he goes through like friend breakups or whatever the fuck, the stresses with Sass. There's a loss of a connection there. It's more than just his producers and more than a professional thing. It's like, you're not just tomfoolery, the product and the character. You're the human fucking being, and you want it to be treated as a human being like Kelly in this moment wants to be seen as not just the fucking object that she whatever sells over here in one section when she's being a human being over here with her thoughts and whatever the fuck else it is. So
To be
yeah,
fair,
I don't know.
about the Adriana Chechik stuff,
Yeah.
I
She
tuned in
also
her
say to suck her
stream.
dick on stream.
I tuned in her stream after she broke her back, and she was telling a story about how she went to one of these festivals and said, you know, if some guy comes up to me and says, "Hey, suck my dick," I gotta respect it. I'm gonna suck his dick. And I was like, what?
Based.
They were like, if we got the balls to ask, you know what?
True,
Fuck
though.
it.
True.
I remember her saying that. I think it
balls
was like
of steel, bro.
I think it was like what's that fucking stupid California festival that everyone goes to? LA bullshit.
Coachella?
That's it. That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was there or something. And some
That's
guy
actually pretty
walked up to
hilarious
her
space. That's
and-
very California. of her.
Yeah. She says, somebody asked, so I gave.
What am I gonna say? No, you know what's fucked though is she says that. You know, as a porn star, you can't be risking that STD that you're just gonna catch. I know you can like treat it, but come on, it's gotta be just the story. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Is it not worth? You can't fuck your career up for that, bro. When she fucked up her spine, that was like actually difficult to watch, just because you like imagining it's like a Mortal Kombat X-ray effect attack, where like you just see her whole spine just fucking and picture the pain.
Yeah, that was brutal. I can't believe they fucking did that shit. Fucking 2 layers. Two layers
it's like
of
here's the one
foam.
thing. I'll say this. This is and like this is. I'm not victim blaming. Okay, they obviously people should because as a guest you're not supposed to know all these things, whatever. But I'm just trying to imagine to walk up to the little pad she got on top of, like the little platform. You had to have felt the floor and like this floor is hard. There's not much between like. You know, there's not much foam there. I can see between the cracks and like catch the tiles of the ground. Whatever it was, I imagine you would have felt through your own feet on the way to the platform that you
I
can't
know.
jump down with your spine first. And unfortunately, that did not
Didn't register.
solidify in her mind before
It didn't
spine fell
click.
apart.
Fucking insane. That's crazy.
Yeah, Resto, you're right. So there's some of that stuff is like the problem is the pattern of dishonesty, right? Saying he doesn't flirt in DMs or like I don't do online relationships. It's like, look, you can weave this whole like, oh, we're not putting a title on it. We just like to talk about all of our problems, watch TV shows together, movies. Like, motherfucker, I don't have time to watch movies for myself because I got work to do. That's like girlfriend shit. That's like hang out
spine
and
clicked.
after work, relax, and if you're trading nudes or just all this type of stuff, it's like no one cares if you put the title on. Also, wait, hold on. Who here has ever heard Tom say he's a volcel?
I've never heard that.
Some, yeah, this
Not. I don't think. What does that mean?
voluntarily celibate instead of an incel who's like can't get pussy. He's like, no, I'm choosing not to get pussy. I'm like, huh? No. I'll believe, and even myself, intentionally not dating because you're not trying to like get married, so you don't want to put that kind of time in. You don't want that commitment. It's like let's just friends with benefits. Go for something lighter. So you can still have access to sex and I guess intimacy if that's what you want, but without the pressure of like a family and all and the like lifelong commitment. But to say I just don't do sex anymore, I don't believe that because he was also saying like Zonia and Rezi, you're asexual and you're like whatever, you're prude. Like you guys don't get it, man. It's like, Mister, I don't even want to fuck by choice.
Well, hold on.
What is?
I'm gonna be extra
Nani?
charitable again. I'm gonna be the dumbass extra charitable fuck.
Let's do it, yo.
Compare it to his other things, the other sort of autistic statements. Could it be that he was sort of not extrapolating? What's the fucking word?
Playing semantic bullshit.
Not that. What's the fucking? He's
interpreting or implying or no, I don't know where you're going.
confusing two things. Whatever.
Retarded.
Yeah.
Could it be that he's retarded?
He's thinking I'm voluntarily celibate because I'm voluntarily putting all of my time into streaming instead of voluntarily going out and trying to get pussy.
Yeah, it's just like that's what we call copium at the end of the day. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that is often the reason I don't end up going out is because I'm like working on this new Final Fantasy VII cover and like gotta get this stream done or this editing or something. And then I'm like, fuck it though, I need to go out where the ladies are. It's fucking Tuesday. I don't give a shit. It's bar time. Eventually, you got to get the fuck out the house when like nature calls and You can't. Yeah, there's no like workaholic is one thing, but he talked about breaking up like 6 years ago. I believe he's been single for that long. That's whatever. Who gives a fuck? But the not fucking part. And okay, this is where I don't know, but I don't know the timeline of the jail stuff. I don't know what's true anymore in the past. But if he missed a certain like stage of socialization, he said to Rezi in response, I know this was a misspeak because he corrected it really quick, but it was like a Freudian slip, we'll call it. Where he's like, I've never been to a bar. I mean, where like a woman called me creepy. And it's like, have you ever been to a bar though? Have you ever gone out to pick up chicks? At this point, I have to doubt everything. Because even the consent thing with the Triologic Britney Simon slap, I went over this. I think I was talking to Speakeasy about it for a minute, but I typed in Tom's chat, and I got to go back to that VOD and like catch that screenshot or whatever it is, just for the sake of it. Actually, I had to also compare it to see that it was before Destiny went and had the same take the next day. But Triologic is saying that it's not consent to like ask him in front of the cameras in the audience. And then Tom's like, she literally says, can I do it? He says yes, and then they do it. That's literally consent before it happens. And it's like, yes, but doing it on camera in front of an audience while you're already live, asking for consent under those circumstances is coercive circumstances. And I'm not saying that Destiny can't fucking handle those circumstances, but if you swap somebody else in, that wouldn't be a universally acceptable circumstance because there's a pressure on that person, especially if they're like new to stream or whatever it is, to like not let everyone down or whatever the fuck. And then you do something that's technically BDSM and blah, blah, blah. But so again, I don't care if you don't understand BDSM consent because that's maybe like another level of it. But if you're going to speak with confidence and be telling the audience like this person's fucking stupid when you clearly don't understand it there and you'll call debate bro with shit that, oh, geez. Sorry, I know I'm fucking all over the place, but this is the Tom effect. I'm so deep in the Tom 10, I'm losing my mind. When he thinks that people are like missing the nuance of debate broing someone at the bar, it's like, no, I wouldn't debate them for calling me creepy. It's like if they went back to their friends and then they started yelling that I was falsely accusing me of being creepy. It's like, bro, what do you? This is not better. This is not like someone at the bar is like, bro, you're weird. Goes back to the table, then just sitting there goes, you sex pest, and you're gonna go to the table back. That's substantiate your claims with a normative fucking like, bro, this is crazy.
Have you seen the meme? You've seen the meme, right, too?
No, which one?
Exactly what you just said. Hold on, just keep talking. I'll send it insane.
Right on. But yeah, anyways, I hope Canklemore that you see where I'm coming from, where I'm like, I'm not trying to be a hater, but my bro is making it impossible to defend him on any level. And it's actually become a game where I'm like, bro, I have to go back and review shit, take notes, and like, I think I might need to make subsections where it's like all the times he referenced this thing, do these match up? And if he tries to reference them again, I can be like, no, back here with these 7 timestamps on these 4 streams where you said these 12 different things. None of that lines up with the new thing you're saying today. It's
look at side chat.
Let me check that real quick.
I gotta look it up on my phone.
It's pretty good.
Oh my god. I don't know what chat I missed that in, but respect to them. That's too funny. My god. Also, I find it so funny to see like the few people that are so dug it, like, you're a hater. Fuck this guy, bro.
Oh my
you definitely say I'm a hater, but
I'm probably one of those people.
What, Cankle is, or?
No, I mean, I'm at the point where I have to seriously ask myself if I ever liked him. Because I'm not sure.
Well, here's the thing is you did like him enough to ignore all the things that would be off-putting, right? Because the thing is, it's like, I'm like, this isn't my, like, this isn't my reason to be mad at someone, right? This isn't my, like, my fight or something like that. Like, he didn't really do anything to me. I mean, whatever naming me in that moment is, it's not a offense, right? He didn't seriously wrong me in some kind of fucked up way. But it's all of just the way he's engaged throughout this, where I'm like, oh, I just never had an opportunity to see that you're like kind of fucked up and crazy. And like he said, there's that old clip of him talking to Erudite saying he's a compulsive liar and shit. One, I do think that that's a manipulation tool to be like, I've grown. I've admitted to you my flaws. Worry not. Drop your card. I swear you can trust me. Not just him doing that. I'm saying in general, like, even though sometimes it could just be that the person actually has grown, right? And like, for example, Destiny has said that same thing where he's like, oh, I used to be whatever, how big a manipulator. You got to keep that in mind because he could end up employing any of those fucking tactics if he decided to. But in his case, I do think like part of his so-called spiritual journey and success through life has taught him to like grow as a person, and that like those more nefarious tactics will fuck him in the long run, or bite him in the ass. But in this case, I don't know that I believe he's actually a changed person or was just putting on an act. Or in general is like generally a walking act, because it's like, there's a level of just the fucking evasiveness and the back and forth and the twisting where it's like, at this point I can't attribute it all to like discomfort or defensiveness or being in a corner, especially because he was doing it in DMs where I was like trying to just talk to him and he was still debate bro. It's like, no, this guy's, I think he just thought he could Giga Chad debate bro it all the way through.
I don't know. One thing that I think is so goofy, I will call anyone who says this retarded. People that say I'm a good manipulator, not like people that say I used to be manipulative. People that say I'm a good manipulator, you're not a good manipulator. You're a retard who just gave all of it up. You've never been a good manipulator. You've always been a fucking retard. My ex said that to me. I wanted to kill myself.
She was a good manipulator?
Yeah. She was sitting there with her brother like, oh my God, I love manipulating people. And her brother's like, me too. And I'm like, bitch, you haven't manipulated me. And she goes, that's what you think. I'm like, bitch, that's what you think. You think you manipulated me? You just told me that you've been trying to manipulate me. And I know it hasn't been working. It was so fucking stupid.
That's one of those things I'm realizing, especially in this space. Especially I would say like people in here that are like, oh, not this chat necessarily, although there's clearly a handful of haters. But people in general that are really against me because of the stance I've taken on this type of thing feel like I am playing to Queeman and playing to Justical to like gain favor or whatever the fuck it is. And I'm like, motherfucker. I guess over time you'll get a chance to see, but it's the same shit with like my issues with Erudite, where it's like, yo, we're all good until I see something that I take like issue and I get that feeling in my gut like something's off about this behavior and something is deeply like dishonest or uncomfortable, where you start to see through the mask. It's kind of that like aha moment where you're like, oh, because there's a lot of things I just ignored before because like, it's just a hit piece. I don't give a fuck about Reddit alt accounts. Like, even if he was gassing himself up, whatever. He's, like a couple K sub dudes. The struggle is real, right? I'm not going to criticize a motherfucker for trying to use a tactic like that and to just like get the ball rolling so that he can get eyes on his product. People then, if they like it, it'll, word of mouth go from there. I'm not here to like, fucking this guy, he's got alt accounts. It's funny, and especially looking back, it's way funnier. Especially with the telling himself like, Tom, get in there in the chat. It's just everything about it is so fucking comical. But this is honestly just an honest reaction, an authentic reaction to what I find to be bullshit. And you can see the transition from me defending this motherfucker until he starts going unhinged, where I'm like, I can't defend this guy without it tanking my own credibility and even my own like sense of self-respect or dignity or integrity, or the fuck it is, to defend something that I think is defensible, right? This guy's like, and it's not about people like, oh yeah, he's simping for Kelly and shit. It's like, bro, just lives in a different continent across an ocean. Are you retarded? You think I'm just like, oh, she's not gonna give you pussy. It's like, okay.
I think Tom is sweeping for Vosh right now.
True, he's trying to get eyes. Actually, he might be trying to. Did the Vosh leak happen first?
No.
Because if so, this is all marketing strategy. Oh, was Vosh after Tom's leak?
I think the intensity of the Tom circumstance kind of unfolded after the Vosh stuff, but maybe not. I could just be.
No, the
It's another-
Tom nude leak was like 2 or 3 days before the Vosh nude. Like it was, how fucking insane is that? That
It is too
two
funny.
people in this space have a nude leak on their stream in the same week. It doesn't happen in so long. It happens in the same week.
I'll say this though, because there's a lot of things about the Tom thing, like him leaking the nude after he just had the conversation on, I think, Wix, whatever it was, just within the middle of all this was like incredible timing. Like you're being accused of like sexual weirdness, and then like of all the times to leak a nude, this is the
I
worst time, and
know.
that's when it happens. So I was like, oh, we live in a simulation, like, you know, serendipitous, the universe is all, there's no accidents type moment. And then, but now I'm like, okay, whoever wrote the script on our play or our TV show we're watching is getting lazy and reusing the script on Vosh's fucking episode. Like, come on.
Did you
We
hear?
need some new plot lines.
Did you
What's
hear
up?
me say why I believe the story that Tom tells about like the whole nude leak and the troll thing?
Wait, the libertarian Facebook thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that's another. You've highlighted. I want to hear why you believe it, but that's another one where he's telling, again, 2 stories about one image, and then he's like, "No, I just mean like another nude." It's like,
So
a nude no one's talking about. So go.
So
Help me with this one.
Okay, so
Wait for me, Canklemore.
I'll outline my understanding of what his story was, and then I'll tell you why I believe it. Okay, or at least I believe it's closer to the truth than the other thing, than like a plain lie, and like a made up story, right?
And the complete
Yeah.
falsehoods. Yeah.
So he said he downloaded this meme or this weird video that's meant to be shocking to send his friends, and that he deleted it, but the thumbnail, that's what he thought was stuck in Media Player. And when it leaked, he immediately deleted the thumbnail out of Media Player because the thing was already deleted, but the thumbnail was still there. That's what he claims, right? And he didn't, because it was only boobs. He didn't recognize which boobs it was when he deleted the thumbnail, right? Now,
Yeah.
he made the
Wait,
statement.
real quick before you. Real
Okay.
quick, can you remind me what you said? Where was the source of this?
The libertarian Facebook
That was
group or
okay, so
whatever.
it's a libertarian thing.
Yeah.
Thumbnails in the media player.
Yeah.
The files are deleted, but the thumbnail's still there.
Yeah.
And so he just deletes. Yeah, he went pedantic on the thumbnail deletion.
Yeah.
Just out of the library. Go on.
Right.
Okay.
So then,
I'm caught up.
So then, what's next?
What up, okay?
He makes the statement about it being from there, right? And then, what was next? And then somebody, I think people were starting to realize it was Mantis, right? And then Zonia clarified with him that it was Mantis. And then he was like, oh shit, it is Mantis. And then changed his story. The reason why I believe that he's telling the truth about this is because optically, it would have looked a lot better for him to just say, yes, I lied to protect my girlfriend.
So for you to believe all that,
It's too ridiculous.
You also have to believe that he had recently looked at this video from Mantis, went in, looked at the thumbnails, seen the thumbnail to delete it, didn't recognize it as a video he had recently watched, or recognize it as the thumbnail being his girlfriend, which someone who is like, which me, hasn't received a nude from her in like 4 months, and as soon as I seen it, I recognized it as her.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to believe all of that
Yes,
first.
But
no
it doesn't-
shot,
hold
dude.
on.
You are way
Hold on.
smarter.
Remember,
than that.
Tom's
Hold on, hold on,
retarded.
wait.
If you just throw in this factor,
there's
it's
two
all
things.
safe.
Two things. It doesn't have to be very recent, and it doesn't have to be like coherent because he's in panic mode.
I think the reason it has to be very recent is that there's a bunch of other files around it that have dates on them that are like the current date. So it's like
None of them are
several
new.
like February, 2nd, 3rd,
There
4th,
was a
whatever
date
the
on
fuck
it?
is of 2024. I don't know about that picture, but like a lot of the files around it where it was like clearly his most recent and was recent in general. I didn't like. I saw it in passing. I was playing guitar and I was just like, okay, I can see like small little thumbnail of a thing, and I just like let it go. I didn't save or like keep the fucking high res files, so I can't like go back and check if there's dated files before and after, but definitely close by that. Or if you check like the fucking
that's still
censored
like,
thumbnail.
That's
Yeah,
still
regardless,
code.
it's in his, and it's if he deleted it, one, it's probably not going to show up, although it's maybe in the cache for the thumbnail. But he was so specific about like I just deleted it from the like preview thing. It's like he even said that he doesn't know where the file is on his computer. He's like, oh, I don't think he said he. Yeah, sorry, go for it. I'm rambling.
Okay. So he downloaded it from Facebook apparently to send to a friend.
Yep.
Yeah.
So did he watch it in Facebook, then download it, and then watch it on his computer again, and then send it to a friend to create the thumbnail? And he's a streamer who edits videos. All his thumbnails are previews. I fucking guarantee it. And even if they weren't, when you download something from Facebook, it's FB dash and then fucking numbers. So
Was
even
there
if
a
it
file
wasn't a
name on it?
thumbnail, no, but even if it wasn't a thumbnail, it would have been the Facebook.
Well, yo, I'll say this: if it was sent in a DM, it could have had the original file name on it, versus like if you post it as a picture on a profile
Yeah.
and then it gets to the generic code name. So I'll give him that, where it could have been through a DM and maintained like a non-Facebook identifier,
Like a
tag
messenger
name.
group chat.
But I want to make this super clear. In 2024, he is playing the "I'm such a fucking boomer. I accidentally downloaded a picture from this group chat that I just ended up in my media play." It's like it's so
Wait, not
so
accidentally.
stupid. No, but I mean, not accidentally.
No, he said he downloaded
So
it
he-
to send to somebody.
I know, but
So
like
he-
purposely
yeah, so watched
downloaded
it on
this like
Facebook,
Coomer trans
downloaded it,
meme to like, oh,
watched
I
it
got
again.
him, bro. It's I don't know, like that's a copy paste set, like just fucking forward it to your group chat with the buddies, get a quick laugh out of them, and then fucking boog out. Yeah, this and the fact that it wasn't that here. Okay, yeah, so that's the problem. He was sent that obviously by Mantis, and he references while being asked about that. He starts talking about the group chat where it's the libertarian whatever bullshit and troll message. I mean, oh, I thought it was this, and there's like a bra on it first. First of all, the thumbnail is usually the very first frame, so it was a topless frame. It wasn't there was no like bikini on it. But when he gets asked, he's like, "Oh no, that wasn't the one that was on the leak." It's like, well, then why are you talking about the one from the group chat? Because if the one that was leaked is Mantis, you obviously got that from Mantis. If you have a like romantic or like kind of pseudo-sexual, whatever the fuck the type of connection they have is, and there's nothing wrong with getting nudes, by the way. I'm not saying you can't get nudes or whatever the fuck it is. Like, I get nudes from people in whatever communities, and much love to all the people that send them. But that's not the problem. It's just he's bullshitting. He's bullshitting too much around it. He's getting lost in the mantis weeds. Give me 2 seconds, yo.
Yeah, it's too much lying. Like I can understand like not wanting to tell the community and the viewers, be like, yeah, okay, that's not Mantis.
Yeah,
But
in a
if-
defensive
if-
move immediately, that makes sense. But well, as a
Yeah.
reflex, a nervous reflex, it still doesn't make sense because you should know that people are gonna get a screenshot for sure. And the whole like, oh, I immediately deleted the VOD and like didn't even check. Like, no way you didn't check what leaked. And then he's like, oh, and then I went and just quickly deleted the thumbnail from the media library. It's like, what? But that one was from Mantis, as was confirmed. And the fucking troll thing that is being referenced isn't even what's being seen on screen.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he was just like accidentally dissing Mantis and
So that
calling
wouldn't
her-
have even been the thumbnail he's seen to delete it. Like he
Yeah.
literally had to look at the image of her on his screen and go, "That's not Mantis. That's the trap," and delete it. Like how?
Yeah, there's no. I can't believe the level of there's too much like logical disconnect between the actions and what's happening. And I get it. You're panicking like, oh shit. Put that shit to private and no one should be able to access it. You don't just unlist it. Yeah, you put it to private so no one will be able to see it. You go to that part of the VOD. Because you could just cut that part of the VOD out and leave the VOD up. Technically he should have been able to do that as well. But he like deleted the whole file from I think even Sasset was like, yo, I hope you didn't fucking delete the VOD or whatever. Like, you still have that, right? And then, yeah, it's just like, there's so many, you have to give him so many passes. Oh, shit, it's like...
Yeah, you gotta jump through a lot of hoops to get through what he's trying to say.
Yeah, you and the idea of not recognizing a nude from someone that you are in a like intimate type of shot. Like there's no shot.
Like the
There's
picture
no
I
shot on the planet.
seen was the blurriest shit.
Yeah,
like, and I recognized it.
I know. And to be clear, you are not saying that you got sent that exact same picture. It's just obviously the same person, so much so that you can put it together, right?
Yeah, I didn't get sent that exact same picture or video.
Yeah.
Completely different thing.
Oh yeah, sorry, I might have been a video. I forgot. I just saw a thumbnab, but I heard it referred to as a video. Although even that, I don't know if it was a video because it's like him just bullshitting off the Facebook group. What's up, Neve?
So Mudcrab, because Mantis seems to want everyone to think that you're passing the nude around, but you're using a nude that you have of her from your relationship and comparing it to the one that was leaked on stream, correct?
And I've literally shown it to 4 people at most, and these are people who know Mantis and were friends or are friends with Mantis, and it was like, this is what Tom's done.
The
Or
whole thing or the
verification,
stomach
being
portion?
Yeah. Huh?
The whole thing or the stomach portion?
Well, are you talking about the little crop I did of just her tummy with the mole?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've sent that to 3 people total,
Okay.
and Zonya was one of them for confirmation.
Okay. It sounded like you were saying you sent the whole thing to a bunch of people, to 4 people.
No,
not
no,
a bunch,
no.
4 people. Okay.
No,
I just wanted to make that clear.
Because Neve was mentioning the screenshot of Tom's stream, so
Oh,
I've
okay.
sent that to. I sent that to
Oh.
like 4 people. 4 people, but I sent the actual the cropped image of a nude she sent me showing her belly button and the mole to 3 people.
Okay.
And that was just Zonya and 2 people who know Mantis who were or are friends with Mantis, and kind of I was trying to give them confirmation that Tom fucked up.
It was, one of them was me, right? Because it wasn't the...
Yeah.
I know you didn't want to say it, and I appreciate you not saying it, but I don't feel like there's any... So you sent me the cropped... one, and the reason you did is because I don't know, like... I was pretty neutral on the wedding, like how I felt about it for a long time, and then I feel like when I hopped on the fuck Mantis train was when I saw the racist DMs, but then that was just kind of all part of it. But
yeah, I think
go ahead.
mainly the reason I sent it to you, Neve, was because you were denying it after saying that was a man.
Yeah, dude. Okay, okay. So Cankle, do you remember when Chud watched your stream?
I
think
called me
he
a
watched
retard.
it because I think he watched it because he was watching us argue about the nudes. And so there's a quote somewhere in Spicy about him talking about who's this fucking whatever, who's this freak trying to say it's like a man? Is this where it came from? And then Queeman's basically confirms it was me or whatever. So that's
all I seen in
I think
Spicy was Chud calling Cankler retard.
Yeah.
That's all I seen in Spicy.
At the time that he said that, it was Queeman linked my stream at its current point, and I don't know what I said. There was something he said that maybe cleared it up, but I'm not positive, and I don't know why he would be that pedantic.
If you go to
it could be.
If you go to Spicy, search my name, you'll see what I mean.
He basically said, I said accidental. I don't remember, I didn't make any statements. I might have had a passing comment, mentioning something to somebody else.
But yeah, I was stuck on that theory, and then so much so that I thought that Tom stole it. Well, not really, but I had this theory in my mind. I was like, maybe Tom piggybacked on my stupidity to try and say it was an estrogenic non-binary person.
I still can't believe he thought that was the most believable lie to run with.
I don't want to be motherfucker. Am I supposed to understand right now if is there a statement within that I'm supposed to understand, or is he just kind of insulting Mantis by accident? Was he trying to cover an insult, or is he yeah, I don't know, just in the dark about the reality?
I don't think insulting would be the intention. It'd be trying to like throw people way off a completely different direction and really not considering how it's perceived. If
yeah,
it's
that's like
just
I guess that's what I mean. Not it was definitely was not like a fuck her. I'm gonna say this, but an accidental side effect
if we
of the attempted story.
if his outlandish like all those hoops and everything you have to get through, like that could be real. That could be true. It's totally within the realms of possibility. If that's true, yeah, it's true. But without that, it's just stupidity to say that. It's fucked.
I think even like even if I were to grant all of that's a lie, I think it's still totally like this part that's like it's understandable. And then the reason why he would continue
they're trying to panic and cover it up, you mean?
Yeah.
And just like protect me. Yeah.
Not even just that.
I have the most sorry, what's that?
Not even just that, but the continuation. If I would
with that one factor of the story, right?
Yes,
like not the rest, but the Mantis thing.
To continue to say
I have
that
the most grace, I think, for that.
If this is a lie and he's continuing to perpetuate it, I would say it's probably because of the already going on shit and trying to hold as much credibility as humanly possible. Yeah,
definitely.
Which I think is totally understandable, but I feel like just saying, yeah, I lied to protect my girlfriend probably would have been better if it is a lie, but I don't know if I believe that it is.
That's the thing is, I don't think he's actually staying hard on it to protect his credibility by like being consistent, or maybe he's just making bad choices because it's always like you can give great relationship advice to someone else because you're not in it, and then when you're in it, you're just fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But the ideal thing in that moment, like you said, would be just admit that it was like, look, I fucking panicked. That was obviously a conversation and a fight, and I just did something that was gonna hurt somebody I care about. As like a fucking complete fumble. It was like unintended and disconnected from all this bullshit. Like I'm already dealing with enough stress on the front end, and then this fucking now happens at the back end. It's just like, whatever, fuck it. I put out a PR statement in that moment, and just can you just like try and be chill and be, like respect your humanity for like a second and not be a cunt about the nude slip. And then go back to all the rest of the lies. But that'd been the one time to be really fucking straight up. It would have been.
He should have just
credibility,
said.
I think.
He should have just said it's food shops. It's food shops. I'm a chaser. Food shops would have agreed with it for the clout. Then nobody would have DM'd me the picture and asked me to verify it. Would have been great.
That would have been too much of an insult. He couldn't do it.
You know what? And it would have worked because he's complimented Food Shop's legs on stream before.
Exactly. It would have. Mantis would have been completely saved any embarrassment, like, and he'd look a lot better, and this whole thing would be over with already.
Actually,
I don't know about completely, but it's just it really would have just delayed things about a second longer.
Would she have?
Yeah, because no one would have known that they were in a relationship.
Wait, but
what?
But you connected it.
No, but like the only reason it was connected was because Tom lied and everyone knew it was obvious lies. So I had like 50 DMs of people sending me different like screenshots of this shit asking me if it was Mantis. If it wasn't something they didn't want to believe, then I would never have been asked. I never would have even seen the screenshot.
Wait, so quick question. Do you think if he leaked it and people asked if it was Mantis and he went, oh yeah, that's like, as if it was just one out of however many people could have been sending him nudes, but like not made a big deal out of it in that way, that people would have like not pushed so far that it ended up leaking? Is that what you mean?
Well, yeah, if he gave them a story to run with, that like who wouldn't have loved that? Oh, Tom's a chaser and he's been DMing food shops.
Oh right,
everyone would have loved that. They would have went that direction.
I think unfortunately the tattoo being in the picture just like
I never seen like
it.
a high res one. I only seen really blurry shit.
Yeah, I don't know the food shops has what's it called on a sleeve at all.
We don't know she doesn't.
Although they had a cool shirt on or whatever the fuck. Like the most recent stream I saw with the crazy whatever, it looked like Android 17's bandana on the neck and some weird sleeves. I was like, all right, some style. Let's go.
Nice.
I think it's kind of disingenuous for Coda to assume that it was some like mission to like ascertain that it was Mantis. I think people saw a screenshot that was leaked on a stream, and a lot of people had opinions on whether or not they thought it was Mantis. And they
Yeah,
still
and to
wasn't publicly. I think everyone knew very clearly that the photo was ambiguous enough to not pull it up on stream, and whatever
Why
they
did I
discussed behind closed doors is like it
Okay,
is what
so
it is, honestly.
Radical Coder wants to know why I confirmed it. Okay. Few reasons. The people who asked me, a few of them were people that I talk to every day. For me to not answer at all would have been retarded. I would have been distancing myself from people that I'll enjoy talking to help Mantis out and to help Tom out, which I'm not gonna fucking do. They can suck my dick. Like, and I'm not gonna lie to them. I only answered probably five people out of those 50. I only told them the truth.
Oh, I see what people asking you. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. So the people asking me, I'm going to tell them the truth. And realistically, I find it to be connected to the whole Tom drama thing. Like, if he's being accused of being a sex pest, and he's got Mantis going from stream to stream defending him, and then he leaks her nude, it was just too funny for me to not confirm. Like, to be honest.
True. That's what I mean. Like, the script was written in a Hollywood studio, or I don't know, like budget Hollywood studio, where it's like, there's no shot this happened today. No fucking way.
I got no allegiance to them at all, and I don't really like Tom after the food shop stuff.
You don't like Tom after the food shop stuff? Can I ask what about it happened there that like what role did he play that you didn't like?
The defense.
Gotcha.
Like the giving cover, the defense, giving her a platform, helping her platform still. Yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, it's like, yeah, it's weird.
And look, here's the thing. I want to make it clear that because I have enough as so cringe, enough empathy or enough, I'll say, life experience to say that I don't wish it on anyone to have the walls be closing in, right? I don't want anyone's life to fall apart where they're sitting there fucking contemplating the end and all this kind of crazy shit. This is not like, I don't wish anyone's demise, but I also am like happy to know as much as I can so I can decide with who and where I navigate throughout this space. And again, that doesn't mean I'm necessarily gonna be like hateful to motherfucker, but I'll be openly critical and not protect a motherfucker or like get close to a person if I feel they're kind of off.
Yeah, I'm all for like I'm not like kill all pedophiles. I think they should seek help. I just don't think that's what was happening in her situation.
Or
and I think to give her a platform is sucky. Like you're trying to elevate someone who's a predator. Not
All the
seeking help
exposure therapy.
taking in things. Yeah, exactly.
Hilarious. By the way, Cankle, can I ask you real quick? Has Tom talked to you, I guess, like at all about this? I don't know if you want to. You don't have to divulge that. By the way, that's I realized.
I spoke to Tom
maybe
today,
more personally than you wanna...
but like, I've said like what I've criticized him about, but I'm gonna like keep the rest.
Yeah. No, that's like between you. That's totally like.
I don't know any to be clear, I don't know anything that anybody else doesn't know. I haven't.
Yeah. No worries.
It was just like
no worries.
criticisms back and forth.
Yeah.
And
you
like
watched Tom's stream, hey, Cankle?
Huh?
Did you watch Tom's stream, hey? Did you hear the 2 times that he talked about me and the nude stuff? Did it sound like he said I was sending her nudes to people?
Ironically,
because to me and a lot of other people, it sounded like it.
I missed exactly both of those parts.
One part he said that because I have nudes of her, I'll use the nudes I have plus that one as a reference to make sure it was her, and I sent those pictures to other people so they could confirm it. Which is kind of what I did, but not like that. I cut out a tiny little square of her belly button and a mole.
Wait, did you say on another stream what you said at the beginning of the stream? Because I had to make sure that you clarified.
No. This is the first time I've said it on any stream.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You went on like Zonia's, but I don't remember you saying it on there, so.
You said it in chats before. You were like, "No, I did not send nudes." And remember, you were trying to get up on Tom's stream just to clarify that
Yeah,
stuff.
he wouldn't let me up. Yeah.
Hey, everybody! Thanks for letting me up. By the way,
Yeah, no problem.
Good
I
seeing
give you,
you.
I give you perm so you can pop
up,
in here
Esther?
anytime.
what's good? Y'all like my shirt?
Yeah.
Read Mudcrab, nice.
Oh, nice.
That's a good
That's
shirt,
sick.
bro. That's a good shirt. I like it.
Let's say be a prawn, and then it's
Be a prawn
star.
star.
Nice. That's awesome.
Rap.
I've been rocking this shit all day. It's been
Hell yeah.
hilarious.
I finally started to get a bit more into buying some more, like, I guess, internet branded shirts, if that makes sense. Like, whether it's a podcast or like a fucking YouTube creator or something like this. I don't have a ton, but
he
made that shit. That's not my shirt. He made that shit.
Oh, nice. Wait, do you? No. Does this guy have a press, or you're fucking with me?
He gets drunk and orders shit off Fiverr.
It's pretty hilarious. I don't want to do an advertisement, but at the end of the day, I don't remember what I ordered until like 3 weeks later. It all comes here, and then like I'll open it on stream or shit like that. But
Hell
no,
yeah.
what I wanted to ask, what do you think the best move for Tom is optically? Like the
This
best
point?
next move, yeah.
Double down again. Quadruple down.
I'm gonna say something arrogant as fuck. Have a conversation with me and agree with me on everything, and be like, "You're totally right. This is reasonable. I'm gonna fucking just stop being a crazy retard. And can we get back to the content? Sorry, it was just a bit. It was just a joke. I swear. I took the bad acid and
keep doing the Kuma stuff. Keep doing the Kuma stuff, but do it with consent. Have people like say, okay, rate my Instagram, and have them send the Instagram, so it's with consent.
Yeah.
One thing would absolutely be okay. So that's like an actual strategy that he can, a pragmatic strategy that he could fucking employ to do what he wants to do and avoid the accidental disrespecting or discomfort of somebody. Is like message a bunch of them as a professional, even maybe have whoever takes the role as producer. I guess it would have been better with Sass in the role, but whatever. Respectfully, hopefully Uru can do it. Anyways, contact however many of them are out there. If they respond and say, hey, do you mind if I do like Instagram ratings or whatever and pull up your shit on stream? And if they say, cool, you have that little fucking text. You're safe. And if the thing is, people are still going to judge him for being weird. And
But
I
if
don't
it's with
think.
consent.
Well, no, I know, but there's like 7 factors, right? There's and then I'll try and pull it back to what you asked, Resto, because I do want to like brainstorm on like what is actually the right path forward, or best, because it's hard. He's like off the cliff. I'm trying to pull a motherfucker up from like the depths. But hold up. Reel me back real quick. Left my stoner brain to go too far.
So
we're talking about
optically-
best path forward. Yeah.
Best path forward optically. Yeah.
And how he's like too far gone on all his bullshit. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. It's somewhere right there.
Yeah, I think he can't cower away. He can't run.
Oh,
from what he
Coom
was
time.
doing. He can't really change
Yeah.
his content.
Well,
He-
yo, forgive me before I forget it because I'm retarded as fuck. The Coom time thing. If he can pull up an Instagram, he can reference it. He can even like actually do like a fucking review thing if he wants to be more like legit about it, instead of just sort of like while you're in the middle of a conversation about Israel Palestine, pulling up someone on a fucking exercise bike and staring at the ass. It's like on some level he's exaggerating to make it a meme, but on some level he's like, I'm making a statement about like destigmatizing the male gaze. So it's like the thing is, there's the chat messages being a certain level of graphic. It's like even if you're just sort of like playing the meme for fun, people watching it, even not just the woman consenting to have her shit be rated on Instagram, but the culture of everyone in general looking at it is gonna go, that's kind of weird. That's volcel behavior, although really it's incel behavior, or like cringe in a way. Again, I'm not anti-cooming. It's the way it's being done and performed, and like the silent 17 seconds or whatever, like counting verbally 17 seconds. I don't know if it was exact, but it's that with the microphone sensitivity so high you can hear his lips like it's like bro, it's like killing me.
That's not how anyone's going to destigmatize
all those
the male gaze, though.
That was a little too good.
You can't destigmatize the male gaze by enforcing the opinion of what the male gaze is.
Yeah, that too. That's the like I realized I disagree with his approach entirely, and it's like respectful objectification. It's really subjective sexual appreciation, and like again, you have to keep the person in context and just be doing it right, which is generally not as a performance. Like, and for my next song, I'm gonna look at this chick's tits for 2 minutes or whatever. It's like that's not. I don't know. This is my. Here's my analogy, and you guys can let me know if this makes sense because I want to get through to Tom, and he's like, he seems to need to be debated into understanding, and then from there, I feel like whatever he does will kind of be fine because he'll know where the boundaries are or whatever it is, right? So
He's not going to know boundaries. He's socially retarded.
I understand exactly. I think it's like to the point of autism where I'm like, okay, but if I can walk him through this like structurally so that he actually has to go, oh wait, that is weird, because the majority of people don't do that, and it is reasonable for her to feel this way. And so here's the analogy. What he's hosting is like, have you seen that episode of Chappelle's Show where it's like the internet is a real place? And it's like all a white background, and he's walking around. The guy comes up, it's like a dick pill ad, and he's like, I swear, it really works, bro. Whatever. The point is, it's like his YouTube channel is an open venue, right? And it's kind of like a debate club or a debate conference where he's the host, and then there's either a screen or a stage with however many people on it, Kelly in this case being one of them, and then there's 2 jumbo monitors on the back. And in the middle of the debate, which is not about sex work or anything like that, you pause the conversation, or even if you let the conversation keep going, you just start pulling up the lewds or the OnlyFans content on the Jumbotron and going, nice tits, eh? Oh, yeah, by the way, something about Israel-Palestine. It's like, bro, it's clearly fucking retarded to pull this context and, like, conflate these things where a person's trying to be taken seriously for their thoughts.
He's doing the whatever podcast thing, but without consent.
Yeah, and it's like, this is not you don't have a panel of women that are, like, specifically here to advertise their OnlyFans, right? It would be different if I even told them if you're reviewing Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast specifically, those 2, and I'm sure there's other red pill ones, but ones where like the women want you to sit there and go, damn, she's hot, and find their fucking Instagram, it's fine to do that. And then again, understand that if you're like really vulgar or really cool or like super memishly masculine or misogynist, then you're gonna get criticism regardless. But it's at least more in context if it's like a sexual fucking platform like that versus
Ninetales, what could your stupid ass possibly add to this conversation? Why are you even here?
Hey, Ninetales is cool. She loves me.
Holy fuck, I don't miss you. I feel like I've got like a 1 Ninetale interaction a month, and I feel like
every time you see me, you flip the hell out.
We're not doing this right now. We're not doing this right now.
Let's do it.
We're not. Save it. Shut the fuck up. We're not doing this right now. Neve, Ninetales.
The gangbang's starting.
Both of you. I will fucking ban both of you for the day. Relax.
I do have a bit of input, but I'll save it for when
no one fucking asks.
I want to have sex with my
I'm
dog.
threatening both of you to keep it even, okay? I don't care. Just zip it. None of it. Neither.
What's up, Dave?
I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Hi, Dave. Cankles, I'm not even adding Neve right now. I'm just saying my hand is in the air for when people are interested to hear my opinion. That's all.
Okay. Well,
Quick, give it
now.
because.
Okay. I don't think it's social retardation because that's not really a thing. What it is frat culture.
You just hate the word
retarded. You have it.
Tom spent a lot of his time going through college, being told, "Yo, this is fine, right?" Like we're totally oblivious to rape culture, and now it's being fucking thrown back in his face.
Oh my god!
Do we know that Tom went to college?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying I know that. I'm just saying he probably was around it. He probably.
I'm just saying. I'm almost positive he said he's never gone to college.
He probably hung around
weird.
like a lot of. Probably hung out at like a lot of frat parties and stuff, right? Like
what are you basing this on?
Nothing.
Imagination.
The fact that like since DGG, there's
Leftism
always
and
been like this like checkered history frat bro culture.
Frat bro? No, they're just gamers. Which are also, when I say socially retarded, I just mean like not socially well adjusted. To be clear, like to be whatever, like I understand how you feel about that word. So
that is more accurate.
So you get me. Yeah, I know how you feel about that. Where since we, I guess when we first met, that came up in conversation. So just to be clear on what I mean, I just mean not.
I'll admit I
What's
was
there?
campaigning at the time. By the way,
Campaigning?
I was campaigning against that word, so I
you
found
ever
it a
not?
little obnoxious.
By the way, hi,
Fair enough,
Coder.
fair
I
enough.
didn't see you slide in here, sneaky
What's up?
bastard.
Yo.
What's up,
Who?
Coder?
Who's sneaky?
Coder.
But yeah, I actually.
And me. Hi, Dave.
I saw Ali.
What up, Allie?
Oh,
Hi,
I'm not
Ali.
as sneaky. Okay.
6 people popped.
No,
in
you
at
make
one
a
time.
weird. Yours makes a lot of noise when you come in.
Oh, it does? That's so weird. I
Yeah,
didn't know.
it's your tail. It's your tail. It just brushes up against everything and knocks stuff over all the time.
You have an entrance sound on.
Okay.
That's it.
By the way, I
You
guess
gotta learn some
Ninetales. I
tail
feel like
management. Sorry.
no worries. I feel like I want to say I 90% agree because I think there's a lot of things happening in the way he's engaging, in the way he's like reactively pivoting and trying to like he's seemingly trying to act hyper accurate, but at that point he's obfuscating and ignoring the plot of what like really matters. He's avoiding the criticism of behavior to like die on the hill of labels, and he's doing things that are, it feels like debate bro, and just I think he really didn't expect it to get this serious, and he thought he could just like giga chat or like logic. Oh, my logic is sound. No one has a real like argument to get me off this. But people had already kind of been like, "You sound crazy, bro," and he thinks everyone's just buying into these nefarious narratives of the opposing side or like being bad faith and listening to Queen and stuff. And I think he was, like you said, not just like socially inept, but so caught up in the ego game as well as defensiveness, like Canklemore was saying, that it was just a horrible mess. But there's a handful of other things where I'm like, maybe it's a more consistent issue than just isolated under the pressure of emotion in this moment. He might have overall like good enough in this space, but not great or
yeah. It sounds
in real
like
life.
Tom's definitely in a pickle. I would say Tom's in a pickle.
yeah.
But yeah, Rude Mud Crab. I'm just curious. Like, why? Can you walk me through again? Like why you felt the need to like explicitly confirm to like multiple content creators that like this was her nude? Like why?
Which content creators are you talking about?
You said Zanya for one is one of the people you shared it to, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you like these are people who you knew would make content about it, like who would promote to broader audiences that this nude that was leaked accidentally through Tom's stream was attached to this person. You wanted to confirm it with them, so you sent them like sub screenshots of the nude that she sent you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty fucked up, right?
Sorry.
No.
I sent
No?
a screenshot that I was sent from Tom's stream of the leak, cropped to show belly button
That's
plus
what,
mole.
is that not what I said? I'm sorry. Did I not just say that? That's what I meant to say.
Oh, you said that the nude that she sent you.
Yeah. You sent or whatever. You okay? So it wasn't like it wasn't a snippet of that picture. It was like a snippet of a different picture. Is what you're saying?
No, okay. So I sent Zonya a cropped image of the screenshot from Tom's stream, and I sent Zonya a cropped image of a picture that Mantis had sent me. I could have went through numerous streams.
So you used like a private image that she sent you to confirm to content creators that it was her nude that was leaked.
Yeah,
on Tom's stream.
I know. I should have went through like all the streams and just found one of the ones where she was wearing a midriff top and found the mole that way. But I'm just too lazy. It still would have confirmed it. It still wouldn't have been.
I mean, well, I guess you could have let that happen. Like, I mean, it just seems weird to like want to like be the spearhead of that, of, like confirming that to like the masses. Like that seems like especially if like we're like trying to like punish Tom here for leaking it. Like that seems like you're punishing you're like we're gonna make sure that person gets doubled down on a lot, which she clearly has, right? Like a lot of people are obviously like requesting nudes from her now and stuff. Like there's tons of harassment.
They were
like,
doing that before.
confirmed.
They were already doing that. Everyone already thought it was
small
Mantis.
Yeah.
Everyone else in the communities and the chats already thought it was Mantis and were already doing that. Me confirming
Yeah, but you
it to
like
one
proved it.
streamer didn't
Like
change
before it was just all their word, right? It was all just or like it could have been like your word, like but until you like confirmed it.
So should I have lied? Is that what you?
No, you could just like. Say,
I have a
mean,
question.
not
Radical.
confirmed it, I guess,
Coder,
right?
do you think that he reached out to them or that they reached out to him?
I don't care. That has nothing to do with it.
Regardless, it'd be a moral stance to say like I'm not going to do whatever it is in Radical's position. If I can say one thing though, real quick, and I'll shut up because I don't want to derail. I do think that I don't think I see people really criticizing Tom like you're a bad person for leaking it. It was just like a clear like mistake fumble. I think people are taking issue with like the wish-washy story thing, which is like a pattern of other stuff. Even if I can give him grace for trying to protect Alex or Mantis from like getting leaked on because this was like hurting a friend by accident or whatever it is. It's I think more so the issue of like there's this libertarian Facebook and this other troll, and it's like, well, you're referencing two different images, but no one's asking about the image we didn't see. So like there's a weird relevance thing where he's like telling two different stories about two different sources.
I don't even question. Regardless of how honest Tom is being about that narrative, it sounds to me like, from what I understood, the narrative around that second picture, and I could have missed something here, was that he thought that was the image that showed on stream, or like the thumbnail, like, and that's what he said like in his Discord or whatever, or he was just covering for Mantis or whatever it was. But like, why does that need to be like even if he was just lying there, like I don't know, it still seems.
What answer do you think I should have
given? Right?
What answer do you think I should have given to people?
I don't care. I just think like confirming is a weird move. Like being like, yes, absolutely.
You say I chose the wrong path.
The weird move. Yes.
Tell me a better one.
I just think it's kind of weird.
A better one.
I think it was.
Okay, so tell me a
just,
better one.
I'm not going to confirm. I'm not going to confirm whether or not that's this person's nudes. I think that would be a better option. Yeah.
Okay, so how do I do that? How do I do that?
We use the words I just said. Wait, stop. I'm answering his question. He asked me a question. He asked, "How do I do that?" And I just said, "You just say I'm not going to confirm whether or not that this is that person's news." I'm giving you the words. You could have said these.
If I say to them, "I'm not confirming or denying," that confirms it to them.
Yeah.
No, it's the opposite. It's literally the opposite. It's literally the opposite.
Well, no. I actually, so Radical. I know what you mean objectively speaking.
Yes,
but I
understand. Yes, thank you. I understand the implication of it as well.
Yeah.
I'm not. I know. I get that. I'm just saying.
I didn't mean to condescend saying that. My bad.
No, but he can literally still say that. Like, I understand that some people might assume from the answer. Maybe, but like you don't have. It's still weird for you to confirm it like officially. You know, I think that's like that's the thing I'm taking issue with. Like, I think you shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
I was confirming that Tom was a liar.
Yeah.
Wait, if I may ask, Radical, if
from your perspective, yeah.
Well, that's
if there's several.
I was doing. And my perspective is the only one that matters with my intention. I don't care what anyone else thinks.
So true.
I know what I do.
Well, isn't it objective that he's lied about it?
Well, at certain parts, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It seems to be that case, yeah.
I just don't believe that he didn't think that it was her nude, because like somebody else brought up earlier, when you see a thumbnail, you know exactly what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I don't care personally. I don't care whether or not he did. That's the thing. Like, I don't think that there's any need to confirm that it like was at that point. That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm like talking about. But yeah, anyway, that's all I wanted to really put issue to or take issue with. I think it's weird to like want to confirm that, and that's all I came here to say.
Version. So. Okay, so the cropped photo of a birthmark, on my impression, was there to refute the fact that it was an estrogenic, like non-binary trans person.
Okay, I don't see why that matters.
I think you're representing it like, you know, what nude was shared on her, like a full blown.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm definitely not saying that. That's literally not the point at all. No, I can't. No, that's absolutely not what I've been saying. No. That's explicitly not what I've been saying.
I don't know why explaining that it would not be that would matter at all. Like, if it's not like confirm that it's a specific person, then why would you ever give a fuck about explaining that it's not a fucking non-binary estrogenic trans? Like, why the fuck would that matter?
Estrogenic person. It's just Mantis. That's what you did. You were like, no, it's not whatever Tom said. It's Mantis.
Yeah.
But it's so cool to know who's dating whom. We have to know.
We've got exactly. We have to know whose nude got leaked on the stream. We need to know that this was this community member's nude. We have to know that. Apparently, it's really important.
A lot of people in this community are motivated to try and point out like Tom is a liar. Tom is lying. So I don't know. I don't think
any cost. I agree.
I really do think that the timing of it is terrible, because if all of this stuff wasn't happening and this was just like a month ago, where we're all just chilling, and that happens, and he lies, I think everyone would just go, yeah, of course. He tried to cover it up for the chick he's hanging out with, or fuck, or like even just for a community member because it's like embarrassing, or like he was just like, fuck, I can't believe I did that. Like I think everyone could just put themselves in his shoes and see where he's coming from. But I really just think it's all the rest of this stuff that has been like really kind of like mind fucky to watch. Where we're like, I'm like, bro, I'm like I've said before, I defended him up to the moment where I started going, wait, what the fuck is happening right now? And then I think everyone's lost in that to the point where this is like falling into the context of this greater drama of the week, the Tom tent. I think if it was actually more of a vacuum or just separate from this event, that everyone would be much more like sympathetic or understanding or like forgiving and charitable and all that good stuff. But that's just my perspective and presumption.
Also,
about
with the SAS
I'm
DMs,
glad I
I
did
think
what I
it
did.
also makes it a little more important to the story of the whole thing.
Yeah, Tom
Because
apparently
otherwise
plays
you
around
know
on his
that it was
e-girlfriends, and that's what we learned. Tom is a very untrustworthy partner. That's what we've confirmed that for sure.
Well,
Yeah,
it's not
I don't
even
want to
so
be.
much
I want to be in a
partner.
relationship with Tom.
No, Radical. That's not even what I'm saying. I'm saying
I know. I'm sorry. I'm being glib. But
Sass is a close confidant of his who he's trusted with so much. It's kind of weird that he would hide that from her, especially when you look at some of the other messages between them. And you could tell he's kind of
which thing is that weird? It's not weird for him to hide.
I mean, we should
nude,
know all
or
this.
that he received that nude from her. It's not weird at all.
I think it's weird that we should know all of it for the record.
It's weird that we know all of it. It is weird that we know all of this. Yes, yeah.
Here's the issue.
Knowing
Here's the
that,
issue.
it bothers me.
And this is my
Because
like.
I
I think this
Sass.
is why this unfolded.
I like Sass
right?
too.
And yeah, I like Sass too. Same. And I like man, this shit. Like I don't. It's obviously whatever she has issues with me now. But up until the moment where she's calling me soy for my positions on this or whatever,
I'm so
whatever. I know, right? I know it's like the male feminist thing.
She says it so often it becomes meaningless.
Yeah. It's funny because one day I'm canceled for being a misogynist, the other day I'm canceled for being, or I'm hated for being a feminist. It's like, all right, guys, make up your mind. Which one is it?
Remember,
But I
it was
guess
all your
depends the
fault.
issue.
It was all your fault that Kelly's
know,
images
right?
were up there, even though the person
Oh,
who
yeah.
was requesting
Hey.
them was in the call with them.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Well, to be fair, she was more so just like egging on. Ignition was the one that requested it that time.
I mean, Jupe, your
but-
comments were
Yup.
only good if you were pouring gasoline on that fire, but that's just my opinion.
Wait, you mean while I was in chat or?
The ones about Kelly Jean.
What?
No, I'm a huge Kelly Jean stan. Unfortunately, people think I'm a huge simp and that I'm trying to whatever get some.
Hey,
but
you,
no, she's just
while
hilarious.
I'm here,
Hey,
while I'm
guys,
here,
I
I'll
just
add
got
one.
here. Can you
While I'm making
start
public
over?
statements about this drama, I'll add one more thing. If
Clean.
Tom's only message during all of that was the one about, oh, Kelly just wants my dick or whatever, I think that would have been hilarious. But then I saw all the other messages and I was like, okay, Tom, you gotta stop.
The one
But,
that really
just
bothered me
I thought it was
the-
funny.
yeah.
Yeah, I
You
thought it was funny,
exist
and
to
I
be
understand why it was
objectified.
ironic. Yeah, exactly. I saw all those and I was like, no, I'm not going to defend those at all. But
Oh yeah.
What's
the
your-
initial one I didn't care about. Yeah.
Real
Porter,
quick
what's your
before I forget.
opinion of all the screenshots that were leaked of Mantis and the conversations, like the racist ones? Are you familiar with those?
Aren't those from Spicy Chat?
Yeah, some of those were not in Tom's Discord for sure.
I heard they were from Spicy. I'm not going to defend Mantis for saying those things. I think it's fuck. I mean, I obviously, if anyone knows me, I shit on people for saying anything close to that. So I mean, I don't know. I don't stand. Do not stand. I disavow.
Well, the
Yeah,
transphobic stuff was in Tom's for sure.
Oh, the stuff too.
So that's bad too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was all in there.
I'm okay with a lot of like fucking edgy humor. I don't mind it. Although obviously if it's like actual hate and then the person's being targeted, blah 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 blah, like whatever. I don't give a fuck about anyone that much to go in on them like that. But real quick, Coder, if I can pull it back, because you were saying like we shouldn't be talking about or know about the SAS stuff and the Mantis stuff. And I agree, that's just all like kind of his personal love triangle of bullshit or whatever the fuck the story is. I don't actually really care too much. But the reason that both of those things came out to the public was that one, he lied about the thumbnail, which again, I think if he just said, fuck, this is what happened, please don't spread that around. Although I understand why he lied. He's because of everything else, he's like a pattern of fucking being a compulsive liar. And then the PR statement about SAS. If he was just honest, and I know it sucks to fucking say, but it's not like the community didn't fall apart anyways over this shit. So if he just said, hey, well, we've had a fucking unfortunate consequence and aftershock of this fucking drama, and it's escalated to the point where SAS did want to leave. Instead of this, I left my job and we had we had issues fucking scheduling shit. It's like, bro, you were free 24/7. You had all the time. There's no shot. So it's the fact that he lied there and then he lied there, and it's like, oh, so now to prove your shit's a lie, people are unearthing stuff in the background, and he's like, I'm just having to retaliate. I just have to respond. I didn't want to do this. It's like, well, actually, they're responding to you lying. So stop lying. It's like a Jordan Peterson thing that's actually good for you. Is like, stop being weak. Stop lying. Stop. We know where to fuck you up.
I don't think we need Jordan Peterson to figure that one out.
The schedule.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson does say some smart things, whether you love him or hate him. Like,
yeah, it's like a broken clock.
Even the basics are necessary sometimes.
But to the scheduling thing, do you remember when he lost or quit or whatever the fuck his job? Do you remember what happened?
Months ago. Yeah, I don't remember like what happened, but it was months ago.
He changed his schedule.
He got like 2 hours earlier, right? Because he used to go on at 11 p.m. I'd drop my guitar because of noise complaints, and then I'd see a notification. And then it started to be like 7 or 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like pulling back.
So he
like
had
2-3
scheduling
hours.
issues. So he changed, and like he said, he changed his sleep schedule and stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, to be clear, I'm not here to like defend like Tom to the death. I don't like he's digging his own grave in many ways, and I'm not gonna. I'm defending him on. I'm not even defending him. I'm just like arguing for clarity, like
trying to
more
keep
than
the facts straight.
And from my own like moral perspective, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, so like, what have I done that changed the outcome?
I think that being a party to, I think you're right that that people would have confirmed eventually, like, hey, this is Mantis, like through some other means. But I think you being a party to that is like, I think that you should be embarrassed by that personally. I would.
So
yeah.
So I should have just like, I do not confirm or deny, and like
or like I'm not gonna I'm not gonna
getting DMs from fucking people continually, and Mantis would have kept getting DMs from people continually.
maybe.
And this shit keep dragging on.
Yes.
Like,
yes, that would be a better
I can be
action
clear.
than what you did.
Two things.
Yes.
Well, actually, one thing real quick. So I think enough other people have these nudes that there was, or sorry, not these nudes, but nudes of this person in general, that it was kind of confirmed regardless of nude mud crabs.
I would say the same thing to
I
any
get
of
what you're
those
saying
people.
directly
Yeah.
to the, and that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. I
totally.
guess
Yeah.
what I'm saying is like, in a way, you're gonna need like all of them to have enough of the moral compass or agree with that perspective for it to not have eventually been confirmed. And even that, if there's a high enough res, I think the original screenshot of whoever has the like base file is high enough resolution that you could just the tattoo you could match
get
and
enough
probably
from the
just like
tattoo,
put them
100%.
together. Like the tattoo's super identifying and unique to an individual person, so it's kind of like even without a nude, you probably fucked. I'll be honest. Like that's kind of.
I mean, you
Yeah,
could
I'm
argue
not
against the
embarrassed, but
morality.
I'm not making any claims about
anyone
any of
that is
that.
doesn't know Mantis.
None of
Yeah.
that contradicts anything I've said. So
If
yeah.
if you don't want to make
that's fair.
more
I
of
get
a
where you're
moral
coming from.
argument, is just going back and getting the clip of it and trying to find out is just as bad as actually confirming it. So anybody who went and snipped
The people who
clip of
originally
it-
clipped it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're
anyone
probably
who's
always
trying to
gonna be
tie the
seen as
pieces together.
nefarious.
Yeah. Like I said, like anyone trying to make that part of the canon, I think is I don't trust those people.
But the
So,
problem is you can't
question-
expect every single person to be moral. So with the immoral actors, you kind of have to cut it off at the pass and try to get ahead of the ball because you know it's gonna come. So I still don't think there's any reason to give Tom leniency for lying about it and trying to cover it up. I get that it would be the knee-jerk reaction of anybody who leaks to be like, no, it wasn't somebody I know.
Do you think Tom
It
should
wasn't-"
have announced it? Do you think Tom should have just said like at the front, like, yes, this is Mantis?
Yeah, I think he should have said it and apologized to her publicly, which he still has yet to do.
I don't
because
wait.
enough people.
Has he
enough
not? I don't know if he
people
has.
No,
but like,
he hasn't. I've
My
been
thing is
watching
enough
all
people
this very
contacted
closely
Travis,
as a former
obviously,
Tom
they
mod.
Queeman, I don't give a shit about like defending Tom or like condemning him, dude. I just want things to be clear, man. That's all. I just want like clarity.
her nude, and like announced that before anyone had like connected.
Creating
I think that would look way worse. I think everyone. I think that Chud's stream would have been about how terrible it was that he announced and like paired her with the nude. Personally,
So
I think shit like this would be.
Does
like,
your
part of
moral
all of it.
code not include honesty then?
Nah.
I mean, I mean, within
Additional,
reason,
you missed earlier.
honesty
I
for the
was
sake of like confirming that something is like basically making revenge porn by connecting the pieces. I don't know.
Revenge
No,
porn.
like,
in
that's
my in my
way.
morality, honesty is the key.
Yeah, it
Like
kind of
it's
is.
the
I mean, that's
most important thing is honesty because
If I was, that
if
is
you
not
keep
nudity.
if you lie, you have to keep chasing it.
Yeah, well,
Anything
I'm
I
not.
said
I
to
didn't ask
anyone
anyone to
was not
lie.
nudity.
I don't know. I don't like. Nothing I've said has been like, I need you to
Well,
lie.
that-
You should
that's
not tell
the
the
only
truth.
way he
No,
has
that's not
out
what I'm
of
saying
it
at
is to
all.
lie.
Well,
Not
in a way,
really,
you're asking him
no.
to obfuscate more, which has been a problem.
Yeah.
He's unfortunately done a lot, and I understand the reason. Like I said, I totally get in this case to protect a community member that it's like, bruh, you're embarrassing somebody for like your own stupidity. But unfortunately, he fucked himself. He dug this giant hole. Can I ask real quick? I don't want to divert too far, but did you watch Zonia's stream? Do you have any thoughts on that, or I don't know if you're like connected to or watch her at all enough to like care that she was going in on Mantis for however long and like making this because like I guess Chud's stream was a reaction to that stream as well, right?
Yeah, you're asking me, Jube?
Yeah. Sorry, it's a radical. My bad.
Yeah. I watched Shed watch it. Yeah, it seemed like her issue was more with Mantis than Tom. Yeah, sure.
Right, but do you like?
So,
I guess
so,
do you
so you're
take issue
aware.
with that
So you're
larger
aware
video
she was
concept?
trying to drag Mantis, and I didn't agree with that
Yeah.
narrative. I pushed back
Well,
against
I
it.
didn't know. I don't know about your take on it, sure, but I agree she was trying to drag Mantis. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I was on her stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was.
don't
I
know
was.
that part, yeah.
Oh,
I didn't watch the whole thing on.
She dragged me onto call, and I pushed back
was the
against
star
the
witness,
narrative,
yo.
trying to drag Mantis.
She even said that before she even started
Good for
streaming.
you.
I believe she was on Neves where she said the whole point is to get at the other person, not Tom. So her motives were to get at Manus. Period.
Yeah. She said
So
as
if you
much.
think
Yeah.
it was like vengeance or anything like that, like it's not revenge
Well, I
porn,
mean,
it's not vengeance, it's not spite, it's not anything. It's just I'm not going to lie for anyone, and if anyone expects me to, they can go fuck themselves.
So
If someone asks me a
would
question,
it
I'm
be
giving them an
lying?
honest answer.
So I'm sorry. Are you saying that it would have been lying to not confirm that it was her nude?
Dude, I'm not
Like
a
to not
politician. I'm not
officially.
going to say I do not confirm nor deny. I'm not going to give bullshit answers like that.
Well, like you sent proof. I'm not. You just you sent like proof. Is the thing. Like you're very active in this. Is what like the It's not like it's not like
you're
someone a
acting
bunch of
like
people sent you DMs and you're like, wow, my arm's really twisted here. I have to send them proof. Like
Well,
that's the weird thing.
I kind of think in this situation, him saying anything but no, which would be a lie, it would have been a yes. Even if
It would have been all speculate. It would have been speculation. It would have been speculation until then.
Well, if
until he
people
sent
are
them
already
proof. It's
hitting
not
him up,
speculation
then they
because he
obviously
sent proof.
speculate that it's her. So there's already enough proof there.
I think everyone who wants to hear my point is heard. I'm repeating myself, so I'm not gonna. Yeah, you guys heard me.
So you wanted speculation.
It's better than confirmation in this case. Yes.
You just wanted the process to drag out even longer than it already is, I guess.
I would
already
not
gone on
want-
way longer than it needed to.
I would encourage any.
I just want to back Coder up, and I just want to point out, like, I think if Coder was, if we saw what Coder was talking about, people would have gotten bored with it way faster. Tom kept fanning the flames. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, probably. I don't.
I honestly,
That's how I interpreted what you were saying. Sorry if I guess
You're
I
asking
spent a lot of time.
You're
straw
asking
manning
me
you.
to give Mantis a level of decency that she hasn't given a single fucking person in this space.
You're giving me justification for you doing the bad thing. I don't care about your justification for why you did the bad thing. I'm saying you did a bad thing.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not going out of my way to obfuscate for anyone.
I know,
especially someone like
I believe you. I don't think you're lying to me or like deceiving me in any sort of way. Like I think you're being very straightforward. I agree.
And
Do you believe he ought to do that?
Yeah.
Be honest with me right now. Sure.
Obviously.
Yeah. It'd be better. I mean, I would like that. It'd be easier for me to understand what he's trying to say then. In that case, yeah.
Like I don't have that intent. Like it's not a negative thing. Like I'm not trying to smear her. Honestly, if
am I? You're
anything,
like I don't know why. I'm not. I don't know why you're like. I don't care. I don't like. To be honest, there's nothing to do with what I'm saying, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying my intent and my focus had nothing to do with verifying that it was Mantis to do harm to Mantis. That didn't even come into it.
God save your soul, bro.
I didn't even think about that. To me, all I was doing was verifying that Tom's full of shit and Tom's a liar, and that's how I felt about it. That's what I thought was happening. But when I get on Zonya's stream, it's a complete just drag Mantis fest.
Yeah, which
Okay.
I agree was trying to sweep Tom under the rug on this.
And Mantis did push back on that.
Sup, Jay?
What's up, Jay?
Hi. How's it going?
Long time no see.
I guess it's been a couple weeks, yeah.
Since I've talked to you? No, it's been like a couple months.
Months?
When did we talk last?
I feel like December. I feel like it had to be whenever Kinkle let you back in.
Okay, maybe.
I guess that's 2 months, right?
Probably around then.
Yeah. I feel
Yeah,
that's
really
really
2 months.
Why did you get banned again?
Meow.
Several times.
No, why?
Meow.
I forget. I honestly forget.
Dude,
I
what
think
happened?
Maybe. I
Go
think
ahead.
probably Avius would remember. Is Avius still around?
No, we're not
Hope so.
doing that.
I actually like ABS.
Yeah.
We're not dragging him in here right now.
Oh, please bring him in.
Shut up, Zava.
Quaven got
missed
me
it.
really excited when he was like, drag Mantis in here. I was like, oh shit, Mantis is coming in. I was bringing up my boxing gloves at that point.
Dude, what happened while I got up? Everybody just like, it's like someone died, dude.
Yeah.
Like I
all
got
you
it for
make
5
felt the
seconds. I got it for 5 seconds.
Yeah. You turned your camera on and everybody gets scared.
Jump scared, bro.
It was on
Damn, that's
before.
True.
I think honestly, dude, I think I know the full extent of the leak situation and the Kelly Jean thing, but this other, I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm just saying this other thing with Sonia, and I don't know anything about that. So I was just listening. I was just sitting here listening.
Are you,
That's the
are you
confusing
pretty
part.
caught up on the whole fucking web of bullshit?
Like except for that part that involves Zonia and like some other mod.
Oh, okay, that's the final chapter, or at least the most recent
pretty much,
chapter.
yeah. That's chapter 5.
That's crazy, bro. So much stuff in such a short amount of time, bro. How's Tom doing? Anybody know how he's doing, like personally?
I have to imagine not well. From what he's expressed on stream,
he's stressed.
Yeah.
And yeah, like I obviously,
enough.
whatever. I can tell he's still a human being.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He definitely thought he could Giga Chad through it, and then I think he's realizing that is having actual consequences, and he has to be feeling them. His community falling apart, and like his mod of however many years, or like I don't know what the fucking relationship was between him and Sass. Pseudo no title relationship online. Look, when you're fucking chilling, talking about life, watching TV, movies, hanging out, like, and you work on your shit together, that's more time than most people spend with their spouse. So yeah, y'all had something going on.
Yeah, you
Or
feel the
best
need to have a
friendship at least.
relationship. If you
Just
feel
out
the
of
need to have a
curiosity.
relationship for a person, then like you probably have some kind of other relationship with that person. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna. Hey, that's just me. I could be wrong, but that's just me.
Yeah,
I
if you
wouldn't
feel
hide
the
a
need
relationship.
I'm just
yeah, you
wondering,
felt the
like,
need
because
to
we have.
hide.
Yeah, sorry, I was just wondering because there's a lot of people here who follow this fairly closely. So I'm just curious, like, and anyone can answer this, but like, what would you say is like the most damning thing for Tom throughout like most of this? Like, I don't know, maybe each person like give your opinion of what that is. I'm just.
Oh,
Yeah,
the line.
that sounds
the
interesting.
line, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd be as specific as possible, please. Like,
Start with
I mean
Kenko.
examples. Yeah,
Like,
like
1
don't just
minute each,
please
1
don't
minute
just say
each.
like the lying or like I hate how Tom like scratches this or like very vague things. Like be more specific. Yeah.
Kenko.
Everyone else go. Fucking
Everyone okay.
Dave.
For me, the two things, because I have seen the dynamic between him and Sass, that is a huge thing for me. The other was his treatment of Zonia in the call, of dismissing her as being bad faith and virtue signaling when he knows better than that, because she's always like giving him pushback when she thinks he's doing something wrong, and to think that this time she would be virtue signaling for Gisticle, it seems absurd to me and really rubbed me the wrong way.
bad friend is what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
is like a best summary.
exactly,
Like Tom's
yeah.
a bad friend.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a good way. Good way to put it.
Jay.
Is
Anybody
it
else?
me or is it this
way
the
down.
guy before
We're
me?
going round table. Let's
just
go.
went. What do you mean?
Alphabetical.
No, not you. It's probably fucked up on my screen. Okay, if y'all say
It
it's me.
must be.
Yeah,
Okay.
if y'all say it's me, then it's me. Okay, I don't know the final chapter, so maybe that's some fucked up shit. But just the Okay, so he giga chatted it at first, right? With the Kelly G stuff. He's like, so what? She's a public Instagram, like someone said. But then he soyed too close to the sun, actually, with when he calling her an ethot and saying he's gonna have the, boobs on the stream every day. That's like, okay, now you're not just trying to like go past it. Now you're kind of being a little weird about it. But I don't know the full extent. Obviously, it sounded like everybody else is gonna say the later chapters was worse. So.
He soyed too close to the sun. I'm never going to forget that line.
He did.
An iconic characterization of it. I think I might agree that that's like the one of the worst things of this was that moment, like one of the ones that looks the worst. And he also is that the same time where he did like the Sargon echo meme, where he was like echoing Sargon when he did the I wouldn't even rape her or whatever. Like when did he do that meme?
Yeah, I think that was around the same time. Yeah.
Very dumb.
You mean Giga
not a
chatting
good
too
move.
close to the sun, right? Like
no,
that
that's
wasn't
soy.
He was trying to be fucking,
Isn't that
Conor
the
McGregor
opposite?
walking through a fucking swinging arm, like
I apologize to absolutely nobody.
Yeah, but then if Conor McGregor does it too much, eventually you're like, okay, dude, you're like,
yeah. I'm just saying, I
Hold up.
don't think anyone calls him soy. It's like it might be cringe, but it's soy is specifically like the thing he's not doing, right? He's calling everyone else soy and cringe and feminist and like,
Yeah.
oh, you care about women's feelings, soy.
Like,
It's
you're like the Judith Butler of soy.
Fair enough.
Explaining how to perform
Yeah.
soy to us.
Jude, what's your
Radical-
beef?
So forgive me, I was really trying to hone in on like what was the most damning thing because I know that was your question. I'll try and be concise, but it's a handful of just bullshit that dominoes and falls apart. I think,
please do, because to be honest, Jube, I was listening earlier and I kept losing you, and like I'm
Yeah.
super ADHD, but like I kept losing you. I couldn't
No
couldn't
sweat.
follow
It's
a
a
lot
problem,
of what
but
you were saying.
that needs to be my blade needs to be sharpened, no doubt. So effectively, a series of lies, inconsistent flip-flopping, and trying to blame other people for being bad faith, discrediting them when really it was rational people criticizing him. So trying to dodge and play bullshit and giga chatting his nonsense chat in the YouTube chat, going into the voice call and being like, yeah, DMCA me, motherfucker. I'll put your tits on screen every day. I was just being ironic and self-deprecating. It's like, do you even know what words fucking mean, bro? Or are you just playing games? That level of bullshit and then giga chatting forward from there just fucked him. So it was like, yeah, absolute arrogance and undeserved confidence to the point where he tanked it all. I know
If
that's
I
not
can
super
poke you just a
specific,
little
but
bit, yeah. Well,
sure, please do.
I guess I agree that I think I agree those are like the things that like fucked him the most. But do you think those
And
are
the
the also?
Sonya.
You agree it's also the most damnable stuff? Like you'd say like for you, like those are the things that like you're like, wow, like I wouldn't want to be associated with Tom because he did X, Y, and Z. Like that's the kind of like.
It's the thing is that it starts there, and then after the fact, he creates like multiple narratives that don't line up. That when you're listening to him, you're like, I have to just lose track of what you're saying and just go, oh, I guess it's fine. Yeah, he must have proved it right, and be retarded to believe what he's saying. When it's like, do you think I'm fucking stupid, bro? Like this whole thing about I paused it and then I replied and it's out of sync. But then a second ago when I talked to him on stream, I said, if I rewatch that, you're going to tell me it's in sync and it's going to make sense. And suddenly the context is there. And he's like, yeah, totally. So like, it's the web weaving narrative bullshit after the fact. It's like that alone. I was like, yo, what's happening? Let me talk to him. But then bullshitting me, going debate, bro, like just being so fucking crazy that he's like, hell yeah, debate them on that shit. It's like, you just keep pushing the button where I'm like, I don't know where you're acting or where you're crazy. And then it gets so far that it's like, you needed your producer and mod to leave. You needed people to start like your community to wholly fall apart before you ever showed a sign of. And even in his apology, he's like, I apologize for stuff. I realized that the way that I worded this wasn't tactically the best. He's apologizing to himself for being suboptimal for his goal. It's like you're not even apologizing to other people. You haven't figured it out. It's still sorry you feel that way. He's just that was another damning one. It was going on being like, I did nothing wrong, so I'm sorry you feel that way. But I haven't done anything wrong because you haven't substantiated that I've done anything weird. It's like this is an insane person. And then you'd be a lying motherfucker who's evasive and dodgy. Like, I got to take notes to track what the fuck you're saying and watch VODs to be like, what the fuck is this 6 different storylines he's trying to write at one time that none of them line up? Like, you're a motherfucker, bro. You're being a motherfucker. Instead of just acknowledging some basic shit, you're making me look like a feminist. Fuck off. That's the most damning thing.
Wrong with that?
People
What's
out
wrong with
here
looking like a
thinking
feminist? All right.
Well, no, but it's the
nothing wrong with being a
it's like-
feminist, okay, boys?
I
All right.
know it's
Just to be
cringe
clear.
though. It's cringe.
Just
but-
to be clear, it's cringe not to
but
be
you
a
know what I'm
feminist. I
saying.
agree.
The
Or
truth
so
not
you
taking
say.
L is a lot bigger than I was originally putting out there. Him not being willing to take the L and just
Yeah.
suck it up
Yep.
and admit that he fucked up and move
Mhm.
on.
That yeah.
Yeah.
That
And
would
to die on the
that would
hill.
have killed all of this. If he would
That
have
was
just
gonna
been
be my
like,
answer.
"My bad, I shouldn't have done it," that would have killed all of this. It'd be over
100%.
already. Nobody be talking.
He's
about
like,
it.
no, I will do the same. Oh, and he was being slippery as fuck with Wick too. He's like, could you not, while you're watching my lives, like divert to go to my like guests' Instagrams? He's like, oh, I like to watch streams after they're done anyways. It's like
I wouldn't have said yes to Wick's question there either, personally.
that's fine, that's fine. But the point is that he worded it specifically evasively, and then when he was asked, are you gonna bring?
I don't
up
think it was
Kelly's,
evasive. I think he was just saying like I don't know. Like there could be circumstances where I might do that. I'm not going to make that promise to you. Like that's a weird promise to make.
No. I think he was very specifically semantically accurate in saying, I watch streams when they're done, and you asked me not to do it while you're live. And
I think Tom was
it's like,
making fun of
obviously
Wick
this-
for asking. Yes, I think Tom was
I
making fun
don't
of Wick
think
for
that he
asking a
was.
stupid request. Yeah, I think
Well,
he
no,
was.
I think to be fair, sure.
I think it was funny.
He was giga chatting, saying, I'm going to do everything that I've been doing the same. I'm going to make my thing that I'm a professional Instagram reviewer or whatever bullshit it is. He may have been saying, I'm just going to giga chat it. But when he was asked, are you going to bring up Kelly's stuff on stream or will you commit to not doing that? He's like, I haven't. It's like, wait, we're not asking if you haven't. It's been like 24 hours. Will you not? He's like, well, I haven't. Oh, I have no desire to. It's like, you're very specifically leaving the door open to say, I will if I fucking want to. Just like I said, DMCA me, bitch. So it's like,
yeah, but
he's
like
being a slippery bitch.
Why, he doesn't owe anyone the promise that he'll like never bring up any specific person's like Instagram page ever
that's
again.
fair. He doesn't owe anyone the promise, but he then cannot get mad if people judge him as being weird and going, hey, well, that specific Instagram model said, I don't feel comfortable with the way you recycle my product for your Coom Time thing. And I appreciate if you didn't do it with these factors of vulgarity or whatever it is. If maybe that was different, you feel comfortable. Or there's clearly other women. You don't have to bring
I agree.
up
He
her
takes the
Instagram
risk. I
while
agree. He
she's
takes
on.
that risk. Yeah, for sure. I
Sure,
agree. He
sure,
takes the risk
exactly.
of being like
And-
perceived by
and-
it. Sure.
And exactly. And what his whole thing is saying like, your Instagram's public. I can do whatever I want with it. It's like, well, your stream's public. People are going to look at it. They're going to judge you. They're going to say what they want. And you can't come in and be like, no, you have to provide a normative claim to say that I'm weird. It's like, oh, here you are. You're fucking weird. And she feels weird. There you go. And I go fuck yourself. Like,
Well, you can say
or-
that. You're just
or
gonna, he can look silly, I guess, and do it. But
Yeah,
like,
and he
a lot
wasn't
of this feels
accepting-
like
this
like
whole
Tom
thing
looks,
is him not
Tom looks like a
accepting
fool
being
in a
criticized
lot.
for looking stupid. Exactly.
I think this is the thing
Sorry,
that
go on.
makes me take this the least seriously of all. Like this whole drama, I found it really hard to take seriously for a lot of different reasons. But like one of them is like every step that like people are like really mad at Tom for. It's like he's being a little foolish. Like he's just being a little Tom fool, and it's almost like I don't think he's doing it on purpose. Don't get me wrong. I'm not sitting here trying to say that Tom is intentionally doing this at all parts. It's just it's kind of hilarious in a way, and because most of the criticisms are like, I really don't like that Tom did this, but like none of it's like Tom did this horrible thing to like all like that, like we need to like morally condemn him for. Like it seems like most of the criticisms are like relatively mild, to be honest.
Well, would you consider it a mild criticism to say, I think this person is deeply dishonest, extremely evasive, and a compulsive liar that you should never trust?
No, I
Is that
mean
a light
the
criticism?
narratives are definitely like the grand narratives
That's
of
not
it
a
like
narrative,
that. Like
though.
that's a grand
like
narrative. Yes, that's absolutely
that
that's
is
literally a grand narrative about
through
Tom's
line
life,
through
about how
all
he's
of this,
a
yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
to be,
Through
Well,
line through
according-
everything.
yeah, that's
I mean,
the conclusion
I
you would
don't
come
necessarily
to
agree that he's
if you
he's right on
observe
all the
the
points.
pattern
that-
of I think it's
yeah, but I don't necessarily agree on all
insane
those
how much
points.
there are
In
lies.
fact,
And
in
it's
fact, I
insane how
see
like actively
in
evasive
fact-
he is in a way that's like difficult to track without the fucking VODs to go back and look at and go.
He likes
Well,
to play
in real
around the
time, you feel it.
remix.
I do agree with
Thank
that.
God I can transcribe it and connect shit and be like, "You slippery bitch."
So
What
you
are
can be
these
like,
multiple
well,
stories that
I
do
didn't
not
say
make sense?
Tom's
this.
slippery.
I
I think
technically
Tom's slippery.
said
I
this,
agree. I agree.
so
Tom's slippery.
I can't be
So-
held to that.
Yeah, quick question, Radical. I think I saw you in chat, but so I don't want to like repeat the whole thing and waste your time. The two narratives about how like you need to go check in context. See, they're taking them out of context. So like go look at the YouTube chat in live with the video in sync, and then based on what's being said on screen, you'll know why I'm responding that way, which is retarded. You still would never like you said.
We still have like a bunch of people to go.
I still don't know why this part matters at all. I just don't even get. I don't
I'm
know
sorry.
the timeline
I'm
of, like,
sorry.
when he started watching the call,
we went
like when
back down
he
the
knew
timeline.
Mantis was on there. I still don't see any reason for that to like I don't know why I should care about that like even a little bit. But
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to care about it.
Wait,
But
just
also,
real quick,
Put
real
a
quick.
pin in it.
Two
Put a
different
pin in it.
narratives based on the same
Write
thing,
it
and he's the
down.
narrator. That's the problem. But go on. Do your
Write
thing.
it down.
So everyone, I think Resta was next, but Coda, you're also kind of litigating everybody's points. So I don't know if you want.
yeah. So I'm sorry. I'm being super aggressive. I'm sorry, guys. I will actually mute for a while and let everyone talk because I've been absorbing a lot of the time here. So
yeah, Resta.
I'm just gonna keep it short. I don't. Shit. I'm just gonna say like if he should have just ate that nothing burger in the beginning. Like just take the L, like somebody said earlier. Just take the L. None of this shit would have happened. And then all the lies, losing Sass. I think losing Sass was like the main thing that kind of fucked him over in the end, because like not only are his people seeing it, but his future people are gonna see that. Like the people that are gonna inevitably take that place, like new mods or new producers as he calls them. Like they're gonna see that and be like, well, am I gonna get fucked over in like that too? And then that level of trust is completely broken. Also doubling down and then just saying, well, I'm memeing sometimes and I'm not memeing sometimes, and expecting your audience to be able to separate the real you from your character when it's pretty much the same thing, and you only use a character when you get caught in something. I don't think that's a good look. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep that short. That's really all I got to say about it. But
Ali, what's up?
What's up,
Ali was next before she turned her camera on. Now she's like, next to camera.
Oh, am I next? I was just like,
Yeah,
I don't
you-
know when I'm next, but I bet
You
I am.
are.
She was trying to jump out of space, so we wouldn't
Yeah,
call on her
I
next.
think I'm down there now, actually. No. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Allie.
Isn't this
that's-
fun?
It was one more
Always.
thing. I
Yeah,
had one more thing, but like I kind of like lost it listening to Jude.
I'm getting
No offense.
addicted
Go
to
ahead.
popping
My
into
bad, yo, my
Canklemore
bad.
streams.
I had one thing. Fuck. Hold on. Never mind. Fuck it.
I'll find
Everybody
the tallest
said
building and jump real quick.
Okay. You can interrupt me if you want to, Resta. That's fine. Hi, Resta.
Hey, Allie. Good to see you.
Anyway, I don't think I've seen you live on panel yet, so it's fun to see you.
Oh no. Yeah.
Together. I mean, I've seen you, but anyway. So I guess we're doing our biggest problem, like with what this whole thing. For me, it was okay, so just to preface, I came into the community probably late October, early November. So right about a lot of things were changing, I guess, right about then, that at least according to Zonia or whoever, how would I know? I didn't know the community before, except for, I saw a lot of Tom's VODs looked more serious, political, debatey. And since I've been there, he hasn't done so much of that. I will say that. I haven't seen as much, like from when I looked back before I was there, I, went through a few of those and I was like, oh, this is interesting. He's talking about some interesting topics. Since I've been there, he hasn't held near the amount of debates it seems like he used to. So maybe something did change. I don't know. But I remember being there for the transvestigation stream, and I thought that was a very weird thing, not being from this community, the 7 thing, that was very odd. But and I was just like, whoa, so if I get on panels, I have to be aware that people are going to pull up my Instagram. I remember thinking this, pull up my Instagram or my Twitter or whatever. And I have to be aware that it's on in this community. Like, they don't F around. I came from kind of true crime, and doxing was a thing there and that sort of stuff. So I was aware that this does kind of happen.
Yeah.
But the whole like, whoa, pulling a girl up and, viewing her, I did not know that was really a thing.
funny.
But from then on, I was like very conscious of it.
Also, Lynn, this just happened.
And then
This just fucking
for this specific event, I would say for me it was the way he reacted in that Gisticle stream. Just was shocking to me. It didn't seem like the Tom I thought I knew, or how he would have reacted based on the last 2 or 3 months I've been watching him. It just didn't it seemed out of character to me. And it was weird to me if a gal does say it feels weird or it feels creepy to go in that hard on her. That seems even weirder and creepier, and I didn't prefer that personally. It just rubbed me the wrong way, and I was hoping he would have just said, "I'm sorry," without the hedging of that you feel that way. I do wish that, but it's also I have friends in real life that I've disagreed with their decisions or the way things have played out, and I'm still their friends. Even we just kind of don't talk about maybe that political thing or that way they reacted that night. I know that they have a certain bias to, or a weird thing around whatever this area is, and I kind of avoid that. Or if over time we build enough rapport, I can possibly discuss it with them, in a genuine way about how it made me feel. And as far as moving forward, my thought, if he were listening or if he cared, what I had to say as a newer female in his community, I would do a listening tour, as they say, when you screw up or when you come across a way you didn't mean to in the public sphere. I think it's healthy to find that audience that you screwed up with and listen to what they have to say and do like a panel and actually take in and receive
Fine.
things and then respond it later. You know what I mean? Not just react to everything
They should
everyone
be
it
on
says with point counterpoint.
They should be on it.
And
This is
it's not
serious.
to battle, it's to actually potentially change and receive criticism in a healthy way, to grow as a person or as a creator or whatever line of work you're in. I think that would be a way to show the community you actually care about the women in your community and what they're thinking, instead of just going tit for tat, point for point battle rounds with them on whatever.
Yeah.
So
Thanks, Ali. I feel like that's pretty. I think you gave us a pretty big picture. I just want to be very clear. If you guys are just joining us, Keiko didn't plan a panel around Tom. I was chilling with Saba, and people have just kind of been hopping in through the crowd. So if you guys are wondering, like, this
Yeah,
isn't deliberate.
this just
People have
happened.
just been chiming in. Okay,
It was deliberate. It just wasn't deliberate on Kenkel's part. It was deliberate on my part. I told you I've been manipulating you all. I said this in the chat earlier.
You've been coding us.
You have
That's right.
been pulling
And now I have to
wrote
call
the
you
code.
retarded. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Thanks,
mine,
Queen.
mine is again just a bit mixed between everyone. I think my actual frustration, initially was kind of just like there was this like air of entitlement to like I get to watch whoever streams, like I get to pull up whoever's Instagram on my streams, and like I get to do my content however I want to do it. And it, like at first that rubbed me the wrong way, but I think what ultimately
Ryan,
came
please stop memeing this hard. You're
was
killing
like
me.
him not being able
Ryan, I'm
to
gonna kill myself.
accurately
Please.
represent what anybody's issues
You hot
are
fuck.
with him
Shut
to this
up.
very
I'm just
point.
kidding.
And I don't think he's ever been able to do that, even now. There's been small examples of this, but it's been really sad to see a lot of the women that have been in his community in other communities now who feel like agency to kind of like not necessarily shit talk him, but like to air their grievances, because you do see at all points in this, you have seen women in the chat like kind of being like, Tom, like what's going on, like why are we litigating this, like that sort of mentality has been going the whole time. And so it's like for the small 5 to 10 people in his chat that appreciate looking at hot women on screen, he somehow thought that was more worthwhile than like maybe a small minority of his community. But yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way. So that's where I made the decision to jump ship.
So I think Tom has ruined his professionalism and his branding. Kelly Jean raised totally valid concerns that other professionals will raise if they get the same treatment, and that will reflect on us as a whole of a community and push them away from ever wanting to deal with us. I'm talking real media people who Destiny are currently dealing with. Not that I think that he has good branding either. Brand, as in he's now an argument that you can't have male-oriented sex-positive spaces without putting women in some sort of danger. And I don't mean like life risk danger or something like that, but just the danger of exclusion, the danger of feeling pressures to perform sexually or to compete with other more hypersexualized women, which creates a very toxic environment. Finally, and because people are making this more about what their personal thing is, I was writing down reasons that I thought were more broad until I realized how the question was meant. It's just a validation for me that he works against feminism more than he helps it. And that's what his space is. It's a space that's more counter-feminist than pro-feminist.
Hoder, did you already say what yours was?
I don't know if I did. I don't know if I have one single point. Well, no, I think I did. I think I agreed that the worst thing from what I've seen is the way that he like if it was just the one first message, it was, oh, Kelly just always wants my dick or whatever. I think that would have been funny if it was just left at that. But the fact it was paired with a bunch of other things, including the I wouldn't even rape her or whatever. I think that was like lots of these things were going like way too far, like way too edgy, not funny, in that timing or in that specific scenario. Like obviously made things worse for him and for everyone else there. But I also think that like Just Talk and a lot of these people most of their criticisms have been like pretty flimsy and waffly, and I don't really trust like a lot of those guys associated with like spicy chat and shit. So yeah.
When we get to the end of the list, I want to comment on that if I can, real quick, but I don't want to cut anyone else off.
Dude, I don't think I think Sabe is deafened. Okay, so the first one for me is Tom sexualizing women beyond the venue they've intended and consented to, like bringing up Instagram images. Like when someone posts a picture on Instagram, they're consenting to it being consumed by individuals in private. They're not consenting to it being displayed on a public stream and like have a whole chat critiquing and talking shit or just all that. I think
was your
that's kind
dog?
of sucks. But I think that's an optic L for him doing that thing. But for me, the thing that makes me personally criticize him the most is just the blatant lies and obfuscation in his discussions with Sassafras. Like if you can lie to a close friend who's done as much for you as Sass has, if she can't trust you or shouldn't trust you, then I don't know how I can.
All right, Sabe. Sabe's been muted this whole time. He's probably just
Deafened,
gonna
he
say
can't
something
hear us.
crazy though.
Yeah, he's definitely can't even hear us. Yeah.
I did. Yeah, if I can pull back around real quick to the criticism of Justical being like bad faith and all this, I think so much of that hinges on the idea that sex pest is not technically the right term. But the thing is that, and that's why my issue with Tom is that he's fighting labels and not addressing criticisms, or he's trying to say, oh, none of the actual behaviors are incorrect, and you're just like getting lost in the narrative of a sex pest, man. And it's like, no one gives a fuck.
If I can
about that
just for
title.
me at least,
Sure,
if I
go
can be
for it.
clear, at least
Yeah,
for
yeah.
me, like the thing, I don't think it's because of the specific like phrase sex pest or anything. I just get like weasel vibes from, it's all vibes from the Just
Okay.
Talk guy. I just get super,
Okay.
yeah, I super don't
Fair
trust
enough.
the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It's almost all
You're just
vibes.
saying his vibes.
He's a good
Yeah,
guy.
I
And,
respect
and like the things I hear from, I just,
Logistical.
it just
chill.
feels, it
Dude's,
just
like,
feels
a
like
super
bad faith as fuck.
centrist.
But that's just, it could
It's
just be
like,
me.
can't
So
everybody get
I
along?
think
He's-
Justical is the only person that did anything with
Leave him out of
malicious
it.
intent, really, in this. Like his initial
Sabe is
casting of Tom as sex pest was to provoke
Months ago,
him.
you mean?
Yeah, months ago.
Yeah. Okay.
Was literally just to provoke him, and also try to make a big deal out of the Kelly Jean thing at the beginning of it.
Is that
Because Kelly Jean didn't really have much of an
Well-
issue until somebody came up onto the panel and said
Wait.
something.
I'll say this. My recollection, which is autistically correct, is he made the
That's
joke
correct.
months ago, or he made the accusation or whatever we'll call it months ago, and then tried to like poke at Tom and then poked at Lav to try and get like a fucking claim on him, and then that obviously fell over. And then he was like, yeah, that was probably an overreach. Like I was just memeing around. It's probably kind of like unreasonable to do that or whatever. And then Tom keeps saying, oh, Justicle's been like pushing this narrative for months, and I've been there for the last like 2 months, and it's been consistently just extra memeified because now the original criticism was you have all the women that were on Destiny's stream on your stream, and Justicle is chilling with several women from DGG, so it's just like a funny meme at this point that like, well, if Tom's a sex pest for those reasons, that makes me a sex pest for those reasons because they're doing the same behavior, and so that part was very much diffused, and then Kelly is shown the clip of him reacting, sees the put a baby in her thing, goes, well, that's a bit weird. What the fuck? That's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. And then because she felt weird from seeing the clip, and you could say whatever, Chatter showed it to her, sure, but like that's not like this shouldn't hinge on, like, Chatter shouldn't show what Tom's doing. Kelly was shown what Tom's doing and then felt like it was weird, and then just
You
going,
missed that part,
oh well,
Women.
I guess
That was before you got here.
And actually, specifically,
we
I have it
agreed,
typed up
by the
somewhere
way.
that Lycan comes in, they're going to review the thing, and he's like, should I know any backstory? It just goes like, no, not really. Honestly, like, Kelly
Thanks for
just
the
thought
sub.
he was being kind of weird for like pulling up the
Yeah, I
Instagram,
know, for
and
fuck's
Kelly
sake.
goes, yeah, I was wondering why it got pulled up, so we can find out together, yay, something like this.
It
And then
could
they
also
watch
be,
it, and
like, if you
find out that it's like, oh,
if you
make her
sort of
fucking
map
put her
on
tits
the
on screen,
slightly,
fucking
like,
make her bigger. It's like clear Coomer shit because the dude wants to like fap to
Was it to the Kelly thing?
larger attractiveness,
It could
whatever
also just
bullshit.
be, like-
And so
like a
yeah, I don't think it's some like secret instigator or like Jessica then went, oh, that validates the sex pest thing and played it into that. But
forgot
again,
the word then,
just
too.
fucking take the word sex pest out, because I agree, you have to be like pestering someone. He started to validate it when he ends up in the YouTube chat saying all that shit, and it's not jokes when you go into VC and they say Giga Chad DMCA me. It's not fucking irony.
confusing
it's
two
not fucking
things.
self-deprecating. That's bullshit cope. So at that point, you are pestering her in chat after she said fuck off.
Like,
You are kind of harassing
could
her in
be
chat after she said fuck off.
that he said
I'm not
he's a
saying in
volcel
general he's a
because he's
pest. I'm not saying in
voluntarily
general
putting
he's
more
a
time
sexual
on the stream
harasser.
and
But
not
in that
voluntarily
moment,
going
when
out
she already
trying to get
said,
laid.
hey, fuck off,
That's
and you're
like-
like, Giga
it
Chad,
becomes
you're
silly,
doing
man.
the wrong thing. And then he claims he's not playing
But,
40
yeah,
chess.
he's not a
but he
volcel.
says, oh, I'm happy for them to like be bad faith, and then people can see how fucking dumb they are. It's like, it's not working, bro. It's not working. You're just doing the dumb thing now. What the fuck, bro? And anyways, so yeah, I don't think just goes bad faith, although he's absolutely farming into it for drama. The instigation 3 months ago absolutely was fucking unfounded. But in this situation, I don't think he's bad faith. He's absolutely capitalizing on the content because he's a content king. But yeah, I don't think he's full of shit.
Excuse me,
and even Kelly didn't
Allie,
try to make a big
your
deal out of it.
cat?
But what's up?
Allie's being really rude by not introducing her cat.
Ninetales.
You could have asked her that in
Fucking
DMs, Ninetales.
True.
Fuck.
With
I'm
the
gonna go.
weird
we
thing
did
with
talk about
Tom
that,
though.
Thank you for having me up. I'm gonna dip out, but I'll be
Alright,
listening.
later,
in
Russell.
chat.
Hey, later,
Yes,
Russell.
you too.
You can pop in here whenever.
Sure.
Next
see you
time we
again.
play that rap game, I'll shoot you a DM.
Definitely.
Why?
shoot
Because
me
he's
a DM.
black.
What?
No, 'cause he mentioned it in chat.
Racist,
Because he mentioned
Cankle.
it
What
in chat, you
the
fuck.
fuck?
Because he
Dude.
fucking
Why he
mentioned it in
bought the
chat, you
game
What?
like
fuck.
that?
You're the
It's why he
racist
bought the
one.
game.
Racist art win.
Racist
Okay, no,
crab.
He's playing. He's
First
making a
math,
play
now
for the
art.
black
Oh,
I do
good.
have a question before you go. Do you work for CNN?
No.
Okay,
No,
you're
no,
not.
Cat News Network.
I really like this
You're-
jacket, and it triggers a lot of people. I personally don't even watch the news, but like it's very comfortable.
It's
Okay.
sick. I think it looks
comfy.
great, man.
It
Honestly.
triggered me, but
For
only
the
because I'm a
record,
far leftist, not the other way around.
I'm not a big fan of Biden, but I was a big fan of the meme that got posted after the Super Bowl today on
Oh,
his
before I leave, let me trigger Mantis.
on his X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it.
Like that's just some weird glaze shit to me. Maybe I'm jealous because no one will ever do that for me, but
True.
I
That
was
is very
drunk, but I
true.
was glazing. I was drunk, but I was glazing. I ain't gonna hold you. But I'm outie. Thanks.
yeah.
Later, bro.
Cheers, man.
Okay, let's start.
Yo, hasn't Zonya made like several streams about Tom being a sex pest?
She
I don't think so.
she made
Did
one,
one.
but I
Yeah.
don't think I watched it, and I don't even remember what that was about. To be honest,
I think it was about Justical calling him a sex pest 3 months ago. It's where this whole thing started, and then Tom freaking out, being like, "That's the whole fucking thing. He does care about optics. This motherfucker. I don't care about optics. I don't care about optics to them, man. It's like this whole thing is about optics, and it's about him being retarded. Fucking sorry. Months ago, he was freaking out and having like a panic attack that like I don't want to be seen as a sex pest, which is weird for a vol cell because it's got to be the farthest thing from the truth. But anyways. He was having a panic attack like this
That would
cannot
make
be
it
a
weird,
narrative.
right? It being far from the truth would make it feel weird for him, right? To be seen as like a sex pest and also like not also be voluntarily not having sex, like that would feel weird.
It would feel weird.
Pretty
Sure, but
reasonably.
it shouldn't be so anxiety inducing. It's like it seems like that level of panic would be because he was like, oh, I don't want this to like be a thing. Well, one, like I said, because in a post Me Too world, you just don't want to have that kind of fucking like what the fuck. But or in general that's cringe, but especially in like whatever current age. But I feel like that level of anxiety, the point is regardless of the reason, he was freaking out, being like, I don't want this label. And he was like consulting Zonia about the thumbnail and trying to like address how she was going to address it, or talk to her about how she'll address it. And now, however many months, 3 months later, he's fucking Giga Chat. I don't care about optics. I'm gonna fucking say a bunch of stupid shit because I know people are gonna see their bad faith. What's up?
Just to be clear, like, because it kind of sounds like, and again, I feel like I'm really playing a lot of defense for Tom here, but I mean, maybe it's because of the.
We need someone to do it, bro.
Yeah, I guess so.
You brought your broom today.
Sure. It sounds like they're. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Sorry. We're talking about the Sex Pest video that Zonia did a few months ago, and then versus 3 months into the future, he's.
Oh yeah. So it seems like over that 3 months, like
66,
after hearing
66, I
like
got
just
so
talk
gay about it.
like call him a sex pest, and probably continue to, at least like as like I assume, I don't know, I don't watch the content, so like maybe over those months he probably continued to allude to tomfoolery being a sex pest. So if after 3 months Tom just goes, yeah, sure, like Giga Chads, whatever accusations come from that guy, is not super shocking, because if that guy's been like consistently making this allegation towards him for 3 months straight, and he's just like, okay, this is obnoxious, I don't give a fuck, like that seems like pretty reasonable.
That's why I'm clarifying, though, that I've been there for 2 months and like I'm now modded in that server or the Discord or whatever the fuck. I know from being there way too fucking often and spending way too much time in there, multitasking other shit, that he hasn't been calling him a sex pest, because the original accusation was, I'm calling you a sex pest because you keep on having these women on your stream that were on Destiny's stream before. And then it's just become a self-referential joke, as like, if anyone says it even in chat, he's like, guys, we're not calling him a sex pest, because if he is, so am I, because I'm hanging out with the same women. Lol. Like, it just became funny. And then it was literally this last like week or so that it became now he's using the Kelly's discomfort to say, hey, like, this is kind of weird behavior. And then especially when he came in, like you said, reasonable. I respect you saying that, like, those messages were absurd, and like, you don't have the rapport to be making these jokes with your friend. And then again, it's not jokes if you Giga Chat them in chat after, in voice chat after. So
I also don't think it's that weird to label the sex pest, because as he showed with some colloquial uses, the term sex pest can just basically mean pervert.
yeah, I really do think that, like, the understanding, if you say sex pest,
But
you're
Tom
someone
of
who's
all
in everyone's
people.
DMs, you're, what's up?
But Tom of all people, who literally argues on the semantics of a word and colloquial usage. We've had, I think you were even involved in it. The female versus feminine.
Sure, yeah.
Entire
the
thing
gender
where he
shit.
used his own definition the entire time on
Right.
what feminine meant.
I hate that. Yeah.
And Coder knows exactly what I'm talking about too.
Oh no.
It's like one of my least favorite Tomisms. Yeah.
Yeah, because Tom used his own definition throughout the whole thing and made everybody adhere to his definition. So if somebody else wants to use their own definition for sex pest, when it involves Tom, I believe they have every right to do so.
Bro, this was Brittany Simon's doing. All you motherfuckers that are out there spend all this time being like, yeah, this theory's awesome. No, it's not, motherfucker. No, it's not, unless you complete.
I
the
had fun
theory.
with it because
I would love that if it were true.
The bubbles? No. All I'm saying is, like, if you're so bubble brained that you forget society at large, and you're like, I'm gonna use words that no one knows what the fuck I'm talking about, but in my world, it's like, you're not in your world anymore, motherfucker. You're out here with the rest of us. Speak English.
Which you go into the
Speak
street, you're like,
English,
well,
motherfucker.
in my bubble, and people are
Yeah.
just gonna be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, if your argument only works online, it's not a very good argument.
Yeah,
Not even online.
true.
Not even online. If it works between you and your 5 fucking friends, like, this is this is retarded. That's why I wanted to illustrate to Tom. It's like, there's the fucking
I
streaming.
disavow
space.
all
There's the
this bubble slander, for the record. I disavow.
Fair enough. Look.
Coder loves
All
the
I'm saying-
bubbles.
Seven
Look,
irked the fuck
Coder.
out of me.
You what, sorry?
Oh, so what she said to Seven I found was really irritating when she was talking about
Really?
like being on the internet, well, like on the Wick panel, like being on the internet, it's stressful, even though this is my passion. I love it. This is my career. And then she goes off on this thing about like setting expectations for your participation on the internet as a woman, and how you should be okay with all these different forms of abuse and harassment.
Not that you should be. I don't think Brittany would ever say. Hang on. I don't think Brittany would say yes.
Like
You
an
should be.
expectation for people.
Yeah, well, it is.
and not
It is.
recognizing
hang on. I think Brittany would agree, or would say that she understands that these are things that come along with being a woman on the internet. Not that like this should be the way it is, right? That people need to be prepared for those things if they're going to take that
tracks a lot
career
more.
path.
That's
right?
the
Like,
charitable take, but she was saying what Tom was saying, which was
Yeah.
if you're not ready to get pulled up and ogled, you should change your behavior. You should make a shit private. You should go home. You should get off the internet. Those were literally their fucking suggestions.
That's
Was
Well,
like,
again, that's
I
kind of
mean, to some
having
degree,
respect for you.
It
I mean, if you're just a rando, yes,
to me,
that's silly.
To be honest,
but
it was
I
weird.
just think she
I think it's a
inferred.
good pushback.
Okay, Nine Tails, I'm still talking. Sorry.
I'll let you.
I think she inferred. I'm actually not sorry. Just don't talk over me. Okay. I think she inferred that her experiences, she was comparing them to sevens, and they don't have equal participation on the internet. So it was kind of like, I've experienced all these shitty things, so get ready, girl, like strap in. Whereas like it rang stupid as fuck to me, and I thought it was stupid as hell. It's like we can be pragmatic about women's participation on the internet. You can prepare them for shitty circumstance, but that doesn't mean we should just fucking lay down and die. When
I might need to personally rewatch it to like rescan it under this lens to see
No,
if
you're-
actually
I
they're
don't
not.
know, Brittany.
From my
I will
interpretation,
say-
my interpretation is that it's a pushback on streaming culture and how we often market this lifestyle to people who are unsuspecting of the toxicity that
Dude,
lies
you
behind
were-
these faces.
That might
Dude,
be how
you're
she wanted it to
sweeping
come off,
so
but that
hard,
is
you're
not how it
fucking
came off at all.
Scratching her fucking floor right now with the broomstick. Like
I'm just telling you, I listened to it while I was cleaning. I listened to it while I was cleaning, and that's the interpretation. That's why I thought she was doing it.
I remember
you watch
watching
it
it and
through the lens of
feeling
food
she
shops?
was aggressive towards Seven, for sure.
She was
So
100%
what did I
dismissive.
get?
Keep in mind when she was asked.
It was
Sorry, go
dismissive.
for it.
It was
Hey guys, I think Ali has something to
100%
say. I want to hear what Ali has to say.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Ali.
yeah.
Sorry.
Really
True. Good
Just
save.
for some context, only because I happened to catch Brittany's stream that day, and it was right before the WIC panel. And so, just so you know, I can hear you, Dave, and I hear you guys about how it came off. But it just to say that I know that she had just been streaming. She had just kind of been in her own groove of talking about sex positivity and the way she saw it. She had just reviewed a lot of this, and she had a lot of several other people from that stream coming in her chat, giving her crap about a lot of this. Just so you know, kind of her frame of mind, I think, was a little riled up and more than she maybe normally would have been. And I just listened to her kind of
Has anyone
talk about
managed
her
to
whole
work
theory behind
colonization
sex
into this?
positivity and why she feels the way she does. And a lot of it has to do with, to me, what she was saying, and it makes sense if you're in her frame of mind from where she was coming from that day. Not to excuse her, but this is
Sweeping
what
for
happened.
Brittany, goddammit.
But
No,
she
it's
should
just what happened. I don't
She
know.
should
if-
respect
No,
Seven's
I-
bubble and not criticize the way Seven wants to live in her bubble, though.
Right.
That's the
I
thing.
think she
Seven
came
doesn't
off
have an
harsh. I
OnlyFans.
agree
She's
with
like
you.
a Twitter user and wasn't even on webcam when her stuff was pulled up. It was like just having a display picture in a debate
I
and
agree with
and
you.
her
She
first
came
time
off
on
harsh.
stream.
I'm
But
not
even that.
denying
It wasn't even. I don't think she was harsh. I think she was just completely dismissive in a way that she would not be to other women or as a feminist judging the situation if she wasn't standing Tom to be like hyper dismissive because she does feel a certain way about Justical. And I know that he went because I saw whatever.
That's
whatever.
where I agree
I'm
with
in
you.
these spaces, but Justical had popped in there to say so just to check. And there's a clip of this on whatever on Twitter and shit. So just to check. You're saying that going into someone's YouTube chat and saying like, you want my dick all the time and I'm going to put your tits all on screen or whatever the fuck it is, like every single day, that this, and you exist for objectification, like basically quoting tomfoolery directly verbatim. You're saying this is not like sexual harassment. She just goes, bubbles, bro. It's like, that's the bubbles thing. That's
where I
where the
agree
bubbles
with
thing
you.
goes too far.
Yeah.
It's like,
I agree,
rape isn't
but-
rape in a bubble. It's fucking rape, bro. You're like being a piece. And I get the harassment subjective, but like some of this is
No, I
kind
get
of,
what you're saying.
it's not
And I think
bubbles. It's
that
like,
the shit stirring of
Stupid.
Justical doing that in her chat and the guy calling Tom from AP right before he was
Sure.
going on Justical's panel. I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
it is a little antagonistic and just I can't.
That's
But,
true,
like-
but if
deny
I could
that.
quote the great Brittany Simon, it was the internet, bro. If you can't
That's
handle
exactly
it,
what I was
fuck
gonna
off.
say. Thank you.
That's
God,
fine.
thank you.
I'm just-
I mean,
Well
you.
I'm
said.
laying it out
Well
for
said.
context.
Well,
of
this is where I agree with
happened,
you,
and I
Jude.
don't know if everyone knows that. You know,
This is where I agree with you. But there's a meta
Guys,
criticism, right?
so-
Which is that we often have like these things that we're right about. The like the meta that Ali and I are talking about is where we think she's right. And where you're right is that when she made it about 7, it ruined it. It totally colored it and made it biased.
Brittany
what I'm
consented
saying.
to that behavior. Like Brittany's
true.
made fucking media that consents to people approaching her in that way.
Fuck drama
7
streamers.
haven't.
Fuck drama
And
streamers.
she's a subjective individual that can choose to become however comfortable that she is, but it's just, again, you're ignoring the larger societal level. And she, in that same stream, I believe, because I might have clipped it or it was the day before, but there was one point where I was just like, huh? She's like sitting there talking about how like she doesn't give a fuck about anyone. She's like, yeah, I'm not a team player, bro. I'm team me or some shit. That's not a 100% perfect quote, but she's effectively
not
like
team
a
sports,
hyper
I think.
anti-so. I know, but she's like
But I think
very
that's what's
uniquely
meant.
antisocial, where she's like, I don't give a fuck about even the English language. It's my English language. It's my truth. It's my bubble. There's just me in a country with a dude in the back room and fucking left everything behind in America. Fuck it. She's like hyper isolated and just like funnels money through the internet and just has a bunch of people that are like buying her OnlyFans and then getting therapy and being like, we love you. You're right about everything.
Which is what I
It's a
really think the
ridiculous
bubbles are
human being.
about. It's about being able to section yourself off from the rest of society. That's
yeah,
why
but
the
here's
bubbles
all
are
I'm
such
all
an
I'm saying,
important
and
thing
this is
to
the thing.
her.
I'm not saying trash the bubble idea. I know a lot of people understand, and there's
I
a
don't
lot
like
of it
the
that makes
bubble
sense.
idea,
But
and it
all I'm
annoys
saying
me.
is the bubble that you're in exists within a larger bubble, and you have to keep track of it. And the thing is, they do this. They keep track of the YouTube terms of service so they don't fucking get banned. The 3 platforms, YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, these are the larger bubble of the fucking streaming industry. And then in that, there's the debate space, and then in that, there's DGG, and then in that, there's your fucking 5 friends that don't know how words work. And when you talk to anyone outside your 5 friends, you got to keep all those things in mind. Don't break terms of service. Say shit that's how you don't want to get fucking exiled for being racist. Like all these things, and use words in a way that fucking makes sense when you're speaking to other people. Anyways, it's retarded, and like multiple people who are within the Brittany bubble fucking do this. I'm like, yeah,
I gotta go.
lost.
You guys have a good,
Later, Crab.
Cheers.
have fun.
Hi, my
Laters.
crab.
I'm gonna
Pleasure.
message Brittany Simon and see if she wants to get on and defend herself.
It's 5 at wait. I don't know what time it is in her country.
was the confirmation link for Mantis's nude identification. That's pretty fucked up. That's fucked up that he did that. Sorry. See you. Have a good night, man.
Did he leave?
I don't have an
Did he
issue
already
with
leave
that.
after you said that?
Yeah, he just he left earlier. But yeah, that was what we were talking about earlier.
No, I remember it was up earlier. I just funny that you brought it back up after he left.
Well, yeah,
Did you
I just
ever
wanted to
give your-
remind people that's yeah, they did
Allie,
that.
did I ever what?
give your input on this, like that you helped moderate all of us giving our
I basically said that I just hate that he can't accurately represent any of the criticisms, and then in his attempts to do so, he frames it in a way where he's able to combat it. But even within his own framework, he still isn't able to combat it. So, because we all recognize it, it's like, okay, that's not the gripe that we had with you.
Exactly.
Or at least, yeah, it's not validating, or not that we need validation. It's not, I don't know. It doesn't hit, you know?
So you're saying he's fighting straw men of other people's points to him rather than the actual
and
point.
complete avoidance too. He's just like, they're saying you could never bring up Instagram all the time. Motherfucker, nobody ever said that. And if you're holding on to like one misspeak at one point that like wasn't even Kelly's criticism,
Well, I guess I'm interested
shit.
actually on that
I was
note.
having that
Does
same issue
what
arguing the
here
other time.
or who here? I'm sorry, who here thinks it was like the way he initially brought up her Instagram. Besides like what the chat was saying, which I think was the worst part of that. Like, what do you guys think it was bad for him to bring up her Instagram in the first place? Like,
no,
I've never
okay,
liked.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't think anyone.
I've never
Okay,
liked
I
it
didn't
with
think so.
any
I'm just
of
making
them.
sure.
It's the fact that it was instigated by the Coomer from chat. It was the fact that he sat there for like 17 seconds in the silence where you could hear him breathing or like his lips from the mic fucking sensitivity being too high. It's just like 17 seconds of ogling,
creepy, but not
along
really.
with- I know, but I'm just saying that it's like the combination
was
of
it how
like
slowly he scrolled too. That was
scrolling all the way through. You can totally go there and be like, for all of you guys that want,
cancel her.
yeah, but no,
He
but to
called
be
the
clear,
canceler.
with that one, I will totally give him the pass. That's his dry humor. I think he was even flirting and negging by saying that. That was not him actually being toxic. I get that
I don't know
they
if I'd
took it that
necessarily
way.
go that far, but I hear you. Yeah, sure.
But as, like as critical as I'm being, I believe that was just him like goofing. Granted, he does.
Well,
talk
I
about
would
stupid a
honestly,
lot,
I would
so
think it
it's
would
a
be,
problem.
I would genuinely
And
think
a
it was like
bitch.
bad faith to say he wasn't joking there, like about the racism and cultural appropriation memes.
I
Like,
think
I would,
yeah, but
would
anybody
ones who don't like
seeing
bad faith
from
are
the
very,
outside
very
that isn't in the stream
misunderstanding
every week
jokes.
isn't gonna catch that that's a joke.
Hey, so
Yeah,
in
that's
this
what I'm
specific
saying.
delivered
It's
so
dry.
From their position, it makes sense though.
So
From
yes,
their
in
position,
his,
it makes sense.
in his
I don't buy
five-person
this.
bubble, yes,
one mic.
everybody knew it was a joke, but everybody outside of it is like, this guy's
cultural
weird. Why
appropriation
is he
part?
calling
Really?
this? Yes.
Here's the thing. Here's the
Do
thing.
you think
No.
everybody on the internet that's seeing Tom for the first time knows that he he doesn't
I
believe
think
in no?
I think any reasonable person
I
could watch
think
that
you're
clip and,
coping
and
on
tell he
that.
was joking there. I don't, because no.
I get
No,
what you're saying,
there's
Radical.
no shot.
I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
Radical Coder. And I think the thing is that they're negatively primed, not because of bullshit from Jessica, but the amount of his commentary about Kelly outside of that joke is generally, she's a bitch, she's fucking stupid. And then he's like yelling about her brain dead takes. It's like he's
Yeah, but we're not talking about people
generally-
who have like a background of Tom's content. We're talking about people who are just seeing this one
I'm
clip,
talking about,
right?
I know that's what I'm saying. Because I know Kelly was watching the stream that clip is from and was commenting, being like, "Oh, what does he mean? I'm a fucking L machine." Like he was saying things leading up to and then during and after that he was being toxic about her generally, and again, I give him the pass that was just him negging it, being like, "She's hot," and here's a fucking instead of just simping, like here's a joke in the opposite direction, but he was overall in that context being negative.
This whole thing is making me a little curious. Who here has actually ever had a professional, non-romantic or like you're gooning for them relationship with another sex worker? As someone who has, I don't think
professional relationship.
Yeah.
Does that just mean like have you ever bought?
No, where you're working alongside each other in a
Jube
platonic
has.
way.
So fucking? Oh, I'm just kidding.
So back
You're
to
an
the
editor
content
for a
there.
sex worker.
So
Right?
I wanted to say the specific stream where he's got Kelly Jean pulled up. It's so stupid and funny to think back to it, because if you actually look at it, you can see everybody's webcams on screen, right? And Kelly Jean is uniquely like laid back in her chair with like 75% of her body on her screen, but then there's still like pull up her Insta. So it's like she's showing an abnormal amount of whatever. I'm not saying it's like condemnable or anything. She looks cozy as fuck, and that's good for her stream or whatever she's doing it. But she's the biggest webcam on stream. Her whole body's on screen, and despite that, they're like, "Hey, everybody, like pull up her Insta." Anyways, I thought it was fucking stupid and funny.
No,
That's
yeah,
all I wanted to say.
And the thing is, also the VOD is paused, and he's in a call with some person. I forget the fucking name, Ledovint or something like this. And it's just like they're talking about whatever it is. He just talked-
Latavian's my dude. I love that guy.
Right on. Shout out that guy. But yeah, he just got banned off YouTube, and he's in that extra 2 hours that's left on Kick, and so it's just paused. It's like just a complete random diversion because Glitchin was going full Coomer mode. Bring up the OnlyFans. Fuck it, we're on Kick. Which
I'm gonna be honest. I think pulling up instas in general is kind of weird. It's like staring at a woman's Instagram in the same room as her, in a way, when you're doing it on the internet, because she can't see it.
Yeah.
Along with everybody else in the room, they can watch you staring at this, like ogling at this person.
I kind of want to pull up. If I'm completely honest, I like want to pull up her Instagram on my, like if I next time I stream, I like want to pull up her Instagram now because I think it's hilarious.
I don't even think necessarily it's even like women specifically, because were it to be a man's Instagram, the chat's just going to roast the fuck out of all the photos, right? So it's just like on a principle level, like your Insta's going up, somebody's getting roasted or objectified or something. Like I think if we all had to agree on it not happening, I'm sure most people would like infer their own reason, but we would probably all be like, nah, like maybe don't do that, I guess. I don't know.
So here's the thing is, I don't think there's actually anything wrong with pulling up an Instagram, because in some ways it's just like, let me get insight into this person. Oh, like it's like the image that they have procured to display as themselves. It's the fact that it's being instigated by someone who's like, make her bigger, put tits on screen. It's like clearly gooning comments. It's the fact that it's being slowly scrolled through in a way. Again, even if it's a sexual person's Instagram, like you're watching whatever or Fresh and Fit, I think you can pull up, or even if it's not that, but just maybe don't time it in the middle of the debate. And again, not at the behest of someone gooning, you bring it up and just be chill. It's like, all right, for all you that want to go support, you know what to do, and then get the fuck back to it, right? You don't really need.
I think your strongest points. Your strongest point there is definitely the fact that it was like it was brought upon by people like gooning in chat and saying bring it up,
Yes.
like we're on Kick Burley fans,
That's
and then
a
he
big
does
part
it.
of the context.
I'd say that's probably the worst part of it. But like,
sexualizing thing.
when you add it, I think I personally, I'm just saying like I feel less serious about it when you add in the and then he slowly scrolls through like all of that. Like I'm like, okay.
It's again.
Does he scroll?
Yeah.
Does he slowly? Is he getting a boner? Come
Well, no,
we're
but here's the
adding in
thing.
so much shit.
Do you want to count
I'm just-
17
First of all,
seconds and see how long 17
please,
seconds
I've been
sounds?
letting
Or
you
last, because that
respond.
shit is. Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I need a chance
I'm a
to get in
yapper.
here. So if we actually listen to the person and what their boundaries are, they clearly say, I don't want someone doing this, especially someone like Tom, right? And just because the key thing that I think people are forgetting is just because she's a sex worker doesn't mean she can't set those boundaries with people who she's co-working with.
Sure. Yeah, and it's
I don't
very
think anyone
specifically
is
that she's in a
disagreeing with that.
non-sexual content. She doesn't present herself that way in that content. She doesn't advertise herself on Twitch for that. And Tom's whole thing is like, but they have the same username on both platforms. It's like, motherfucker, like, she needs to put like an underscore at the end, or it's like change her name. It's just, it's adding the sexual context to her non-sexual content when she again asked for specifically not that. And again, if other women are cool with it, great, fine. Or you can like either ask or find out, whatever the fuck. But it's just again when the one specific woman says, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable with that," and you say, "DMC Amy, bitch, I'm gonna do that every day." It's like, are you okay, bro? Like that's really again. I don't mind. Pull up the Instagram, check it out. What's up? Be like, damn, she's fucking smoking and like actually does cool outfits or whatever it is, and then fucking bounce. But it's being like, again, and also the response afterwards, like do the weird Coomer thing and meme on it. But you can't also when Stardust is defending it, going, "Oh yeah, that's the joke that it's weird." It's like, no, it's not a joke, because even in my fucking DMs when I tried to present him the argument that you should do this in a debate, not against Kelly, he's like, "Well, I want to destigmatize the male gaze." So he's making a statement. This isn't a joke to be doing Coomer time. He's going, "Hell yeah, she's hot. All right, let's get back to the thing. We didn't reduce her humanity by whatever, putting her tits in front of her arguments. And what was this idiot bitch saying anyways? Pff, play." It's like, bro.
I still think
it's
that's
the way
even a
you're
joke.
being. What?
I think that him saying that it's to destigmatize the male gaze, I think that's just an
Is him
excuse after
coping?
the fact. Yeah, I think that's just him coping because he
Well,
wants
no,
to
but this
look
is a
at this
philosophy
on
he's talked
stream.
about. This is a philosophy I'm gonna say that he's talked about for a long time. Literally, I have a text in Justicle's Gen chat of me stating that to Kelly before he goes unhinged in YouTube chat. I was just like, oh, and just so you know, he has this like philosophy of fucking respectful objectification for people who consent to making sexual content online. So it's like not meant to diminish you, because they're saying like he's doing it to diminish her. He's like saying cancel this bitch. I'm like, no, that's not to diminish you, and those are jokes. I was like totally fucking defending him. I was sweeping for this motherfucker until he's like, every day. I was like, all right, it's crazy. I take it back. Fuck this guy.
Well, and it's how you present
yeah.
it. It's if he would have framed it at the time as, "Hey, she can be sexy and have opinions. That's cool. Look at all the cool cosplay stuff she does." You know, if that was part of the
Yeah.
presentation, that's one thing. It wasn't though. I get that. And then when she's not okay with it afterwards, then he pushes it further. That's the part that I was like, "Oh boy, yikes."
It was that aggression and just complete, I guess obstinance is the word for it, but like that arrogance just really was like, bro, you need to learn to take the L. And I'm the first one to stand against the crowd and be like, fuck it, if the majority thinks this, I'll
Also,
stand on my principles.
if
but
he's
like,
claiming to defend the male gaze, then that means he holds more responsibility for carrying that forward. And if he smears that by being a jackass, then that falls even harder on him, in my opinion.
Because it definitely sets him back when he's making those comments in chat afterward. That sets.
Can we really destigmatize the
progress
male
that he's
gaze,
trying to
Tom?
make if he actually is trying to make progress in it?
Here's the thing:
I don't know about all the male gaze stuff, but in terms of
male
the
gaze.
way that
Male
Tom,
gaze are the best
yeah,
kind of
male
gaze.
gaze, yeah. Well, hey, we stand our lesbian sisters, okay?
True.
But I think can we like collectively have empathy for Tom? I know it's a lot to ask in these circumstances. In the
Wait,
moment when he's
did
going
Ninetales
on to
just
defend
make a good
himself,
point?
specifically on JStock's stream, given the 3 months leading up to this of him like alleged like potentially alluding to Tom being the sex pest or whatever, and then now they're characterizing him together on the stream like
No, he
obviously
shouldn't have gone on there.
I
He
think the
shouldn't
things
have
he said
gone
in
on
the
there.
chat are
He shouldn't have gone in the
inexcusable.
chat. He
To be
shouldn't have
clear,
gone on the
I think
stage.
the things he said were inexcusable.
Yeah, don't
but
lol-cow
to
yourself.
understand his state of to understand his state of mind, like can we put ourselves in those shoes and see like a very emotional moment that he's in? Like I'm just curious. Like what?
No,
what do you think?
I can put myself in his state
I don't think
of
so.
mind,
I think
but that's
that's
only
what's
because I'm
interesting.
also an insecure bitch, right? So when people say shit about me, I feel like I need to tell them how fucking wrong they are instead of just being like, fuck them, right? They're trying to content farm me. I'm going to avoid this because I'm smarter than that. That's what Tom did.
But if they're trying to farm him, they're bigger. Like they have a much wider reach than Tom does, right? So like it's good for him to engage with that, like no matter which way it lands. Like he's incentivized to do it. Absolutely.
No, that is
no
not
matter which
true.
way it lands. And I think that's what he thought was I'm going to get exposure for this. I think he was trying to instigate the conversation and go, oh, that's what we do here. We do debates. And it was like food chops with the lolly shit. And it's like, this is this drama into discourse thing. And ooh, I'm 4D chessing it. And he says,
well,
he's
it
not
ultimately
trying to
seems like he was
4D
right
chess. He is.
because it seems like he was right because the things that have like really like been nail in the coffin for him have been like interpersonal drama that like happened after the fact and like was tangentially related, but really like the Kelly Jean stuff is not
the
like
retention's not gonna
why
be
so
there.
many people have left.
This
So,
is gonna
like,
hurt his numbers.
Here's the thing, I get where you're coming from. I actually think there's been massive pushback of how the Zonia stream and how the Mantis and SAS stuff, how none of that stuff actually really matters. In my opinion, the only thing that it influenced was that Mantis going in there and if he was like connected to her romantically and then ended up putting himself in a suicidal position where he popped into chat, said stupid shit, then popped into voice chat and said even dumber shit. In that way, that might have had an influence on it. But in my opinion, all that shit, I kind of don't care about the story from that point. All of the fuck up was from after it was brought up, just said that he was weird. And he went fucking off the normative claim and blah, 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 all the bullshit up to where we are now where it took him losing SAS and his community falling apart. That's what I mean. It's not just better if he falls here or there. He got exposure at the cost of his community, at the cost of his credibility, at the cost of friendships of people that he respects or cares about. Like, this is substantial, I think, in a way that I do have empathy. I do not want him to lose everything, have a fucking nervous breakdown, and go down that like terrible path.
I want
like,
that.
But
I think it'd be great
that
content if you did that.
I mean, it would be fire content, but unfortunately, I know underneath the name tomfoolery, there is a human being there that like, it's fucking. He's making the situation for himself, and I hope he learns several obvious lessons that he was either ignoring or obfuscating or fucking I don't know what. But yeah.
The problem is he made content for everybody else and not for himself.
No. He tried to make it for
It's a
himself, but
negative.
he ended up making it for everyone. It was like Mr. Girl writing the article. He just made himself look like a crazy person for writing 2 Harry Potter books. But Chud made a lot of fucking money, and all of us had a good laugh listening to him read that shit. So it's like, I'm gonna get that guy Destiny. No, but it'll be fun to watch. So go for it.
Actual mic is muted.
And this is the same thing, Tom. It's like,
it's
look, and I'm like I said, I defended him up until he
points that
started
are
acting
unclear,
crazy
with some
and saying that shit.
criticism.
I literally said that has to be
A little bit of
photoshopped,
defense, but
and then they name dropped me, and I'm like, what the fuck? That wasn't me. But I was trying, and again, even when I talked to him, it was like everyone's like, "You're the most good faith," blah 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 blah. Because I was trying to fucking walk him to reality. It's like this
I'll
isn't even
tell you
about
later,
whatever.
Ali.
Sorry,
All right?
it's just,
Fuck you.
This shit's unhinged. But Tom's dug his own grave entirely, and yeah, I kind of want to pull back to Resto's question: the path to redemption. Is there one? What is the way forward? What is the most optimal thing? Kelgene doesn't give a fuck about an apology, so don't even worry about that. It's
in the
really just like
Japanese Yakuza,
acknowledging
you
some shit.
give a
What's up?
finger. I think that would be adequate. I don't know. What do you think?
Give a finger and say fuck it and I'm out? You mean for Tom?
We haven't heard Kinkle's take.
You
I'm
have
pretty sure.
earlier.
What is Kenkel's take?
You were going to
Let's
be at the
clear.
end, I thought.
It's a lot
Yeah,
of I'm Switzerland with some
Uh-huh.
critiques on some of his actions. Like I think the Kelly thing was pretty autistic. And then a lot
Like,
of
does he have autism or you're describing something else?
Hey, what if you
Like,
think you're
hello,
Switzerland,
honey,
but
how
you're
you doing?
actually
You know, you
Ryan.
cooking
you're
out with
actually
me
in
today.
Italy
like I
during
think
World War II.
like I think he took a joke that could be appropriate with a friend and moved it to someone who he sees who's pretty brutal to other women and then but missed another part where she also feels like she's criticized for being a woman a lot. I think that was missed and that was a little autistic, but he's also not really her friend. So I think that could be like an okay joke, but then the furthering, I think, was like a JSTLK trigger. It was like, you know, I can't give anything.
Hey, Ryan.
If
That's my biggest problem. I don't know.
I may just
It was
quickly
too
ask,
much.
just to clarify, because I did step out and heard parts of this to get some water. Did you say that like because he's less friends with her, he's more okay to joke about it?
No, the opposite.
Oh, okay, my bad. I just
No, like I've made the exact same joke, not like the exact same joke, but like a very, very similar joke with like close female friends. Like if I'm going on a date or something and I'm telling like some chick I'm friends with, hey, I'm going on a date later, and she's like, eh, this style. I don't think I've ever heard this exactly, but this style of joke, like, ew, what is she gonna touch your fucking weird dick? And you're like, come on, you love my dick. What are you talking about? You're just like busting each other's balls. Like it's just the dumbest fucking. You're like negging each other, but not in like a sexual dynamic kind of way, just like a friend way. But I don't think he had that kind of rapport with Kelly to make those kinds of jokes. But and then the furtherance was the problem, obviously. Just continuing
Ryan has
it.
a unique perspective too because he was actually preyed upon. Correct, Ryan?
Hey, yo.
Ryan needs the cam up because he was in chat telling us all the cam up.
You
and
sound
now
like
he's being a little
Mantis
bitch.
now in the chat. Cam up.
Yeah,
And he
cam up,
has
ho.
to-
Ryan
he
also-
has to, he
oh,
has
I'm
to
sorry, is Ryan
verify
also-
whether Tom was correct or not.
Is Ryan also a victim of tomfoolery?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. that.
Yes.
Tom is a
Damn.
victim of
Play
tomfoolery.
the clip.
It's true.
Oh my god.
Tom raped Tom.
For those who
raped
missed
Tom.
it, my
You can play the
response to
clip if you
Ryan,
want.
my response to Ryan, it's going to be my response every time. Is cam up your mom.
Hey yo.
Yo.
Whoa.
Well, I'm dead now. That was.
I would have to
horrible.
like bring it to the cemetery though.
Cringe.
Hey yo.
Hey.
Fucking A, dude.
Worth it.
Wing and a miss.
Well, nice. The crickets, bro. Oh dear.
Can you get a camera that deep into the
Coming
dirt?
up next, cam up these nuts.
True, that would be a lot of digging too.
Yeah.
More
I'd only
than
have to
Tom
open a
or
box
less?
for mine, but
Yeah.
Can we watch the clip though?
What? There's a
Fucking
clip?
A.
What's up?
I'm gonna head out, you guys. I'll see you.
All right, later, Jay.
Have a good one.
Yeah.
All I heard is that Ryan got sodomized, and apparently there's a clip.
Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Love the clip.
Yes, that's what happened. That is exactly what happened. Let's watch some
Two-part.
butt sex
Two-part.
live.
Yay.
Hey,
All right.
you
Just
should-
what I came here
No,
for.
I just meant he went. I just meant he
Fucking
went.
gay.
To
Yeah, every time I
Sodom.
try
Holy
getting
shit,
him to
calm
come, he
down.
wouldn't.
Like I said, the male gays are the best gays.
True.
That's what I'm here for.
Nice.
Hey, lesbians can do butt stuff too, Dave.
Yeah. Dave.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Usually
think
not
that-
called sodomy though.
Dude, male gays don't own the asshole, okay?
All
I
right.
think the only way to save the male gays is to give it to the gays.
True. Oh, you think the gays aren't victim to the male gays?
Right, but if we let them reappropriate it, then it strengthens them.
Did you say rear appropriate?
Oh no.
She
She broke. Nine Tails broke.
What are we watching?
The clip.
I don't know.
The Ryan clip.
Jesus.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh, poor Ryan.
I was asked.
Oh,
We watched
I think I know what this
Why
is.
the fuck?
Cam up ho.
Can we watch the Sabo one?
How long has that been like that?
Let's watch the Sabo one. That one's genuinely the funniest.
The Sabo one? Oh, you mean on
Yes.
the Jackbox?
Yes.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with this.
He came on
So-
camera to face his abuser, guys.
All right, here we go.
True. This is a serious matter.
I'm fucking disgusted by this.
Oh, Abaddon's in
I
chat.
choose to be disgusting,
too.
according to the chat.
Make him big, Kinkle.
I hate you so much.
Tom is so goddamn mid.
God.
He's the Becky of the men world.
Disavow.
Disavow.
I don't know. Tom is
Yes.
beloved by gay men a lot, from what I've gathered from being a mod
They
in
just
his
want they
chat.
want him because he's straight and they can't have him.
Ryan is gonna stream now.
Probably.
Oh, they couldn't hear
I'm
it.
like the fucking biggest tomfoolery simp.
Is that
Are
Ryan
you
said
okay
that?
after watching that, Ryan? Was that triggering for you at all?
I've come to terms with it.
PTSD? No.
They
It's
couldn't
important to get
hear
it out
it.
there. You know, people need to know. And I gotta be
Ever s-
brave, but
Okay, let's be honest though. Has Tom been living rent free in your head since that clip?
yes.
Tom's been living rent free in all of our heads because
Shake my
every
head.
time I open YouTube, he's in
Yeah.
3 different stream titles.
This
I
last
am,
week has been an overdose on Tom Pimp.
Be clout
Yes, it
chasing.
has.
You're not wrong. We've all been cloud chasing on tomfoolery, not just Canklemore.
I never thought when we were grabbing hands fighting against anime Nazis back in the day, I never thought that I'd be here sitting here watching all these streamers take down my old ally. Yeah, it is
brave
a
man.
lot to take in.
Jesus.
Wow. Well, you said old ally. Does that mean?
I'm not sure. I still like Tom. I think
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I was gonna say.
I don't think any of this
you
is
were
from like
also
super.
leaving.
This is why I went
Didn't seem
around
like
like
it.
This is kind of why I went around earlier asking everyone like what's like the most like damning thing because like I understand any. I think what I've throughout all of this I've felt that like anyone who like wants to. Everyone who sees any of this and they're like, okay, I don't really want to be associated with Tom. I think that's like fair, like whatever, to each their own. But like none of it's like I would never like look at anyone sideways for still associating with Tom. I guess that's like what I kind of see, you know, like and it feels like a lot of the nature of this is like things that are like like a lot of the commentary around it feels like much more damning. It might be like but maybe it's just because the content is just kind of fun to play it up.
Okay, let me
like
pull an
Trent screaming at him
example.
for being a
I
liar and
have a
stuff.
question
You know,
for you.
Hot
'Cause let me
take.
tell him to
pull-
go
let
back
me
to Pizza
pull-
Hut.
let me pull an example out of left field for a second. Totally random. Cankles looks like he's trying to be a professional streamer, right?
Is he?
Looks like.
He looks like
Okay,
shit.
Tube Tube.
Have you
Tube
seen
Tube.
him?
Also
Where'd you gather
very
that one?
professional streamer, right? No, I know. I'm using bad examples.
I'm
But
trying to be a
let's say
professional streamer.
This
let's
is what a
say
professional streamer setup looks like. Okay.
True.
Oh yeah.
except for the camera.
No,
That
this
camera was
is-
trash.
My old
That's
setup
better
was
than mine.
more
Correct.
professional.
No, it wasn't.
I know. Shut up. Go with
So-
the fucking
Bill, this
joke.
is very
So you were saying
Go with what I'm saying. Let me fucking finish,
Never.
for fuck's
Ninetales.
sake.
Fucking
So-
Bookchinian.
So
Book shitty.
what does that even mean?
I
so
have no idea.
Oh,
Look
it's
it up.
it's a long,
heard
it's a
about
long
this.
running joke.
It's off the left
off the left.
of the compass.
Now you derailed me for fuck's sake.
Oh, never mind. I know what
So-
you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, I've
So,
seen that.
so if somebody's portraying a
forgot.
professional aesthetic on Twitch and getting fans that way, don't you see how they would alienate their audience by associating with Tom, who's ruined his professionalism?
A little bit. Yeah.
It depends what niche you're talking about, because aren't there?
I mean,
Twitch
that's a
bots
response
too?
to Coder, but sure, everyone else jump on that too.
Well, sorry. I was half listening, so I apologize. But was the question more or less that if there are some communities that might like be alienated by you because you associate with Tom or whatever?
Yeah,
Basically?
because you.
I mean, that's gonna
attracted
happen
your
with like anybody you
audience-
associate with, right? Like
slash
that's
your
pretty much
networks.
that's being online. Like
Well, if you
I don't know.
attract, well, if you attract certain audience and you network certain people because you have an aesthetic of professionalism, but then you contradict that by associating with somebody who can only burn that bridge.
Okay,
wouldn't
yeah, well,
agree
that's
with
no,
you.
sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's like, I don't think Tom meets that bar of like it being like damning. Like that's like I don't think anything that's happened here
You don't,
like
you don't think he tries to come off as a professional streamer?
I'm not. I'm not saying anything about the level of professionalism he brings to the table.
I think
There
I
is
can
some
clear
point that he thought.
I would argue that
let me supplement my argument. Let me defend myself.
No, you did your take
Or
and
you
it was
all
bad, and now we're gonna
me.
tear it apart. No,
Or
your take
you
is
all
bad, and now we're gonna
dogpile
rip it
me.
apart.
Ankles,
All right, everyone.
Hold on. Can
You can just
everybody?
qualify your point because we don't agree with you.
I have one thing to point out.
Do I have to
have
mute
one piece
everybody?
of
This is
evidence.
my server.
Make me moderate.
Are you not interested in my
Fuck
evidence?
up. Hold
Are you
on.
not
Dude, we never,
Hold on.
Ninetales, we never are. Never. Not,
Oh yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You're so insecure.
Stop. Okay. I think that most of the criticisms aren't damning like that. It's like a judgment.
That's
It's like you're
5,000.
making
Sorry,
your
go
own
on.
judgment to maintain trust. It's not like he's a terrible human being doing terrible things. It's like, if you want to trust him, whatever, but we're not going to. That's sort of what the whole thing seems like. And I don't think that people that would still associate with him would be deemed as equally horrible people. It's like, oh, I guess you trust this guy that shouldn't be trusted or whatever. That's like the criticism.
I might start to question their judgment.
It's professionalism isn't what draws people. I feel like that's what turned people away when we're talking streamers at this scale. We're looking for competence and people with personality. Think about it. Every single person with a following.
Competence.
Yeah.
Competence.
Competence. Yes, some degree of competence.
In
Like
no way
being
was
able
it
to
looking at somebody
associate-
that someone associates
So
with for that.
Like being
So
able to associate with real media professionals by chance?
No, competence
Oh,
as in this
not
person
here.
can construct a narrative and interact with people with some degree of like, I don't know, like likability or like personability. But when you say professionalism, I feel like if you just insert someone into this space and regard it as like professionalism or whatever, if they're gonna look like a plant, and I feel like people aren't gonna trust them or whatever. Like I don't feel like at this scale.
Well, I've
Those
seen Tom
Woo-Bucks.
firsthand.
Woo-Bucks.
I've seen Tom firsthand aspire for that, particularly when someone who appeared to be Joe Rogan came into his chat and he was fucking fawning over them, and chat was fawning over him.
Wouldn't at
Also,
this
You got hit
scale.
with
the whole
fake
well,
AP account.
wasn't what? Yeah, the fake
Do you
AP.
do you
thing.
consider
Nico Sam.
Destiny? Do you consider Destiny to have a level of professionalism?
Undeserved, yeah.
I don't. I think the reason people like Destiny is because they can relate to him on a non-professional level. Like
I think that's
because
overly
he's a
reductive.
gamer in a large sense. He's like a gamer bro.
Very
And,
unpolished.
Wait, but
and
if I
also has
sorry,
a
go on.
lot of good points on
He's
politics.
not
and stuff.
necessarily unpolished.
Yeah,
though.
Destiny
as a
doesn't get by on
rhetorician,
professionalism.
he is very polished. And here's my problem with that: is that if that were true in a vacuum and nothing else could be true, like a zero-sum game, sure, but that's not how it works. Yes, part of it's that he's relatable, but another part of it is that he comes off as professionalism, which comes off as strength in the streamer space.
Wait, if I can say, I don't think he comes
Nah,
off as professional because he like wears the sweatpants. He fucking streams
You
in a
think
way
people
that's
are going to
like
spend money
very.
And
on
he
somebody
spurs out
who's
content.
Wait. Let me just.
What's
let me just say the one
unprofessional
thing.
about
Let me say
sweatpants?
one. No, let me just finish
Jube, I'm
the point. I was
asking
gonna-
you specifically. Do you think
Sure,
someone's
I was
going to
gonna-
spend money on somebody with a shitty cam, shitty lighting, shitty mic, and all that stuff, or somebody with your cam, your lighting, your background, and all that stuff?
I take
Ninetales,
paper over a
you're
worm
a
light and
fucking
shit. My
retard.
shit is
I'm
fucking
sorry.
ghetto.
This discourse
as
is sweeping
fuck,
for
but I
Tom.
appreciate it. And I got the C920, like the
Not
basic bitch I
sweeping
am.
for Tom.
But
What the fuck?
what I'm saying, what I'm sorry. All I wanted to interject to that was that I do think he's professionally reliable, but his aesthetic is not professional. He, however, is competent, and I think people see whether it's like the way that he articulates himself. Some of it, people use the speed as an excuse to dismiss it, but like he's very clearly constructing thoughts and articulating them better
So
than my
how are we
dumbass is fucking doing.
delineating
So
And
I
he'll
think
also-
professionalism from
I think people
competence?
respect
Tom
the
is
competence.
definitely
I was gonna
just
say,
skiing in my
What's the
opinion.
don't
difference
like Destiny
between
'cause he's
professionalism
real.
and
He also
competency, though?
associates with
Ninetales,
people
can
who are
you-
like
they're
Same
usually
reason
tied
so
together.
many
Persona
PCs
non
out there
grata.
like Trump 4.
Oh,
Can we
okay,
establish
sorry.
a definition for professionalism? Because I have a hard time believing
That's what I'm
Ninetales
at. I
knows
just
what that
asked
is.
you
So
that.
let's establish that.
I just asked you that. You can
Aesthetically,
do it.
Let's
definitely no
establish
for
that. Let's
Destiny.
establish that.
Because I wasn't
No,
making the distinction. I started with professionalism to mean
Right.
competency, and I meant competency
is-
by that.
I don't.
Okay, so we
think
weren't
so.
talking about aesthetics.
So if I
So we
can
don't need
say
to
that-
establish.
Competency within interactions in a work domain.
So Nine
Bosch
Tails,
has
we
an
were
audience
all
and he wants.
focused on aesthetics. So don't you think that it would be important for us to make that
You're
distinction now,
just
considering
focused
you're
on
talking
aesthetics.
about
Well, no, the
because
competence
a
we just
streamer is a show that you watch, so aesthetics kind of matter, don't you think?
It's not all that matters, though.
Okay, but that's what we're focused on in the conversation. Can you grasp that or no?
Yeah, I think you're kind of trying
No,
to
that's what you're focused
essentialize it
on.
because
I'm
it's
not
easier
focused
to
on
deal
that.
with. Yeah, me neither.
But you
I
were
wasn't
saying
focusing
with
on
Cube,
aesthetics.
well, your camera, your lights, your this. So to me, you were focused on aesthetics. I thought that's what you meant with
I was
Paintball.
I was tying it to aesthetics to make it more relatable to what you guys were talking about because that was sort of the point we were on. But what I'm saying does not rely on aesthetics at all. I'm talking about actual competency that doesn't just come in the form of aesthetics.
Okay. Piggyback my point. That's fine.
If I can read what we're talking
Sorry.
about, this
Freddie, this caller is
professionalism
Nine
in
Tails.
like in what context are we referring to?
That
Wrong
the
button.
Associated Press, someone scammed him by pretending to be in the Associated Press, wanting to associate with him on a professional basis.
Yeah, it was the most boring prank call I've
Just
ever heard in my life.
How
Yeah,
did they scam him? What happened?
they didn't scam him. They just
just
annoyed
got
him. They just
fooled
wasted
into
his time.
thinking that
They really
Yeah.
wasted 15 minutes
And
of
this
Tom's
is
life there.
firsthand.
They sure did.
I
Yeah.
mean, that
Yeah,
I'm pretty
they
sure that
played
was
him
their
into-
goal, though.
This is something.
Yeah,
that
and
firsthand-
That
also
was their
make a
goal.
fool of him. Well, no pun intended, but like also to mock as like content afterwards to be like, motherfucker thought it was a real call, got him. That's the law for them. Although I understand that it's on some level like, it's whatever. I don't say dehumanizing, but it's mean.
No, it
It's
was
mean
just-
to do to someone.
I'm just saying,
And
like, if you're gonna do prank
this
calls,
is
can be really funny. Like, I think prank calls can be like really
not saying
hilarious,
they-
and
I'm
I
not
just think that
saying
one
they
was
aren't.
boring.
I still think it
That's
was
what I'm saying.
effective.
I don't think it's immoral
Yeah,
to do a prank call.
The lulls was in the fact that he seemed convinced for however long, and then the face at the end as the reveal of like, all right, so I guess this wasn't what I thought it was.
You know
Fuck
what we
me,
need?
I got.
We need
It's
more
like, but I
political-
understand that like it's not your type of humor and shit.
We need more political prank calls.
And then when he
True.
runs it back to go
Like
on
the
it, he's
stream,
like,
y'all.
"Oh, I figured it out from the beginning that it was a fake."
Yeah,
call."
again, it's more lies.
That's also just more lies.
Lies.
That's why it makes it hard to believe anything now. I think everything that Tom says is gonna come under more scrutiny, no matter what it is from this point on.
And
I'm
so
just saying-
you expect him to have a duty where, like, if he's wrong, he's going to admit it to at least some extent, right? Like, not
It's
like
integrity. It's
Absolutely.
integrity. It's like have some level of
And
fucking
that's what I
dignity,
meant by
self-respect, and then respect for the
professionalism.
people in front of you.
And
Fair
that
enough.
is
Hear that,
part
Tom?
what I
You
meant
have
by-
duty.
That means
I don't know about
I
duty.
said- I
but, like
said duty.
you can
Yeah,
get a
I
response.
said duty.
So much for
You guys go.
calling Radical Coder professional. I'm just playing.
Fuck that. Yeah.
Love you.
No,
I'm just
not
saying
me.
professionalism to me in this space, just being new to it, I was a media studies major. The way Destiny still says KYS on stream, that is
No,
not
I-
professional.
That's why I'm
The
saying
way
he's
he says the
undeserving
R
of
word-
I
the
think it's kinda
professional
based,
treatment.
but-
he
I was
gets.
still talking, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, because
No,
other
yeah,
people
go
started
for it, Ali,
talking,
go
so
for
I
it.
started
I hear you.
responding to you. But Ali, I agree with you. He's undeserving
Ali,
of
no.
the treatment he gets.
Okay. I would like to hear more about Ali's opinion because she's actually demonstrated some expertise here. Hey, Ali, what else did you have to say about this topic?
Oh, suddenly that matters.
I think it matters when you cut her off in the middle of her statement.
You've just
Ali,
take
can you
the L.
actually provide us some credentials so we can be sure that we can trust you and you're not pulling like a psychometrist or whatever thing?
Prank call, lady.
I'll get my
Also, she's-
diploma out of my
Box yourself,
closet.
please.
I appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Also, before Ali gets to speak, we need to do a
Make
wellness
sure you
check on
don't tape
Seba.
over the name.
He said be
too,
right back like
so
5
we can
hours or
see
4 hours ago.
all the info. Did he?
Who said that?
Okay, Ali, go ahead.
Seba did. The person who hasn't
Oh.
talked for 4 hours.
Jesus.
Someone
man.
send him a DM, but go for it,
He
Ali.
can't hear
Do the
us
same.
either. Yeah.
He's
I
deafened,
think
so
I
he
was
can't hear
I was
me.
pretty much done. To me, professionalism, you can say it just is really based on the context that you're in. I've never knew of Destiny before. I found Tom through Easy. I randomly found Easy because he was doing some stuff with the true crime community once in a while. And I was in the true crime community since 2018, basically. But it was very dramatic and toxic, and I saw a lot of cases get messed up actually because of creators. And it got really weird to me. And I think that's a whole another thing to study is like, now that we're moving into this democratization of platforms and more people get platforms, citizen journalism, and the effect we can have on real life to everyone, because big media companies are getting a lot less funding and we have a lot more money in these smaller platforms now because people are looking to influencers or creators to be the carriers of the news or whatever, propaganda, whatever you want to call it, like progressive victory. I don't know. So anyway, I think it's something we should all be aware of. And so professionalism means different things to different industries and sectors. I found Destiny through Tom then, and I had no idea there was this whole world on this side of the internet. So it just depends. But I do think there's going to be obviously brands that are okay with certain terminology, with certain aesthetics, with certain IRLs, and then there's going to be ones that aren't. I mean, that's so.
And
Now that
you're
we're
not.
going,
Sorry, I
What?
thought you were done. I did think you were done.
Oh, well,
Okay.
was there
You're not-
noise still coming through the microphone? Because I'm pretty sure there was. Keep going, Ellie.
The cadence of what she was saying made it sound like she was almost.
No, shut up, Ali. Okay, so here's.
Wow.
You're not
On that
talking to
note,
someone. You're not talking
can
to
say
someone
it
who
'cause I'm a
doesn't
feminist,
understand
that's fine.
theatrics. I come from a background of theater myself. But here's the thing: we're also
Yeah.
not really
Dude,
doing theatrics.
clown
The
school.
the
Do you
show
regard clown
doesn't
school as
necessarily
theatrics, or
need
is
to
that
go.
the same thing to you?
So here's the funny thing: the show doesn't necessarily need to go on, right? Because there's another thing that can happen. A new show can replace it. A new show.
What
can
show are we
replace it.
talking about right now? The Tom Show?
The greatest show on earth.
Yeah, I think we should replace
Shut up!
Foolery.
Shut up!
Replacement theory for the
Shut
win.
the fuck up!
All right, so I have a
Nonsense.
serious question on that note.
Okay.
How much do you think that Tom and Vosh are getting paid by Progressive Victory to take these public L's and create a smokescreen to give Progressive Victory a window where they're not getting scrutinized as heavily?
Classic
Go.
Illuminati.
Too much.
Before I
Any amount is too
Do you
much.
work for them?
Me? No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have
Almost.
to denounce them, and then
Almost. I denounce Progressive Victory.
Okay. Thanks.
Correct.
I do not.
Actually-
I support what they're doing. I just wish they were doing it better.
I love
Wait,
progressive.
Can you prove that, Dave?
You just want to get paid to get
No.
consulting.
Sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to make you denounce them. I wanted you
As
to say
weird as it is,
that you're not
I
paid by
love
them.
progressive
I almost
victory. Dave,
almost
do you
did.
love progressive victory?
I almost managed
I'm
one of
different.
the canvassing houses.
I
But
would love
decided
victory
against
for
it.
progressives.
Found out what the
That's what I would
what
love.
the incentivization was.
But
It was
you
way too-
love progressive.
Wait,
victory.
what can you tell us about that incentivization?
Well, no, the incentivization would be good if I wanted to share
We'll
a room
screen
with
him.
somebody and all that kind of stuff. It was just too.
Gay? Wait, no, wait.
I
What do you
need
mean?
I need personal space. I
Sorry,
don't.
sorry,
I didn't like. I've lived
Same.
on my own for a long time. Like
Fair
I don't
fair
think
enough.
I
feel you.
could go to a roommate situation again. Like living in the same like room.
Can't do coom time with a roommate. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Sorry,
yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
sorry.
Well,
Or
and
you
also,
can, easier.
I wouldn't be able
Ew.
to stream while doing it,
Yeah.
which would have been a big.
But real
that-
quick, because you said incentives, and surely sleeping in a room with someone who's like a deterrent, not the incentive. So what were
Yes.
they like paying or trying to like get
Well,
you?
yeah,
What was the
it
what was on the
was,
table for that situation?
I think it was
or-
what, like a $500 a month. You get room, board, food. They feed you and everything.
per
They
month.
give you a place to stay for. It was longer than a month because I would have had to go
Oh.
for the training.
Oh,
and
it's
stuff,
full.
but
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. It's
yeah,
a
it's
$5.
pretty much
$500
through- I
for
think it's
a
through
month
the-
of time.
yeah, per month.
Okay.
Sorry, per month.
Per
that
month.
you're
Okay.
doing
Okay.
it.
So, okay.
As a stipend to do whatever you want with.
Okay. And
you got
I'm
more
sorry,
if you were in the. You got more
Go
if
on,
you
go on.
were in the leadership role in the house because you'd also
Mhm.
basically be expected to donate all your time to it because you'd have to plan
Sure.
out the routes and everything.
And do you have any perspective on what the upper range of that was, or is that just obviously in other people's contracts and shit? I'm just if you're not involved, I don't want you to,
mean
you
to
know.
say
I'm not
denounce
involved.
You can't
LMFAO,
say,
I
but
meant
like,
declare.
It may have changed
I
because
get
this
you.
is just the initial numbers that I was.
Sure.
given.
Sure.
It was
Yeah,
like
and
a-
yeah.
It was 1,000, but some of that's supposed to be spent to like help increase stuff.
Okay, and that's for the people that were organizing and running shit in whatever room, or even like for yourself was what was offered.
Yeah. Well, at least that's what I
wait.
was told. It could, like I said, everything
Wait.
could have changed. That was just the initial
Sure.
estimate.
Wait.
I don't want to state anything incorrectly. And
No, I know.
Jumped
Put
on.
Dave on the line so I can get some juice out of the squeeze.
Yeah, I see.
No. I just you said yes after
But
I
I
said
thought-
two
I
different
thought it
things.
was
So I don't know which
interesting.
one it is, but
Exactly.
yeah.
And,
No, it is
Dave, you don't have to put up with
100%.
this. If you look at JubeTube's health, it's very low. All
It
just
is
one
low.
final
I just gotta
blow and
wait
he's
a little
done.
bit.
If you
One
sub to
final
my
blow and
Twitch
he's done.
channel, though, I'll have more health. I'm kidding. Sub to Canklemore, yeah. But that is true. I finally set that
He's
up
not
after
kidding.
months
Because
of
he has to
thinking
pay for
about doing
healthcare.
That's actually kind of badass.
No, I'm in Canada, but I don't pay for shit.
Oh,
Let's
really?
go.
Oh, never mind.
Hell
Fuck you,
yeah.
weirdo.
While you're
Yeah,
subbing,
Canadian freak.
everybody
Yeah,
should
never
go
mind.
sub to my YouTube. It's fantastic, and just watch a video because I need some more watch time hours.
Dude, you're
You're
Canadian?
not Canadian, are you?
I will.
Yeah.
I will.
Toronto,
Oh,
eh?
sorry.
Hey, no
Oh,
way.
hey,
That's
oh
crazy.
dear, mate. Fucking
That's crazy.
born and raised, but yeah.
I'm just
Persian
kidding,
blood,
by the
so
way,
far.
guys. I'm not racist. I'm not actually racist against Canadians. In case anyone out
I
there is
am.
offended, I don't want. I don't want to. I don't want to hurt the feelings.
Canadian
Even
There's
Canadian
racism?
people.
yo.
Fuck Canadians.
I really. I think.
Well,
I
fuck
understand that
20,
people just like
20
just like
people
normal
just
people.
unsubbed from your channel right now.
Good.
You're in a
Right.
call with
You
you're in a
guys
call with
became
3 of them
unprofessional.
radical. So.
Yeah,
Nobody's
true.
talking about how bad
There's-
anti-Canadian racism is.
Well, honestly, it's kind of like justified.
Or how funny it
like,
is.
we're like, yeah, we get it.
It's just like
But-
America Junior. So
Yeah, we're like America's
not to
happy.
drag out.
Yeah.
Not to drag out anything. We're like
Replacement
like, you
theory
know,
for the win.
the story's like set in stone or whatever. But when Ali brought up an interesting point about the tonality of the space, and like with Destiny and the KYS and like things like this, which are common, and whether or not it's like fine or good or whatever. I have mixed
Canadians
feelings. I
aren't
don't care
real.
that much, but
Lonity on.
I guess a specific example could be like Kelly Jean, specifically a few weeks before bringing up this girl from Destiny stream and like smearing her, right, and like saying really like awful, gross things about her. Not and now I
Oh, the one
understand
who
there's
was
a
on-
big
who
difference
was on
between
stream with
that
them?
and like being sexualized. To be clear, I'm not saying these are like the same kind of action.
Sure.
But I think it does kind of muddy the waters for people who are saying that like Tom's aggressive behavior as well is explicitly not uncalled for, because I think it was uncalled for in that scenario, but like unexpectable, I guess maybe is the word I'd look for. Like just based on like what I'd seen from Kelly in recent times, like there was that kind of aggression. Maybe it's just between other women online, it's different. We can argue that point, and but like I don't know. I just think there's more charitability to some of these things.
So if I can, and I'll be real quick on this one because I went way the fuck too far into it before, but effectively the substantive difference is in that situation, everyone was giving hyper's super ultimate charitability to the chick that was like we don't know who she is, but we should protect her because the internet's crazy, and she's like Destiny's chick and whatever, and Kelly's a big mean bitch, fuck her. So there was like super one-sidedness in that. I'm not gonna comment on like all the details of what was said, but effectively that was like two people beefing each other because it was like, yo, fuck you, or I think you're wrong, or whatever it was, and the other person felt offended and said fuck you, and then it escalated. So like that whole thing is really about two people in conflict right from the jump, and like escalation of disrespect. This one is like, I'm being respectful about just like ogling you in this way. And it's like, well, I don't feel comfortable. Fuck you. And so it's
Well,
like,
wait, but
it's
I've
not-
also
it's just-
heard in this. Hang on, because I have to push back on this. Because I've heard also, I think from you earlier, that like some of the things that Tom was saying were like, oh, Kelly's dumb takes. Like they were watching Tom complain about how she has like a bunch of L's, right? Like so, this is kind of some like aspiring beef between creators, arguably, in a similar way, where like Tom is someone who is, they don't know each other too well apparently, but like they know of each other, and he's like sitting here saying, oh, Kelly's so dumb or wrong, like whatever, how aggressive it is, and whether that's okay is again a different conversation. But like I think there's a lot more comparisons here, maybe than at first sight, or for like the way that it's being presented.
He's also doing that while simultaneously sexualizing her.
I think
Which
initially,
definitely was, and he also was, but like less explicitly so than his chat.
Also, I'm
to be
pretty
honest.
sure the original clip. Sorry, Neve,
Oh, after
we'll
the
go right
fact,
to you after
yes,
this.
he was.
I don't. Yeah, the original clip I think was just the sexualizing. I think her seeing the overall like L's and like negative comments, and then calling her stupid was like in the call with her and stuff. So like all she said was it was weird. She like wasn't trying to start beef. She wasn't trying to like do a twit longer. She wasn't trying to like make anything out of it. It was that Tom freaked out about the sex pest thing, which he's been stun locked about for 3 months, and then he dug his own grave out of that. But sorry, Neve, I didn't want you to lose what you said there. I just wanted to.
Oh
get that
yeah,
out.
I think I was gonna say initially before Tom kind of doubled down and like took the narrative that way. I think the narrative was actually more like Kelly again, like it was a little lost in translation as to like how Kelly really felt about the whole circumstance. But when it was kind of like the collective like J-Star stream kind of throwing shade towards Tom, the Anna Kelly situation reemerged because of kind of what you said, Coder, because people, were drawing the hypocrisy and a lot of the same things, right? But I think when he doubled down, people just kind of forgot about that, and then
Also, I want to be super clear because Tom brought up clips to try and condemn him based on a Reddit post that had a bunch of falsehoods in it, and like the post got left up, but he kind of was like trying to get him on this thing, and I knew because I'd already seen all this shit. But it was, again, like I said, this is two women beefing at each other, and you could say it was nasty or whatever, but this was isolated to this, not to say like, oh, I can talk to everyone like this all the time, and you consent by being in public, and
but they
all
were
this
both
fucking
women.
stupid shit. Well, no, but it doesn't matter about the woman part. I'm saying it was two individuals that were fighting each other and just having like back and forths that you could say was disrespectful or over escalating, whatever it is, but it wasn't an overall like statement about how you treat or will approach everyone, regardless of how they whatever consent or choose to engage on the front end. Like they won't even know, and you're just gonna come at them with this. But so hold on. So there's the fact that it was oh yeah, and then most specifically because they were trying to say like, oh, by doing this stuff you're like talking about her body. Again, the drama had been going on and dragging on for like a week, whatever it was. But as it started and people were trying to send the Instagram, the clip that Tom's reacting to from the Reddit literally has Gisticle being like, yo, if anyone's posting that shit in the Discord, like mods, clean that up. We don't want any of that shit circulating. He did not pull the Instagram up to like pick her apart and look at shit. It's like, again, her and Kelly have their beef, but that's between the two of them. It's like with Lav and Destiny. There might be things they say to each other that I don't love, but it's like that's between you two and the fight you're having. You're not saying it's a generalized, like, I'm just going to fucking talk to everyone like this unprovoked regardless because you're in public and you consent by existing or whatever the fuck. It's that like specific issues that are between two people make sense between those two people. But he made this about a larger statement, and that's where he
I
got
think there's a
involved.
couple points for that video and all that shit being watched.
What's
and
up?
I
Would
know
you
one of
regard
them
the
was
tattoo
they
being
said-
immutable?
Go ahead, Neve.
Sorry, go for it, Neve. We can adjust that real quick, and then Ryan, don't hold
No,
up, don't
but
lose that. I mean,
Ryan built on this. I don't.
Tattoo is not an immutable characteristic.
Okay,
One
that's
of
what
the
I was going to
points I
say
was
because
thinking
part
of-
of that was like kind of a lot of the criticism that Kelly was lobbing towards Anna was on the tattoo thing, but she was very vicious about it. So my thing, I was like, okay, she can't, like, would we regard this as an immutable characteristic? Because if so, but yeah, I don't know. Anyway, sorry.
so here's the issue,
Wait,
and I'll
what's it
adjust it real
on?
quick. People said that it was misogyny, and I 100% disagree. And Kelly's logic, although I'll explain why I disagree with it, and I tried to address it when she was talking to Cherry, but it was the wrong time, and then the stream got cut. So I didn't get to provide that like one moment of pushback because my role was always to defend. But
I don't even know what we're talking about, but I bet it's misogynistic. That's my take.
Yeah, okay, so she said that her tattoos looked however bad and insulted them with whatever like comedic lines. And when I say comedic, I mean they were funny, not that they were like not actually insults. They were actually insults, but they were meant to be funny to read. And like you said, it got how Ruth, I know, but I'm just saying like acid, toddler on acid is like a comical phrase. Like you're obviously being mean, and then it got more gross, or like it got more digging with like the street and the dumpster and all that type of stuff. I'm just saying the tattoos specifically. I think the tattoos are, her claim was that it's not an immutable trait because you can get your tattoos changed. And people were saying it's misogyny, which I disagree because it's not about the like feminine features or her biology. It's a style thing. It's saying, hey, that's like bad art that you are wearing on your skin. But the pushback I would say to that is the reason why it doesn't matter if it's misogyny, and it's fucking not, because it's the same thing if you said to a man that same thing. The issue is that person goes into the front of the mirror every day and has to look at themselves, and sure, you could change it, but you have to like lose the acceptance of that part of yourself and then decide to change it. Maybe there's memories behind it, maybe it hurts, it costs money. There's so much more than changing a shirt or letting your hair grow out. It's not it's more insidious than
Shut
maybe it's not misogyny,
Shut
but it
the
still
fuck
does have like an
up.
insidious
Take away
nature
soundboard
in the way that
privileges
it
again.
affects a person's mind, right? So
Yes, do
that's
it.
where I'm trying to like acknowledge maybe what you're saying, Neve, that it was like some of that stuff was harsh, and I wouldn't say it's an immutable characteristic, but I'd say there's a lot of depth to, and there's a lot of commitment and like mental. You have to go through a lot to decide to remove a tattoo. And then it's
Yeah.
like you have to cover it. The skin might be fucked. You got a different tattoo there. Are you rushing to do it because someone made fun of it? Now you feel insecure. Like there's just a whole bunch about that I like can sympathize and understand why that was like still really rude or still really mean. It doesn't need to be misogynist to still have been mean, but it just, yeah, I think it technically doesn't matter that she was a woman. It was about fucking with the person in a way that would make them uncomfortable in their own skin.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay.
So misogyny is like gravity. Okay, it's not. It's these misogyny, racism. These things they're like forces of nature. Okay, it's not. It's not like part of the package of the word or of like the phrasing of things of the idea. Right. So like misogyny is going to impact the way that these comments land on the between these women, right? Because misogyny is going to impact both of them in all of that. So there's misogyny all around, like all of it. But that's
Wait, so
yeah.
is that auto misogyny though? Like,
I-
is that just saying like automatic misogyny card
Well,
at
Jude,
all
you know
moments?
how
It's
there's
just,
like
it's
a
just there. I'm just saying there's. I'm just saying
Because we
like
live in a
like,
patriarchy, you
all I'm
know.
well, yeah, technically,
Yeah.
yeah.
Look, this is what I'm saying. Radical. Just
I
and
gotta
then,
go to bed.
Ninetales.
Love you guys.
Cheers, Dave.
People get triggered when
really
you
early.
Don't just say
all,
my name.
all I'm
Let
saying,
me
No,
finish.
it's not because I'm triggered. I really
I
just
just
have
wanted
to
to
go
say,
to bed.
hold on.
No,
to
I
that.
know
I
you're not Dave. I like you, Dave.
I love
But
you
let
all.
me
Thank
finish.
you. Bye.
So
I
just
just wanted to
real
Yeah, I
quick,
love
quickly
you, Dave. Have a good night, man.
address.
think about this. No, just think for half a second. Would
I'm
you
gonna
say that
lose.
there's
I
like
will
a
never.
purity culture associated with like telling her that she shouldn't have tattoos?
Thinking is for losers.
No,
Okay,
no. She didn't tell her not to have them. She just made fun of the quality of them.
But don't you think making fun of it is sort of smearing someone for not being pure in a way?
No, it was just to like insult her on a part of her without
I don't think that's what
without
Kelly's
actually
getting at.
being misogynist. So sorry, I just want to say, Radical Coder, I think the reason I want to call that misogynist, and I don't really like, I get that there's
You're a
other
coward.
surrounding issues. No. It's because I think if she specifically insulted parts of her womanhood, that I would consider that misogyny.
Okay.
Like if she insulted her breasts, her figure in some way, like her face in a way that was like face is a bit more universal. But
Can.
what's up?
She said that she was like found in a trash can on the street. That's pretty
That's true.
insulting.
Oh,
Like a-
I think there's
insulting-
different.
No. Wait, hold up. I didn't say it's not insulting. I said it's not misogynist. I'm saying
Hey,
she's not
Jube, can I ask you a
being
question?
a female. Yeah, what's up?
Do you think there are different connotations with finding a woman in a trash can on the side of the road and finding a man in the trash can on the side of the road? For Destiny to find a man or a woman in the trash can on the side, do you think there's different like social connotations with saying this about?
Yes, but I want
person
to
he
quickly
finds?
clarify that I originally, as even Kelly stated, the dumpster thing was bum riz, meaning like homeless looking, which you could even say about me. But the street walking thing, I understand the connotation where that one is attached to.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even know that was
profession
part
or
of it
whatever
too.
the fuck
Yeah,
is. Yeah. So like I want to make it like super whatever, straight up.
To
and
be clear, I'm not
Street
here
walk thing,
trying to
I
like.
think is-
Sorry, I'm not here trying to like condemn Kelly or anything. I'm just saying that tonally, I think that there's like a little bit more charitability here for some of Tom's aggression, especially combined with the J-Stock stuff. I think there's a little like because I feel like that specific part is like I think that's the worst part, and there I think that these two things do provide like a little bit of context for understanding at least where he was, even if you think it was like unjustified, which I also like land on that as
We
well.
need to
So,
understand that
right.
just because you feel justified in something doesn't mean you're right to do
Are
it.
actually
right?
justified,
Ethics
yeah.
are different.
No, I was literally I was
That's
absolutely
basically what Radical
differentiating
said.
between- Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
And to be clear,
No,
I
I'm
think
with
that was
you.
a big
Yeah.
part of the issue was that when sorry, Ali, I don't know if you're asking to go next or you're right on. Sure. Sorry. Oh, so you're muted, so I couldn't tell, but sorry.
Ryan was
fuck.
going to say something a long time ago, so I just thought
Yeah,
maybe
I
he
cut him
would
off.
go.
We can't allow that. We don't want Tom's victims speaking out here.
Oh,
True.
fuck. Holy shit! What was I even gonna say? I totally. Oh, wait. But okay. I was gonna say a couple other reasons that whole thing was going. They were going over it. Was like at one point they both said like this girl can't be upset. Or if she's
Hi, I'm
upset,
Dave.
she can't be on the internet. Like she's not suited for it. So it's like that was a little like hypocritical. And then someone said that she doesn't even deserve defense. Also that she posted in a Discord, so she's free game. That's public. And they
Yeah.
literally like mapped out to their viewers how to find her.
Wait,
Like, they said,
sorry,
"Hey."
you're talking about with Anna?
Yeah, this is you were saying
Okay,
like I don't
okay,
know
sorry.
why this
Yeah, I
video
need
was
to
being
track.
gone over or whatever. And then for misogyny, they said she's getting special treatment from Destiny for performing services.
Yeah. Okay, wait, hold
so-
on. I want to make it super clear. We're all adults in the room. If they're not fucking, I would be judging him. He doesn't need to confirm or deny because that makes it cringe.
They, I mean, they were making sexual comments against each other on stream. That like Anna was basically
and I'll
confirming
just put it this
they were
way.
fucking.
I think it's I'll make it clear. You're 35 years old and you want to fuck around with a 21-year-old? Absolutely. Neither of you guys need the commitment of all the shit that comes with like, well, for dating. Nah, have some fucking fun. He just fucking got divorced. Let this guy enjoy his fucking life. But if he's just hanging out with a 21-year-old who says very 21-year-old things for a good conversation, no disrespect to Anna, all right? Genuinely, it's not personal. It's like her and every other 21-year-old. There's just like a you gotta
right. I
be
just wanna
fucking
say I
or else
disavow.
it's cringe.
Yeah,
Yeah, fair
she
enough.
was-
So like you can call that misogyny too, but I'm
side
just
note,
being fucking
She was
honest.
surprisingly not 21 for being 21.
What do you mean surprisingly not
She
21?
didn't sound like a fucking retard. When she was debating Kelly, she didn't sound retarded.
She was so mature for her
Wait,
age.
was she debating Kelly? Hold on.
I'm making the
I don't want to go down the I don't want to go
chose
down the
good
rabbit hole,
words,
but
for
Destiny was doing most of the heavy lifting and DGG was feeding the lines. We don't need to go into that. Let's not fucking go down the rabbit hole. But
Except
the
for
point
the
I want to
beginning.
make is that that fair enough that you if you want to call that misogyny to assume that, I think that's kind of just like being a grown up. I get it. Don't make Destiny have to confirm things because then it's like, well, things don't work out later. You got to talk about it, blah, blah, blah. Just fucking whatever. Let people do their shit on the back end. But if we're just being honest, like, if you're not fucking, then I
think
have
if you're
criticism.
talking about age dynamics, which is what this example rung to me, like
Yeah.
just the general rule of thumb that 21-year-olds are more easily manipulated by 31-year-olds because of the life experience gap is more of the concern I would have with that than
Right.
anything.
And we weren't discussing that tonight.
Yeah,
I didn't think.
No,
I don't think
know.
there's a manipulation thing going on. I think they're just having fun and fucking enjoy a little
I'm pointing
chapter
out
of
how-
life.
I'm pointing
you know?
out how someone could take issue with it without it being misogynist.
Oh, and sorry,
Alright,
one
so
thing
good
I
night,
forget.
guys.
Ryan, have a good one,
Night,
Neve.
Nice talking to you guys.
Ryan, to go back to the other part where you mentioned like them directing her to the Discord, if I'm not mistaken, she had already joined into, I don't know if she was already joined into the server or not, or whatever it was, but there was several indicators that she had very much inserted herself into the community, and people were like, oh, they like showed her how to find her stuff. She tagged Destiny on her own Twitter like directly, so it's like everyone that's a Destiny fan would be able to find it from there. She's become a friend of the stream and like hangs out on stream. It was not like they were not directing people to go harass her. They were like very adamantly cleaning up the stuff, not putting stuff on screen. And I think there was like a moment of him like mentioning it and then going, wait, fuck, was that like, should I have not done that? Like if anything, it was a like a mistake of
someone
not
else
understanding the
told him he
space in
shouldn't have
some
done
way,
that.
but
He didn't come to his own realization. Someone else pushed back.
that's fair. But if he acknowledged that it was like, oh, maybe that was fucking stupid or reckless or like not thinking it through because he's like just
No, I'm
started
pretty sure
streaming the
that's
last
when
like
he
2
said,
months.
like, this person doesn't deserve defense, and I really don't care.
Wait,
That's kind of
about
what he said
Anna?
afterwards. Yeah.
Doesn't do you have
Doesn't
the clip of
deserve
the
any
doesn't
defense.
deserve? Do you have a clip of that? Because I don't
Who said that?
know if I believe him saying that part. I'm not calling you a liar,
This
by
is,
the way.
He says this
I
is
know-
not a person that deserves any defense.
About Kelly Jean.
Wait,
right?
are we talking?
No.
are we
They
talking
were
about?
talking about the Anna girl.
I feel like this is about Tom. I think I've heard him say that about Tom at like in the last like 24 to 48 hours, being like at this point he's kind of dug himself his own grave, and I don't think he deserved any defense. I think I've heard him say that, but
I mean, he could have
just
said
to go
it about
about
multiple
Tom.
people.
But I
Oh,
don't
just
think I'm because here's the thing is, if he said something that level of like disregarding of her as a person, I just think that's out of the bounds of how, one, it didn't match up with how I feel he was acting in general about it, and two, because he was criticizing Kelly the whole time, being like, well, you know, you were the same thing everyone else was saying about like disproportionate response. And if he said something that was that disregarding of Anna and like diminishing, like, yo, fuck this person, they don't deserve any defense, Destiny would have came in and been like, yo, bro, are you good? Like, he would have little dogged him real quick for that. So again, I'm absolutely not calling you a liar, but I feel like I need to see that clip to accept that, just
I don't
because it's
remember
not
that,
matching up
so-
with the rest of. Yeah, and I've been around, like, again, too much, right? I'm like multitasking here, but I'm tuned in. You'll see me in every chat, and like I said, to the point where I got modded in the server because like this fucking idiot's always around. At least it's like, you know, we can rely on him to take care of something if we ask.
Yeah, one of the videos. I mean, that's totally
yeah.
fair. I mean, you
Which
can't
is-
just like take random people's word for it.
Yeah, and you're not random. And I really want to get clear. I'm not calling you untrustworthy. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not
just
calling you
doesn't
random. It's
seem
like
aligned.
yeah,
with
it's
what
just
you
too. It's
know.
too. Yeah, it's too obtuse for like, or too against the reality that I feel I was. Because the thing is, I was overly. Oh,
You're all untrustworthy.
much love to my followers are on my fucking webcam right now. I appreciate
I'll be
that
honest.
though.
I
Totally.
honestly don't care about like any of that stuff. I just think
Yeah,
the
fair
internet
enough.
is fine. It's mostly
Totally.
just because of the hypocrisy. I literally
Yeah.
don't care about any of the stuff.
Well, that's
they
the
say.
thing. It's fair to point out, and like I think there's moments where it just becomes a question of like, oh, is this analogous enough to actually be a form of hypocrisy, right? Like when people are like, oh, but they objectified her in this way, or like they pulled up her pictures, or judged her in this way. It's like
Look at my
the
screen share.
the diff. Oh, sure.
My bad.
Yo, your microphone. No, it sounded like you're in a
That was me.
telephone or something like
I
that.
clicked on something on my phone.
Oh, okay. That wasn't. I was like looking for a screen share. Like,
Tuning
wait.
off screen.
How very
That's not
professional.
I clicked on
exactly
Ryan's
the-
clip in my side chat on my phone.
Oh, did you?
He's
Trying to
objectifying
pause it
you, Ryan.
immediately.
Pro
I didn't know my
streamer
line was
detected.
Oh, so you're not actually telling us to go look at your screen share?
Remember when
Yeah,
I
no,
told
that can talk to you.
Cankles?
We've been
Remember when I
bamboozled,
told
yeah.
Cankles, or remember when I used Cankles as an example of professionalism? That was a mistake.
Never use me as an example of professionalism. I'm a fucking child, okay?
Have you seen his show ever before?
L
Or is this your first day?
leftist, obviously. Fucking
Hey, you can
common
make good
L.
money from unboxing Pokemon cards, okay? He just
Leftist?
hasn't milked that properly.
Just
Right,
kidding.
and you don't have to be professional to do that. A lot of
Although
kids do
you-
that.
Have you?
You could be a professional
Have you
boxer,
seen
right?
some of these
Pokemon card opening.
MTGs?
L Bookchinian.
I support him.
YouTubers, man, they're professional
Just
as hell. What's
Pokemon?
that one guy who's like a professor or something? He's
Can I tell you guys a little bit of radical coder lore? When I was like 19 or 20, I started a Pokemon card opening channel with my cousin called We Like Pokemon Cards, and I doubt it's around, but we opened a bunch of Pokemon card packs, and it was dope. We were like, it was like, you know, we just moved out and got jobs, and we're like, we're gonna buy our own Pokemon cards, and it was pretty sick. Yeah.
Hankle's in that phase
Cankle's
now.
I'm so
paychecks
let
really
down
good.
Yeah.
by that story, and it's not
true,
directly
Ali.
your fault.
And I stand him. Yeah.
I'm so let down by that story, and it's not directly your fault, but it's just your name. Because when you said I have a radical coder story, I wasn't like thinking about who was saying it, and I just thought
Okay.
like, oh, coders. I'm a programmer too. I love coding. It's
And I hacked
radical
into
story.
the database, and I
I'm
stole all of
down.
Nintendo's Pokemon card
I'm here for it.
numbers.
And then it was just like anti-hype.
By the way,
Yeah,
Radical
that's
Coder,
intense.
just forgive me pulling back to an old point, but it's something I typed up because someone else started speaking. You were talking earlier
Forgive my
about the what's up?
You're forgiven, my son.
Oh, nice.
I don't think someone else started speaking. I think that was when Kankles played some shit on his phone.
Oh, that might no, this because I wouldn't have typed this up for it, but that was another fucking derail my stoner ass brain. But basically, you were talking earlier about like a potential, could this be analogous, or is there a comparison to be made in how Kelly was engaging with Anna as two people beefing versus like with Tom and Kelly, where it was like maybe beef being started because Tom was saying other negative things surrounding what was considered weird. But then the issue became that, like you were saying, he's got the issue with Jistical, and so when he came into the voice call after saying the unhinged stuff, which I appreciate that you can like acknowledge, when the line was sort of crossing and stuff or being crossed. When he gets into the call, he's yelling at Kelly in a way that anger should be pointed at Jistical. Be like, can you fuck off with the sex pest thing? But he was like giga chatting all that anger on Kelly, and then especially like even more hilariously when he would switch to Jistical, he would like chill out and try and be like docile and like You know what I'm saying? Kind of like, nice and convincing and like, yeah, okay, buddy, let's just like walk it back and like,
Well,
just walk it. It's like,
I found the
so
misogyny.
he kind of had his aim was off.
Maybe
Sorry,
that, all of that. Maybe I haven't. To be clear, actually, funny enough, the thing I have the least context of probably of this whole drama is like that specific call, like that part when he's in that call. I just know the least about that part of the lore, so I probably should go back and listen to that. But I wasn't making any claims about that, so just
Sure, yeah, no worries. I just wanted to illustrate that as you kind of made that comparison, and
yeah, it
and I
sounds
guess I'd
like
be
a
curious
downstream difference, right? It sounds like a but like leading up to that point, it doesn't change anything that I was like referring to, right?
that there was instigation from Jistico that was frustrating Tom over time, and then the Kelly comment was then attached to that because of adjacency.
Not
I guess,
necessarily.
honestly.
Well, attached to that through the medium of Tom carrying both of those things as he goes into this situation, where like
he put them together
sees
and fought both at
like,
once instead
well, yeah,
separating
because
it.
he's a
And
person
they
who
played
exists in
the
the
call
space.
right
Sure.
Yeah,
before,
also
too.
that. Yeah.
That was a big
So, like-
strategic criticism I had, though, that he was trying to fight like 4 battles at once instead of isolating the only one that really mattered, and then the rest he could just say, "Go fuck yourself, stop being a bitch, stop like trying to label me some shit that I'm not." Because to this day, I can still defend him not being a sex pest outside of that one moment of being just goofy and trying to play 40
Again, that
chess
sounds like stuff
stupidly.
that develops in the call. I don't know again about
Yeah,
that. So
that's the one thing I'll say. Then we can like get past this point, but I'd be curious to maybe get your updated opinion or like whatever. I guess at the end of the day, who gives a fuck?
I'll
But
rewatch
if
the
we
call.
speak again about it, yeah, and see if like the way he ends up giga chatting some of the points that he had been making in the text chat adds a bit of context to my frustration of how it's like, here you're saying it's a joke, here you're doing it, saying it's irony or whatever the fuck. Maybe you figured out the word.
I guess something
but,
that'll be interesting. Sorry to cut you off.
yeah.
Something
No
that'll be
worries, yeah, you get the
interesting.
point.
Something that might be interesting for me is I'm going to try to give like my understanding of what Tom's characterization of that call, or like that. So it seems like when he's talking about wanting to go into the call, it's because of the arguments that they're making around. Like it's he's been asserting since the beginning, I believe, that like. He's not arguing with Kelly like feeling creeped out. He's not saying like it's not valid that you feel creeped out. He's saying like I don't think that what I did was like universally creepy. Like for like everyone, like this is Tom's narrative. Whether or not I agree is a whole different thing. This has been his story of it.
Yeah.
Okay, is that more or less fair? I'm just curious, like because that's my understanding. But I want to go into the call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. He definitely. He thinks he's debating the principle of ever being able to pull up the Instagram whatsoever, and he's just debating these concepts and not her feelings. But actually, that's something I want to talk to him about. That is a specific issue he has built into the system. Where if Kelly just says "I feel weird" and then says nothing else, someone's gonna say, "Why do you feel weird, Kelly?" And then she's gonna explain the things that made her have the feeling, right? And then Tom's gonna say, now you're making a normative claim by saying those list of things I'm doing are actually societally weird, and so I'm going to debate you on this. You can feel that way, so I'm sorry you feel that way, but your feelings are wrong because I didn't do anything wrong, so you're really just a stupid idiot. Go fuck yourself. That's really what he's doing. He's like creating this thing where it's like, either you fight me on this, or I already win because you're just irrational. And I can just like, you can feel whatever you want. I'm going to go back to my life and do what I'm doing, not change any of my behavior, which I'm not saying he has to change it, but he's diminishing the reality or the validity of those feelings by saying you haven't substantiated them. And then you go.
Based on a different analogy that I'll bring up in a second, like it seems like that Tom would characterize this as people mischaracterizing his behavior, or both mischaracterizing his behavior and asserting that his behavior was like universally creepy. He's saying that like they're saying both these things, and like he's saying, well, I'm gonna go defend myself in there, like, not just like you're right that it could have this downstream effect of like if Kelly feels that those are like the key foundations of what make it creepy for her, that like him going in and saying like, no, I don't think that these things are universally creepy, like him knocking down those pegs like could then have the result of her being like, well, fuck, are my feelings valid? Like that's a real possible consequence of this. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that like Tom should be avoided, or Tom should avoid like going in and trying to like set the record straight if he thinks that his behavior does not meet that bar, right? Like that's not an argument against doing that.
So here's my thought on that. If he just went in and said, "Hey, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. That was not the intent of that, but I understand that you don't like this." And it's not necessary that I pull up your Instagram. I could still review the content. We're going to debate with counterpoints and like do the thing. It's not necessary that he pulls up this individual woman who has expressed discomfort. It's just that he wants to do whatever the fuck he wants, regardless of anyone's feelings. And he doesn't have to care. I even told him on DMs, you don't have to care in your heart. And when you go to sleep, like, oh, I really want Kelly's feelings to be okay. No, but if you want to be professional in this space and be able to network and strategically not be seen as a fucking total asshole who doesn't like give a fuck about anyone's boundaries or whatever, sexualizing a woman in a non-sexual context against their request or consent or boundary, all this stuff. If he just said, hey, I get that you don't like that. I do this in general. I have a lot of other people that feel comfortable with it. So I'm going to like keep doing that, but I'll leave you out of my sexual like lens, out of my sexualization ritual, whatever the fuck it is, cum time. And then he can go debate the idea. He can go host a panel. Is it fucked up to look at a woman and then have 10 people on there and just debate the ideas and be like, this thing, I got put in the spotlight because of these things. Can I get everyone, like, I want 10 opinions on what's fucked up about these things. And people might think that's kind of weird because he's like turning her feelings into content. But if he just respected her as an individual who made a reasonable request, because if you ask most people, it's normal and weird. It's weird if like, it's normal if more than 50% of people do it, right? It's like weird if less than 50% of people do it. Not necessarily bad, but it's weird compared to normal. It's not the majority of what you would expect. It's in the minority of what you expect because the majority of guys streaming don't just do cum time. So it is normatively weird and it makes women uncomfortable. And as a guy being like, well, I would like to get sexualized. It's like, yeah, it's different, bro. What's up?
This one woman uncomfortable. We don't know about all women, correct?
Sure. We don't know about all women, but you could definitely do a poll and find out pretty quick that like if a guy was pulling up your Instagram and there was people saying they want to put a baby in you and like make her tits bigger, pull up the OnlyFans.
That's again a different point. Again,
it's not though. It's not though. It's because that's the thing is Tom is making the mistake of thinking that the only issue is pulling up the Instagram. It's not. No one gives a fuck about that. It's all the 10 other.
Now we were just talking about this one point, and I think Tom would say, and I'm not. This is the point that I think he gets hung up on is rhetorically. He's saying there's a difference between feeling weird and calling him weird.
Yeah.
It's
but unfortunately,
weird.
it's both true.
And
that's the thing. Her feelings are, and that's really the point. Is like her feeling, even if it's just like, I think what you're doing is weird, it's still really just one individual person's feelings, but he got so fucking defensive. I have to prove her wrong or go fucking stand my ground. He fucked himself by taking it so seriously instead of going, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I just won't pull up Kelly Jean on stream anymore. And then just go about your day. And like a couple people might be like, you're kind of coomery and weird for pulling up.
Kelly Jean, what didn't happen in a vacuum. It happened right after this phone call on Gisticle stream with him prodding her, with Mantis on panel, with, there's all these things that we can't just say it was about the one thing even in his mind because it wasn't. He can say
there is a lot to it, but
that's the problem. It was still about just the one thing, but he was unable to. No.
Was it? Well, I'm curious because I haven't watched the call, so I'm curious about like what the if anyone who's more familiar with the call wants to tell me before I go in what to expect. Like in terms of are there not? I assume like how many people are in the call? Like is it this Kelly Jean, Just Talk? Who else is here? Mantis is obviously here.
Mantis, and then I think Wolfgang's also there.
Okay.
Yeah, Wolfgang's there.
Wolfgang.
Okay. So like all these people are, and I assume that's right. Lab's also there.
And
so all these people and I'm sure that all these people are asking Tom the exact same question, or are they asking him like several different things? Like they're asking him like a barrage of different questions, right? So like when we say, Tom's not addressing this specific criticism, but every time I hear someone say that, he's also being barraged with 8 different criticisms.
Oh yeah,
no, because here's the thing is again, and this is where I said it's Tom's responsibility in this moment to focus in on what's important. And the problem is that his fundamental belief inside is go fuck yourself, you dumb bitch. I don't give a shit. I'm going to come tell you that what you're saying is wrong. I'm not weird and that I will fucking keep living the way I'm living.
Is this a fair characterization of the call? Because I'm going to watch it and I'm going to watch this call.
Absolutely. That is absolutely.
I don't know if
Here, check for context as well. Check the Wick call where Tom gets called on to Wix by the fake Tom account, and then Jisco comes on later and Kelly comes on later. It's titled Perverse Incentives. It's like a couple days ago or whatever. And in that call, the first like 20 minutes, Beckett has to come in to be like, by the way, if you say I'm sorry you feel that way, I'm gonna punch you or whatever. Or I'm gonna, oh no, Elder Jazzy said I'd want to punch you for that, but Beckett said that's some.
Oh yeah,
piece of shit.
I think everyone's overreacting about that too. I think it's cringe as fuck. Yeah, we'll get into that later.
Yeah, but so what you're dismissing by saying that's cringe as fuck is that built into that statement is, I think your feelings are
soy.
stupid
Do you not
and
see how
wrong.
soy this is? Like what you're saying right now? Are you
feminist saying it?
self-aware about how soy
Is this
this
the
is?
male
No, I
feminist
agree
thing?
with you. I agree with you about what you're about to describe. But do you see how soy it is
Okay.
to say it like in this? Like
I don't
I'm
care.
saying- Okay, good. I don't mean it's a bad thing. I think it's good. I just think this, like, I think most of the time when we're describing this phenomenon, that like I agree with you exists. Like it gets characterized as like the soyest thing in the world in most
What's the
contexts.
word for calling everything soy?
But when we've collectively decided that we're like fuck this guy, now then it's this soy suddenly gets like super.
Yeah.
I just see it supercharged, and I'd be here for it if it was a little bit more consistent. But it's not. It only comes out in these circumstances. It's frustrating.
Because you're not
But,
seeing all the stuff going on in Tom's head and the fact that
No,
he
I
could be
see.
very triggered at this
promise
point.
you. I promise you. I see everything
You can
from
be as
all
triggered as you
angles
want, but you
because
don't
I'm
double
part of
down.
So
both
you're
communities,
expecting him
and
to come in and isolate the one thing and be very
I'm
calm about
expecting
it.
him.
I don't know.
I'm not.
Could
No,
you
no.
do
I'm not
that?
expecting him to be calm. If I'm ever faced with that situation, hopefully I'll navigate it better. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna jump into a stream with a whole bunch of bullshit you've been yelling in the chat, and then in that stream be yelling, like, you were giving your fucking brain dead takes on my fucking stream, you fucking. He's yelling, saying the shit at her when it's like your anger was supposed to be for Gisticle, and then you swap to him and you're like, look, listen, bud. And here's the thing: is you could say like. Lav might have shot a one-liner in here or there. Wolfgang might have made the basic
Lav's
obvious
hilarious.
point.
It's fine.
Yeah, Lav's base is fuck. And Wolfgang made the obvious and like clear. I don't mean that in a negative sense of like, oh, Captain Obvious. I'm saying it's like blatant like social awareness that hey, you can do the Kum time thing, but if a specific woman that's being used for the Kum time thing goes, hey, I felt weird about that, you got to take the hit and go, yeah, I guess sorry you feel weird. Like not bad. I guess it's kind of weird because it's like most guys don't host Kum time and have like vulgar messages in chat without expecting to be called gross or incels or like Kumers or whatever it is, misogynists and shit. So it's the fact that Tom is fighting the obvious normal response to it, which is, hey, that's a bit weird. Like having someone say they want to put a baby in me in some chat of some random person I don't really fucking interact with. Yeah, so it's
Literally everyone agrees with that, I think, here. We all
I mean, I
think
assume
that was
even-
an okay
sorry.
response.
Does Tom
But-
like argue like in the call that it's okay that Growling said he wanted to put a baby in Kelly Jean? Does he defend that part? Does he like take
defends
it? Okay, I didn't think so.
he defends that I'm pretty sure he defends that nothing, and even in his own stream afterwards was like, I don't think the fucking chat is bad, and like he not only fully endorses it, one of
might
the
be
people
coping
that was
with
the
that.
biggest
I wouldn't
concern
be
is his
surprised, sure.
moderator Glitchin, who like I don't hate the motherfucker. People think I hate him. No, it's just like he's a centerpiece in this thing because he's so consistently. There's even 2 weeks prior, Kelly Jean was brought up again because someone else suggested it, and then Glitchin was like, yeah, her fucking Insta's based, and so like we already did the
this-
Kelly Jean cycle.
That reminds me.
Glitchin
That reminds me,
specifically
Jube. I want to
already
know.
commented. Yo, what's up? What's up?
Okay,
What was
first of
the,
all, I'm gonna head out.
I'm sorry,
Thanks
sorry.
For,
Yeah, go
thanks for
ahead.
having
Cheers.
me. I can't cook with Jube on this. Have a good night.
Sorry, yeah, sorry.
Bye, Ninetales.
Good.
Jube, I wanted to know what's the lore about like how your name got how you were associated with the Kelly being pulled up thing. Like what was was this all just like Tom orchestrating like was Tom trying to take down JubeTube? Like how did this happen? What is
I'll say
what's
this.
going on?
My initial thought was absolutely it was just Mantis misremembered, stated it confidently, and then Tom popped in, and because the way she stated it confidently, figured that she was right or knew, and then stated it. Although it came up several times in a way that I'm like, they really could have just said it was like it came up in chat. And now after the fact, I'll be honest, there's an element of like seeing me as a traitor for I'm a mod in Gisticle stream. I haven't been around as often recently. I pop in here and there, but whether he does or doesn't acknowledge it is questionable. So there's some element of, and also, so here's the thing. It came up from Mantis, like right at the beginning, because Kelly was like, I just want to know, like, why did it get brought up? And then Mantis was like, oh, because JubeTube said to pull up the thing. And then I heard that first. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like about to get in the shower to meet up with some friends. And then Tom had popped in and said again, yeah, JubeTube. I was like, yeah, what the fuck? So I get out and I fucking look up the logs. And at that point was just like clarifying that I was in the chat, but like 100% of my messages are about the Progressive Victory Wick drama, except the common Kelly W is about the Instagram. But so yeah, it was just me clarifying that like it wasn't me popping
You
out of
literally
just
just caught
stream to go
strays.
there and go cool. Yeah, it was just like catching strays. So it's the quicker version of it.
Brutal.
And yeah, I'll be honest. Like I said, I responded to both of them in DMs. It's like we cleared it up. There was no beef. I figured it was just like good faith, honest mistake. That's Occam's razor, like most reasonable solution. But then Tom said he told Mantis, so like, oh, I'm sorry that your name came up, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's like, all right, sure. I figure maybe just taking the fall because he doesn't want me to be like, mad at her. But like again, I'm not mad. But then it's like, oh, they're kind of like dating, and then this is where it gets to his story about the messages in chat. And how before I had to watch the video to see the chat in line with video to get context, because he keeps saying if you look at the chat out of context, it doesn't make sense. I'm like, it doesn't really make sense in context. Those are not funny. Like I don't.
Okay, Okay, so with just to be clear, it's unless you're getting to something like really important.
Well, yeah, the reason why
are you getting like a key piece? Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of my name being brought up that soon in, which I need to go back and review that VOD to be clear. But so soon into Mantis coming in to stream, whether it's like 1 minute later or wherever they finally get to that first key question, Tom's narrative is that he told Mantis this, and I can't really reasonably think of how they decided this and made it a fact judgment or whatever prior without looking at the VOD, without the pressure being on stream to answer the question. I can't imagine why Tom told her this prior. So Tom's claim is that he was like behind in the VOD and catching up and like pausing and typing out of sync and all this while he didn't know Mantis was in the call. But Mantis right away in the call says something that he later says he told her to say. So it's like, either you talked about this prior without checking the VOD, which is stupid, or you're lying about whether you were or weren't watching when she popped in the call. Because his narratives aren't lining up with just the way he talked about how he engaged in the chat in that moment. And then adding the factor in of like, I told Mantis to say your name. I'm like, it's like 3 different stories that don't add up chronologically.
Okay, so what I was gonna say earlier, I think, okay. That makes sense, I think. But it seems then that because you keep saying like I didn't think that they did it like maliciously, but and then there's a lot of like weaving there. It's a lot of speculation, right? Like
sure.
It's just
my first reflex thought, because I literally was like sweeping for Tom in Justicle's Discord. Up until literally the moment where I'm like, hey, yo, what the fuck? I didn't say that. The hell's going on here? So again, granted, I wasn't like as poisoned as I am now from watching Tom push forward with this for like the last week. Mm-hmm. My immediate gut reaction was not, oh my God, it's nefarious and they're plotting against me. And like, he's talking about, it's like, surely
I guess that's why I'm asking. Like, what was the more specific things that like changed your mind on that? Like, what was it about his behavior afterwards, and what was about this timeline? Because I'm a little lost on what it is about this timeline that like proves or like suggests even whether or not he was like maliciously slandering you, like with that. Like, I'm confused how these are like tied together. Really.
Sure. It's more so about the overall like he's been weaving a web of kind of bullshit, and how when I talked to him in the call like after Zonia and Rezi talked to him, and I was like rambling for an hour and a half with him, I asked him at a certain point when I was like, okay, let's move on. I was like, if I go back and watch the VOD, you're telling me that those YouTube messages are in context, in line with the thing. And then days later when he was on
what are the messages that are like contradicting? What are his messages that are in, like, what's the contradiction?
The messages that you were saying were like kind of crazy in caps lock with the I'm gonna put your tits on the screen every day, you're just for objectification. Like it was that series of messages, which he was originally saying, no, it's just because they're isolated out of context. That's why they seem crazy. I'm like, so you're saying if I watch the VOD, I'm gonna hear someone say something, then I'm gonna see you type it and it's gonna make sense? And he's like, yeah, of course. I'm like, okay, I'll go back and do my homework.
And it obviously didn't, because they're still all like reprehensible at like individual of it, right?
Well, yes, but he then gets on Zonia's stream to clarify against President Sunday, or like whatever. This is like what just happened a day ago or so. And President Sunday is kind of pushing him on it, and he's like, "Oh, I was like behind in the VOD. I didn't know that Mantis was in there. I was like pausing and replying, and I was out of sync with when like what was being said."
This all sounds like plausible.
But he said he was however far back.
This all sound plausible. I'm so lost. Yeah.
Okay. No, but bro, it doesn't line up. He's saying that he was behind in the VOD watching the prank call of Nico Sam on him, and then when he typed the like get on there, Tom, in all caps lock, which is like, why the fuck is that? Like accidentally thinking you're on an alt account? What's happening here? And he's like, oh no, his reason is I saw other people type it in chat, so I typed it.
Something just dawned
What
on
the
me.
fuck is that? Who the fuck ever does that?
Something just
I'm
dawned
out
on
of
me.
sync. What's up? What's up?
Yeah, what dawned
was,
on you?
Was I have a question to clarify. Was all those other statements were these after the dick statement?
The you want my dick all the time, I think, is the first thing.
That's
and
the
then
first
everything's
thing?
after that. I believe it's the first thing.
Yeah, I thought so.
Then the conversation with Sunday might not be inconsistent at all. Because that was 5 minutes into the point where Mantis got on. So that could have easily been the point he
His
caught up.
messages are 5 months.
Yeah.
No, but that's the problem. That's the problem is that Mantis within the first minute for sure. I'll go check it, but it's like pretty immediate that she says my name that Tom apparently told her. So hey, sure, maybe the only lie was that he was covering for Mantis about saying so that she wouldn't get in trouble for throwing my name under the bus. But the idea that he didn't know she was in the call when she popped in and that he was behind in the VOD reviewing the Nico Sam stuff and then going through the whatever the fuck else, and he's responding to things and didn't realize he was out of sync with the VOD, and he's pausing, he's taking phone calls, and that Mantis call is happening, and then he somehow catches up. So it's like, how the fuck are you replying to the things in? And the problem is, it's not that it goes out of line with President Sunday's narrative. The problem is Tom's two narratives don't line up. Tom is telling me on one day that the messages line up with the video, and then the next day he's saying I was behind in the VOD, pausing and responding to phone calls. And so those messages are to things from 5 minutes prior. He's not responding to the things in the video in real time. And the lie or the I told Mantis whatever the fuck, there's no way you like caught up and then also told her to answer the first question.
Well, okay, so one part, the telling her to answer something, if that's true, that would be the one part. But if he caught up 5 minutes into her being on, then all of the other comments, he's no longer behind. So they would be consistent.
Wait, so the comments that are being typed at the 5 minutes into the combo point, you're saying correlate to the messages, to what's being spoken through his speakers? Like they're in sync in timing?
Yes, because if he said he caught up while she was live, he was watching her live, but he didn't see the moment she got on live. So he could have been about 3 minutes behind at that point, and then caught up 5 minutes into her being on, and then all the rest was responding live.
So if I can just to clarify the point of why we're like circling around this, because I'm confused about a specific thing. I think with the I'm sorry. Fuck. Come back to me. I need to cook.
Effectively, the point
really
is
quick. I
the
posted
messages he
that clip on the chat, the side chat.
Right on. Yeah, I'll pull this up. And okay, this is the gotcha. I'll forgive me. I'm gonna put that in a bucket in my head for a second and come back to. But fuck, hold up. 5 a.m. brain, gonna lose it. Effectively the point is that Tom's two narratives, that he's sending the messages in sync with the video in a way that makes sense, and then later saying, oh no, these messages are out of sync. Tom is contradicting.
Okay, I understand then. I remember what I was gonna say.
Okay,
so
also to jog
what I was
your
gonna say
memory.
is, if we think that the like his messages are his whole thing about the timeline is that like, oh, you would understand my messages if you understood the timeline. Is that correct? Is that Tom's? Okay, but the timeline, we all agree, regardless, like the things he said are like unhinged, and so we don't care about the timeline really. We just think the things he said were fucked up. So like all this quibbling about the timeline is fucking stupid.
It's important. It's important. No, it's important. It's important. There's a significance, and I'll show you as you dismiss it like aggressively.
Please. No, I just don't. I'm sorry. It's because I've been missing it, and it feels frustrating. But it might be on me. I apologize.
No, I can understand that. If it sounds like just me being a dumbass. The issue is, we can all agree it was obvious that the things he was saying was unhinged, and it was frustrating to hear him go, oh, you guys are so fucking, these are obvious. It's like, it's not obvious. You're unhinged as fuck. And then the other half of the issue is Tom weaving inconsistent narratives, and then when you start to get to the point where you pin him on something, he's like, no, you gotta pull back here. And he obfuscates and dodges and what's up?
it feels like we're saying, like, what we're doing is we're saying, well, we don't like that Tom did this thing, so we're looking back at each of these things and these other situations that he's said something, and we're going, well, how did he lie here? And then we're speculating about that. Then we're in speculation land, which is fine. We can be there.
This isn't speculation.
But,
it's two of his narratives not lining up in a way that can't make sense. One of them is supposed to like make the shit make sense, and then the next day he's like, no, it didn't happen like this. These are out of sync. So unless Tom specified that, and like I caught up, and so only those 4 messages are.
But the issue is that even in
there's
no sync. There's no sync where it makes it okay. So we don't care about the sync. It can be out of sync, and we can just say, Tom, it doesn't matter why. But yet this is what President Sunday was screaming at him about. This for like 15 minutes. President Sunday was like rambling about this at him, which was an L for him, a rare L, because I like Sunday.
Fair. I like Sunday too. There's two different moral questions here. One is how he's engaging with the person and being unhinged, and the other one is that he's being a lying scumbag, which is a consistent thing. And it's like, it's not looking for an inconsistency. It's like, you have said 2 things to try and tell us that we're being
You're
bad
not demonstrating that it's consistent. You're saying, well, here's a case where he could have lied.
No. I'm telling you, he told me 2 things. They don't align. Do you want to repeat them real quick to know what those are?
Yeah.
Okay. One is that all the caps lock messages, which we agree are unhinged messages, that they line up with the video in a way that makes them make sense. That's the first claim. And then the next claim is they're out of sync. So that's why. So it's like.
Okay, because this is my issue. It feels like the issue we have is with Tom's explanation of this timeline, right? Which is stupid. It's obviously stupid. I agree, but like the way to amend this,
he wouldn't acknowledge that it was
wait. The way to amend this and move forward is not to quibble over which thing was what the correct order was, right? This is where I'm frustrated about why the conversation is there.
No.
Because who fucking
It's
cares?
There's no.
It's not relevant at all.
Lying. It's about the lie. It's about weaving stories, and then when we start to get to a point, you pin him. He goes, "Oh no! But like it's about the other thing. No, we have to go back to the tape." It's like it's like I saw it because I experienced it, and then I could kind of like look back and be like, what the fuck was happening? The minute you start to get to a point where he has to concede or he sounds like a psychopath, even on just like a normative claim, like would you walk up to someone in the grocery store and said, come on your tits, or like I like jerking off to your tits, or some crazy shit, and it's like, bro, and then you ask him if that's like clearly a crazy thing to say. You could be like, hey, I'm a big fan of your work, but like I like jerking off to your tits all the way.
Or did he say no? Did he say those are not crazy things to do?
He said it was reasonable to go up to, if she's a porn star, you could just say, I'm like, are you fucking, and he's like, again, he's dying on these crazy hills.
Not okay to say to a porn star either. You definitely shouldn't do that.
In a like if you're at a porn expo or some shit, like a cam expo or some shit like that, you maybe not even crazier shit. Again, even then, they're like, bro, have some respect. And then we brought up Adriana Chechik, and like he brings up this example that like there's maybe a meme or a clip where she's like, oh, if you're at a festival, you like come up to me, I'll suck your dick. She's obviously not going to do that because she's going to fucking get like
what was her name again?
Shit. Yeah, right. Adriana Chechik though, like I'm sure you know who it is. Come on, get out of here. But he tried to make the point that like she's clearly like sexual in all contexts. So like fuck it, she got the same username. It's universal. And I went and checked her shit. She's got a turtleneck on, and her stream alerts is like, yo, please don't be vulgar and like gross in my chat. It's like, motherfucker, you're trying to say this is like not a normative. Yeah. Anyways, he was just. Tom. So it's not about like lining it up to make sense.
What happened?
Both of his narratives are bullshit, and neither.
Ali, what just happened here? Okay, I'm sorry. Am I crazy?
Exacerbation, from this guy's crazy narrative weaving.
It's just
pulling
a
it back
lot
to the
of
fact that
galloping, and it's hard to get
it's
the
not,
one point
yo.
you actually care
I
about.
can't. There's nothing to grasp onto. Yeah.
Different examples.
No, y'all are full of shit. This is absolute fucking sweeping cope. There was plenty to grasp onto. If you're avoiding it, it's because you're avoiding all the
radical cope. Yeah.
Nice.
We've all admitted a lot of this is bad, but like,
right.
I think he was just asking for the one point, and then it went into another.
Well, no, he was at. I know I ramble, but he was asking, why do I care about these 2 narratives that Tom has woven, and they're indicative of him doing a whole bunch of narrative weaving, and then telling you to go back and watch VODs, and you have to take notes and be like, you said this here, then you said this here. These totally contradict each other. This is a lie. You're full of shit here, and being that full of shit, that evasive, and that much of a fucking cocksucker to have a conversation with, to avoid accountability for some basic shit is aggravating. It's aggravating as fuck. And it's not like, oh, because Yisrael said this and because Telly said that. No. Deal with
those
this.
Are very normal things to happen. when 5 people are yelling at you about different things and making different arguments at you, it's very common for you to do exactly what you just
I'll
described
say
and
this,
also be
they're
wrong about
not
some of the
really
things in
different
retrospect.
arguments, and there's not really 5 people
Okay,
yelling.
I haven't watched
Like,
again. I haven't watched this call in a while, so I could be wrong about my
I'd be
characterization
happy
there.
to have like another whatever like reflective chat on it. Just
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting.
And I hate to say I have to review because of the bullshit he's woven since then and whatever copium. I'm like, I need to go
content
back.
must go on. I
timestamps.
haven't capitalized on it
must.
yet, so
I gotta keep dosing up on the thumb, bro. But I gotta go back and rewatch the Wick conversation, the one versus Justical and Kelly, and I have to rewatch him going on to Justicles so I can get all the fucking quotes, get all the timestamps, and pin this motherfucker on his bullshit to be like, bro, you're not gaslighting me into whatever narrative this guy like. This motherfucker, like you'll see when you watch those.
like,
That, like
maybe I will feel that way. I might feel that way. We'll see.
Yeah, and fair enough. You want to call me soy and shit. Although I know now. For you,
I don't. The problem is
negative,
I get called soy on a like always because that's just who I
As a
am, and
feminist,
I don't think it's a
yeah,
bad thing. So
So
like when
I'm
I
just-
say that, I'm just saying that like specifically that phrase, like this whole like everybody who I've heard say that sorry, what's the exact phrase that he said? Like I'm sorry that you feel that way or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sorry that she feels
Like
that way.
I think that this is like a meme apology that we understand is like generally memed on to be like a slight like an insincere apology in a way.
That's exactly what everyone's
and-
saying. It's just super insincere.
Yeah,
and
but
that he's
like
not
it's just kind
acknowledging
of
because he disagrees with the reason to apologize. Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, but this phrase specifically has like a meme like attached to it of like people having a distaste for it, right? Like specifically, and I think that is embodying like that's being like weaponized as like a condemnation of someone's character for saying this. But it's like not actually like you don't have to actually feel bad and be sorry for like he doesn't have to be sorry for his behavior. He can be sorry in that way and like that like you can be like, oh well, that's fucked up, Tom, and that's fine that you feel that way. But like he doesn't I don't think it's like a moral condemnation that he's like not framing his apology in like the correct way that like everyone like thinks he should.
Not about framing. He's not sorry. And you'll see this actually in his cope stream from last night. It's incredible. He's like, I have apologized for things. And people said if I just like, bit the bullet and apologize that it'd be fine. But I agreed with Resi and stuff that the way I conducted myself was less than optimal. It was like, you didn't apologize to anyone else. You apologized to yourself for not being better at like winning. His apology was not an apology. It was like, I'm sorry to me. It's insane. It's fucking, and because he fundamentally feels like you're wrong. I have no reason to apologize. And if I apologize, I'm admitting defeat and I'm admitting I'm weird and I'm not weird. He is unironically, and I'll be honest, with someone recently, I thought about apologizing, and when I realized, I tried to phrase it 6 different ways, whatever the variable was, and each type of way, I was like, I'm effectively still saying, I'm sorry you feel that way because I don't feel bad, and I don't think you should apologize for something if you did nothing wrong. And I didn't end up apologizing to that person. I chose to change how I engage and not be salty, not be toxic, whatever the fuck it was, leave it alone. But if I was just going to be like, oh, I'm sorry you fucking were mad or you feel this way about what I'm doing, it's like, okay, cool, cunt, keep it to yourself. Like, you're not, it's just a dismissive phrase. It's not even like, you can think it's a meme and maybe it's amplified by that, but it's,
well, I'm not, what I mean is, so wait, when I say the amplified, what I mean by that is that like, it's like okay, there's like a joking condemnation of this phrase, right? Because of an understanding that it's generally like insincere, but then there's like whenever people are saying it, they're like, what an awful thing for Tom to say, what a horrible thing. Like it's being like, this is so awful that he's not giving a real apology, which he's arguably not. But like it is a real apology. It's just not the right kind of apology that people want.
It's
right?
not a real apology. Literally, the way he elaborates,
it's not a real apology. It isn't. Okay.
No, I literally. I unironically,
it literally is like, I'm sorry you feel that way. Like it's just like I'm not gonna like my behavior could be like it's.
Well, to be clear, he's saying I'm sorry you have irrational feelings, right?
It could be.
Like, I'm
Sure.
sorry you feel that way, but they're not justified because the normative claim.
Yeah,
is
well,
not
like I said, that could be a
justified.
side effect. Like I said earlier, like if he,
It's not.
if he goes in,
That
he
is,
like
isn't
knocks
a side
down.
effect. That's what he's saying. That's what the
Sure,
words
sure.
mean.
Okay, but
That's
you're
what the
you're saying
sentence
saying
means.
this like it's like a horrible thing. But if he goes in and like does it, let's say that she was like her opinions about why he was being creepy and that were being expressed and argued about were actually things that were unreasonable, right? Let's say that this is
Sure.
the case.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
I don't know. I
If
don't
he
know
was
what
actually,
I don't
yeah,
know what they were
totally.
arguing about. Yeah, let's
I get what
imagine
you're saying,
where they
Let's
were.
imagine-
Okay, Tom
sure.
comes in and he points this out, and with precision he's using fucking P's and Q's and not P's, and he's logicking it out, and he proves it,
Sure.
right? And he demonstrates, right, that this is the case. Okay,
Yeah.
then he's done the same thing here that you were just saying he might be doing. He's done that, but like
Done what? Sorry.
that's
Done what? Sorry.
he's
Forgive my smooth brain. What was the thing that he did that was analogous?
he's invalidated her opinions. He's saying your foundations for your opinions, your feelings are wrong. He's saying your feelings are invalidated or whatever, right? He's doing
Sure.
that, but like we don't care about
Yeah.
because it sounds more calculated or whatever in this context. But
the reason is that
you're
like
it's the same thing as
90%
being
of
condemned is what I'm saying.
Okay, but I guess the thing I think is that it's not that phrase is like an illegal thing to say. It's that
that's what it feels like.
I get you, but I'm saying that 90% of people looking in, and you could say it's the bias of Queeman's channel, you could say it's the bias of Jiskel's channel. I think reasonable people looking at this, even you have drawn the line on like that was just like, bro, you're fucking up here, right? Like, okay, this isn't about like completely condemning him, but not completely defending.
Fuck Tom.
I do. Motherfucker. Hold on. Let me reel back. Oh yeah, about
Tom
the
is my
condemning
boy,
thing.
but
The
I'm
issue
not
is
going
that
to be a liar for him when I don't even bother
True,
lying
for the
for
clout,
myself.
baby.
LOL.
But no, the issue is that I think 90% or most reasonable, rational human beings see that he is completely out of bounds and kind of just was like being unreasonable, and that what Kelly was saying actually is reasonable. Again, the majority, there was not over 50% of male streamers doing Coom time. There's not, and if there is over 50% of male streamers having like that type of chat going on or that kind of vibe, they're going to be getting seen as like incel or weird or like kick streamers in general, right? Who just like pull up fucking Omegle and pull up OnlyFans and pull up all this type of shit and try to like capitalize on female sexuality because they don't have that asset themselves. But yeah, it's very much looked down upon in a way that's like at least 70 to 90% of the population thinks it's weird. And again, it's not like, oh, male sexuality should be fully demonized, although I think it societally is demonized. It's just like, this isn't the way to like destigmatize it. This isn't the way to do it respectfully or like comfortably and keep society in mind or the majority in mind. So the problem is that Kelly's feeling of being weird was widely seen as reasonable, and Tom's position of everyone else is so fucking soy and cringe or whatever, it was like, are you good, bro? Like,
I also know that after that call, Tom has consistently asserted that like Kelly's position was like, or that Kelly had been like pretty reasonable throughout it all. I've heard him say that a bunch of times as well.
Yeah, but I do think again, and he seems to have done this with Zonia, with Sass. There's a part of me that is seeing that as a performative, like good faith, like, oh, I don't think Kelly was doing whatever. It's like, yeah, but like you're also kind of you're taking that fucking thing of her thinking it's weird, and you guys can all say like, oh no, but it's about Jiskel, oh, but it's about this. It's not. It's about how he fucking went crazy. He just got stun locked by the sex pest thing. That was his Achilles heel, but no one gives a fuck about that stuff. It's how he pushed against Kelly in a way that was like, you don't take no for an answer, and it's kind of fucked up and weird, and then you're playing word games and semantics and just rhetoric bullshit and lying and being slimy, and then people looked back and saw, and then people looked back and saw like, oh, you have a large pattern. Also, he was lying about like, has any other woman felt uncomfortable with you doing this? He's like, no, it's the first time ever, but 7 had already felt uncomfortable, had already brought it up. He's like, oh no, that was just about the transvestigating. And then we found out later through more leaked DMs, it wasn't just about the
I haven't gone through
transvestigating.
all the 7 stuff.
Sorry, spoilers, yo, but yeah, it's really
it's fine. I want to
catch
give me
me
the
in
summary.
9 more hours of lore. And I hope that as you do see it, you see why I'm pointing out certain things.
I never wanted to know this much about Tom.
I know, right? I should know less and absolutely care less, but
And this
been
to me is
betrayed,
why
man.
my solution is a listening tour of women, or not
Right.
really a listening tour, but just like a
Yeah.
panel of women where he actually listens.
So I'll say this. I heard you say it before. I didn't want to interrupt because we were going through our list, even though I do that all the time. Unfortunately, I will call that super soy and super cringe, although I respect and understand it coming from a female or from a feminist. But I do think that like sensitivity training is cringe. Even this, it's like, bro,
Why?
like, well, it's cringe in concept, but
if he wanted to
and sometimes because I
grow
think it's
from
used
this.
in unreasonable moments, but I think Tom actually needs like socialization training, not sensitivity training.
I
It just
didn't
seems
say
like
sensitivity
complete.
training. That was your word. I never.
I
used
know, I
that
know,
word.
I know. Well, I'm just saying that like a panel of like 10 women being like, "This is why you're bad," is like
I think
effectively
we should
what
put Tom in a
You're
re-education
training would
framing
be.
it like that. I'm just
I
saying.
mean, I don't know what this panel would
actually
be like.
I'm saying actually listening to each point and
Yeah.
like receiving feedback without reacting.
Yeah, well, that is sensitivity training. Is like you're there, and then those people will give you a bunch of feedback, and you take that feedback and go work on it. It's not a
Why
negative
would you
thing. It's
frame
just
it that way? Because of course people are going to call that soy. Why don't you just say, as a person,
I'm
I
telling
think I need
I'm
to
telling you.
listen to my audience, and I have a
Sure.
lot of females in my audience. And if he
Sure,
took
sure,
it
sure.
seriously and he
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
maybe I should listen.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, and let me make it clear. I think he should have been listening to his audience the whole fucking time instead of coping and saying that like no one in his audience
Obviously.
disagrees with him. And the women that have been like, Tom, like, what are you doing? Like, come, like, relax. Like, what the fuck? Like, what is this take? He should have been listening to the women in his community the whole time. Should have been listening to the men in his community the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of them. I'm just saying that like
I'm
it's
saying
like an
moving
in
forward,
general
not
principle.
what
Yeah,
should he have done.
I know. I get you. I get you. The problem is it's like the performance element of like, okay, now we're gonna like put him there and he's gonna have to like take the
No.
lecturing, although
Yes,
he's
I
been
did pull
doing
that.
that one-on-one with people the whole time. Understand? Okay, I'm not trying to. I know that I'm framing it negatively, and so forgive me because like I
You
am unlike Radical Coder, I don't label myself a feminist, so like understand that I agree with like 99% of where you're coming from. I just don't exactly. I'll be slow for that, but it's just the like tribunal of Tom thing. Even though we're doing this in long form content, to be fair, I think that level of like kind of the problem is it seems like he needs that level of patronizing like free education. Is it like
From
socialization?
men, from
The
you
wall of
guys every
socialization.
night, going
No,
over
no.
it again and
He needs
again.
it from. Well, yeah, the content must go on. But no, he needs it from. He needed it from anyone and everyone that was giving it to him the whole time. I'm just saying that I don't think the performance thing has to happen at this point in time.
Not a
I think
performance.
Tom needs to. Well, no,
That's
I
the
mean
problem.
Tom doing that would, especially because it would be made into content where he could like monetize it, and in a way, it's
I
like.
didn't say that actually. You're saying that.
I am saying that. Yeah. I'm saying that Tom, if he's doing this, well, if okay, so you're saying that he should do it in private with a group of 10 people and
I'm not
whatever. Do
saying
this.
how he should do it.
Okay.
I'm saying
Yeah.
as a human being, if
Sure.
he really wanted to show that he gave a
Yeah.
shit about
Sure.
women in his
Yeah.
community, he
Totally.
should do some sort of listening, taking their feedback in
Yeah.
without combating it and
Sure.
reacting
I
immediately.
guess what I'm saying is that
That's exactly how you learn to solve these problems. That's a great point, Ali.
well, so here's my issue, or like I guess what I'm saying is it's not really so much an issue as like Tom does not need to really hear more things. He's heard everything he needs to hear. He needs to choose to engage with and actually take it in good faith and not think that everyone's here on Jessical's behalf or whatever the fuck it is. And then just come out and just be honest about the reflection that like you realize some shit and you're like, okay, I might alter this. He started to do that where he's like, oh, maybe I could understand how women in the space I work in might feel uncomfortable about that. He said that in his like most recent stream from like last night where there's no chat on screen and it's like after the Zonia call and stuff.
What
It's like
women
we
has he
finally got to
listened
this point. Holy shit. Huh?
that you know of? What women have
He has
has
listened he hasn't listened to anyone.
So
He
that's
hasn't
why
listened to
I'm
any
saying
men or any
that
women.
would be
I'm
the
just
first
saying
step, is to
but
start.
what I'm saying is that he has already been told everything. He's not going to hear new things. I think I might be able to walk him through his fucked up debate bro logic to a place of understanding and finally just have that aware moment.
This is the problem. You're mansplaining it to him every night. Every guy is.
Mansplaining to a man? Now this is you're bringing
Yeah.
up feminism. Let's
You're
go,
trying to
baby.
describe Kelly's feelings. and my feelings and other women's feelings. Why
Wait,
don't
so
you just
when
let
so
women actually talk to him and see if he could receive it? Because we're speaking from actual experience of being a
right, and
woman.
I'm speaking from the experience of watching Tom talk to women for the last week, and it hasn't gone very well. His relationship seemed to be
Right.
falling
So that's
apart
what I'm
at the
saying. He needs
seams.
to
So no one
start
else should try.
listening.
So yeah, no. I'm not saying no one else should try. I'm saying that like me mansplaining it to him is not a problem when he
working.
already lost
It sounds like this
Sass,
problem. It sounds
lost
what you just said.
Zonia.
It sounds like a
He
terrible.
listened to
It sounds like
Kelly,
it's not
and he
working.
fucking couldn't listen to her whatsoever. No, nothing is working. Is the point? No, like,
No,
no
you
women,
just no.
no
what
men,
you just said is not working.
no one.
But
What did I
you're
just say that wasn't working?
But Ali, what Ali suggesting
what did
hasn't been tried, right?
what did I just say that hasn't been working?
Didn't you just say that like your criticism has been failing? You're saying you're like I gave him the criticism and then everything around him fell apart and he died and like
No. I said everyone's criticism. I said everyone's criticism, meaning Kelly's, meaning Sass's, meaning Zonia's, meaning Rezi's, meaning literally everyone, every chatter, every other fucking streamer, aside from the handful of sweepers who are in Gigacope, like 99% of the population.
George
is like,
Washington's
you're
election,
fucking
everyone.
insane. Yeah, the whole population
That's the
outside of
point.
Twitch obviously. No, clearly he's heard from fucking everyone. His close relationships are diminishing. And you think, okay, hold on. You genuinely think that getting Tom in a room with 10 women and him going, I'm here to listen. I'm going to learn now. My ears are open. This is, you're both, you're both, that's, okay, well, you're both
That's a
being
good idea.
goofy.
I said it's a good
being
idea.
complete feminists about this suggestion. Respectfully, I don't think the tribunal
You're
of
dismissing it because
of women-
you think it's a bad idea inherently, which is stupid.
No, I don't think it's an inherently bad idea.
it
I
had
actually
to
don't
be
think it's
10
inherently bad.
women
Actually,
tribunal. I didn't
it is
say that.
inherently cringe to like sit
It's
one
cringe
person down
because
with
it's
10
it's only
people around
cringe
them
because
and
of
go,
anti-feminism.
you need to listen. No, it'd be cringe the other way around too. If like 10
Why?
guys were circling a woman to go, you need to learn this about man,
No one
I'd say
said
that's
this
super
part.
cringe.
What if they did?
You're
Really quick?
no one said shit because you're not understanding.
No one
I
said
thought
really
it calls me
10
on this though.
women tribunal surrounding someone is how it's going to happen.
That's what this listening party is, respectfully.
But a woman couldn't gather like 10 of her like close male friends and associates to like give her feedback on like how her relation among gender, like if she wants to do that,
wants
like,
to, of course.
yeah, but
she
we're
can.
suggesting Tom should want to do that. So
Right.
so
Problem is he
what I'm
doesn't.
saying.
what's the problem?
The problem is
problem?
no. The problem
Typical
isn't.
Queen- problem?
The problem is Tom being so dug in to the point where he's tanking his everything that it doesn't matter what format it's been presented to him. We spoke to him in private. Women spoke to him
You
in
keep saying
private.
it doesn't matter what format, and then we're saying like, well, what about this format? And you're like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No,
But you don't know
it
that.
doesn't have to
Radical
be
Coder.
10 at
No,
once.
listen,
It
hold
could
up,
be
stop, listen
individual
for a second.
meetings. It could
What I'm
be
saying, instead
any
of being
format.
fucking, instead of being super, sorry, let me chill. Instead of being super naive, which is to ignore Tom's pattern of behavior, which is to
Naive is
take
my middle name.
zero fucking accountability, to say I apologize to absolutely nobody and quote Conor McGregor and shit like this, to be giga chatting to the point where his community, his mod team's producer, or everything's falling apart. This amount of shit is a pattern that shows me he's not really open to feedback. And I don't think that something that makes him feel patronized, which would be a setting like a listening party where he doesn't push back, is going to be the thing that gets through to this guy who's so stubborn.
That's great.
And full
Go
of
make
shit.
a Reddit post about it. Who cares? Like that's your conclusion. Why? Like we're saying
cares?
we're
having a conversation.
Songs, just subscribe.
I know, but like we get that that's your opinion. Like,
Okay,
we understand
really
your point,
quickly,
right?
If he could just have a conversation like he did with Anavar, with most people, if he reacted that way, it would have been perfect. Because like, did you see the conversation? She came on for a
Is
tiny
that the
bit.
one where he told her that he didn't talk about wanting, like, loving crazy women or whatever and calling her and Lab crazy? Is that
Yes,
you know what I'm
he was
talking about?
saying
Okay.
when he
I've
called her
cast him up on
crazy, he
that
didn't
take.
mean it in this way.
I
He told her
apologize.
the way he meant it, and he was totally calm. The back and forth, and she pretty much instantly was like, "Oh, okay, thanks for clearing that up." And it was like, it would have been nice to see him react that
Did
way
you
a
get it,
lot sooner
Canklemore?
and with everyone.
Right.
Yeah, I
And
have to go back and check that one because there might have been some slipperiness on that one as well.
Maybe there was
everywhere in this motherfucker. I get that y'all are, like,
apparently, but
remain-
then when you dig into it, it's like kinda, sorta, and sometimes mostly, maybe not in this one specifically, but in all the others for sure.
Yeah, and that could be true that there was like sliminess. I didn't actually.
Yeah, I'll check the Anavar one.
I'll
I'm
have to
open
check.
to him having handled that one moment well, and amazing if he handled anything well in the last week. That would be fucking. I didn't notice because there's so much other fucking up going on around
This
it.
might be my
That was, I was
point,
gonna say
is
that was
that
the reason I did notice because it was the one time I was watching him react, and I was like, "Oh, this is actually
Hinged.
reasonable."
No way.
Like, that's why it stuck with me.
it doesn't need to be 10 at once. I don't mean it in that way.
Yeah.
If that was what I conveyed, I didn't mean to. What I was meaning would be like if he genuinely reached out to me as a newer female in his community and say, I'm ready to listen to
Yeah.
what you have to say feedback wise on how
Totally.
how did this make you feel as a female in my community. I don't want to hear it from JubeTube. I don't want to hear it from
Comedy
Abaddon.
vein.
I don't want to hear
Dude,
I want
that's
to
one
hear
walk.
one-on-one feedback, and if I could look at him in his eyes and explain to him my feelings on it and what it made me feel like.
Totally.
And do you not think that would possibly have a different impact on him than all the other dudes in this space kind of dogpiling and saying all the nitpicky little things they dislike about him? It might come differently from a female with a real feeling about him. And
I get what you're saying, Allie, but I think I should talk to him. Okay, I think it's time.
I get it.
Red pilled.
So I will say this: if Tom, out of his own volition, messaged whatever handful of females to say, "Hey guys, I want to do this thing. Are you guys open to having a conversation with me about this? I
What do
really
you
want
need to be you guys one-on-one?
No. Oh, sure. And when I said guys, I just mean like to whatever the females that he's communicating with. If he did it out of his own will, like he woke up one day and went, you know what? I need to go contact some women and have some real conversations and reflect and try and be as introspective as possible. If that came out of his own head, even if
What are you
someone
gonna
gives
do
him
if
the
he does it
idea and he agrees with it.
inorganically? Yeah.
No. Even if someone else tells it to him and he agrees with it, like fundamentally enough to actually think it and then act it. He's not being like told in a way that's like, yeah.
Yes.
If he chooses to do that, you already won the battle. You already won the battle. So my point is, and so what I'm saying is, that's fine. Anything that happens after that point is fine. If Tom wakes up acknowledging that he's done some shit that's wrong and realizing he needs to actually somewhat pay attention, sure. That's what I'm saying. If you could even get him open to listening and acknowledging that maybe like I made women uncomfortable.
Not these guys.
Well,
hear me
hey,
out.
you guys are in luck. No, frankly, you guys are in luck because Tom actually hosts a show where you can go on and talk to him about things, and we could set something like this up where people can have these conversations with him because that's the thing.
Although
the thing he
perhaps
does.
in private would be less pressure, as she was saying a second ago. Perhaps at least
Maybe
have the
they could
option to do so. All I'm saying is, I'm not saying conversations don't help and that women can't be of any use in this thing. It's that what you were saying, listening
Pattern
thing, where
of
it's like listen, don't talk thing. I think, given again the pattern and what
I
he has
hear you.
presented, didn't seem super receptive to that. So again,
I
if
hear you.
if he is open and he's like, yo, I want to do this thing. Whatever the women say, you've already won. You've already won because he's already paying attention and listening. So I agree, but the point is, I'm not agreeing that he needs this listening thing. I'm agreeing he
didn't
needs
say
to
he
have
needs
something.
to.
Well,
We were
regardless,
coming up with ideas of what
I
I
know.
thought would be his next best step, and that is my idea.
Sure.
You can shoot
Sure,
it
sure.
down.
I'm
That's
not trying to shoot it down. I was just trying to clarify for anyone that aligning me with however many more of my other soy takes that level of what is known as sensitivity training in HR, right? Like is a version of that framing in the corporate world that is similar to this, where it's like you need to like listen and understand a bunch of things that you're off the mark about, whether minorities or whoever they've offended
It's
at the
an
workplace
outrage.
in that moment, or trans and stuff like that. It's like it is analogous to that in some way. That's where that comparison is coming from. And in general, I don't love that, even though there is some element to that, although this is all content. As Tom was very clear to say, this is content. I want to have debates. It's like, all right, let's have these conversations then. But anyway, so my point is, it doesn't matter about what gets done. If Tom wakes up one day acknowledging he needs to like pay attention to the world outside of himself, the battle is already won. Everything else from there is game. Oh, and the other point I wanted to make was that
We
I'm
don't
not
need to listen to him, actually. The battle's already won.
Wait,
To the
don't need to
women.
listen to what? No. Like you guys can still have the conversation, but you're not going to tell him anything new he hasn't already heard from women and men. And the point I was trying to make is that whatever women, hear me out for a second. If he wakes up one day willing to have this conversation with whatever females, like I said, you've already won because his mindset has shifted into the correct, open, or potentially whatever fixable fucking position. But the issue is that he did talk to women in private. This isn't about on stream and a bunch of men. It's about Sassafras, who is his producer, who's a longtime friend. He spent hours and years or whatever working on this channel with, talking to him in
It sounds
private.
like he had a very
about-
complex interpersonal relationship with that was volatile towards the end for a lot of different reasons, right?
Sure, that's
Probably
one
not the best
woman.
represent. That doesn't
one
like make
woman.
her representative of his like relationships with women broadly.
I know. I said that's
It's a
my
very
point. That's
particular relationship.
That's my point. Is it's just one woman, although one that he was very close to and that clearly cared about his well-being. You could say there's other complicating factors. That's fine. I'm just illustrating the closest woman that we're aware of, given the whatever position of circumstances. But
The
whether
most
it goes from
exceptional of
Zonia and Otherwoods, sure. Well, most exceptional in
maybe
what way
Mantis,
do you mean?
Mantis, in relevance to the situation, I guess.
Sure. I mean, of the people criticizing him, though, because Mantis has been on his side standing him. So, like, it might be closer now, but I'm saying, like, of the women that are criticizing him, it's like his producer of the last few years and, like, friend and whatever the fuck else it might be, along with Zonia, and then other women in the community. I don't know, like, name everyone or, like, put them on the spot in that way, but there's several other females that are, like, friends of his, other content creators. Like, I know for a fact women have been talking to him in private, and it's not been fucking working. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about the thing that happens next. It's about his mindset moving forward.
I know that.
He
And I
has to
think
have
you're
the click.
correct.
Yeah. So just, I want to be clear. I'm not trying to shoot down your idea. I apologize if it came off that way. I was trying to be disrespectful or diminish
It is
that.
about that
It's just,
mindset shift and seeing
Sure.
what hasn't worked already. So he may, at this point, be at a point where he's like,
Yeah.
fuck, this didn't work. I tried with this. I tried with them. They came at me. They're coming at
the
me.
walls are
He may
closing
be
in.
At a point
He has
where,
to be more open.
Oh, and
maybe
Zonya
at
did
this
way too
point,
much.
I'm ready.
When your community is falling apart at the seams as much as his is, when your close friends or whatever the fuck, when as much as is happening to him right now is happening, he has to start shifting his perspective. But the problem is, even in the fucking last stream where he's like, I've apologized for things, and he's like, the fact that I didn't word it the best way so that it's like, people could misconstrue me. It's like, you're not apologizing to other people. You're apologizing to yourself, bro. This guy's learned nothing.
Right.
It's
It
fucking
hasn't worked
insane.
so far.
Nothing has worked. Women in private, men in private, public.
Right.
Nothing's worked. So hopefully at some point something clicks. And hey,
Yeah, maybe
I
different men
in
and
good
women. Let's
faith,
try it. Why not?
I in good
If he
faith,
was ready to
unironically,
finally
will walk him to
quit.
sanity again if he'll allow it.
I don't think I'm gonna, because
Hey, man.
I think I feel myself in more of like a chronicler role here, where I'm just observing. I like Tom, but I'm not gonna tie myself to him. I'm observing a lot of this go down, and it's
You are doing a lot of
interesting.
sweeping for an observer. For a
No,
spectator.
yeah, I know. That's my issue,
Mm.
right? I'm wondering, how much of my own personal biases are pushing me, but it seems like when I press down on a lot of these things, I kind of get the answers I'm expecting. So I don't know. It feels validating.
I think you should review. I think you should review the content.
But,
I think you should
maybe
review the
so.
like 8 hours of context that you're completely missing and taking in
Yeah.
good faith because you like Tom, respectfully. And I mean
Well,
that genuinely.
yeah,
I'm not trying to be an
well,
asshole,
again, yeah.
but if you do the homework on it, you'll see that. Dudes, every one of the criticisms is 100% reasonable, and this motherfucker
Every
is
single one of them. Wow,
inconsistent
that's
slip-
crazy. All of
Wait,
them.
to be
Wow,
clear,
'cause,
I mean
all of them
mine,
are
my
100%
criticisms,
accurate.
my criticism.
Okay,
I mean
okay,
my
I gotcha.
my criticisms,
'Cause
not
you
like I'm
said
not
all
gonna
of the
vouch for everybody
criticisms.
else. Sorry.
Right? Didn't you just
What's
say
that?
all of the criticisms? Maybe I
Yeah,
misheard.
I said 100%
Did you-
criticisms. I'm gonna clarify 100% of my own criticisms, although I would say about 90 to 95% of the general criticisms. The one thing that's not true,
maybe.
I don't know that he's necessarily a sex pest. That label fucked Tom's brain up because he ignored
Wait, no,
every
no.
other
Okay,
criticism.
there's no way.
Because
I'm
of
sorry.
the
I'm sorry,
one
but
thing that's nonsense. What's up?
if the 95% are true, then I'm pretty sure Tom would absolutely be a sex pest. Like I think that bar would easily be met. If all the stuff that everyone's saying about him is true, like I'm pretty
Well,
sure
to
he'd
be
be a
to be
sex
clear,
pest.
just to be clear, when I say sex pest, I mean someone who advances on women and makes them uncomfortable, meaning you DM them incessantly or you approach them in bars. Tom has made it clear that he's never been to a bar in his life, and it doesn't seem like he aggressively DMs women in a. Well, I'm half joking. He did a word slip where he's like, "I've never been to a bar. I mean, I've never been to a bar where a woman calls me creepy." But what I'm saying is that his whole like, I
he
would
misspoke.
but that was no. I'm making it super clear. I'm not quoting that misspeak as fact. I'm saying that his overall, I would debate a woman in a bar about falsely accusing me of being a creep. That's like
his take was like
you're socially retarded. You're fucking insane person. That's like I've never been to a bar. I've never touched pussy before. I've never fucking been on a date. That's like the level of like
No,
you're
no,
fucking
I don't. No,
insane.
no.
This
Listen,
whole
as
shit is
someone who's done all
retarded,
those
bro.
things many times, I don't think that Tom's take was super unreasonable there when he like laid it out in detail. Yeah,
No,
I
his
don't. No.
the nuance that he thinks he's adding, where he's like, "Oh, if there's people at the table who suddenly start
I
screaming
wouldn't do it
sex,"
personally.
it's
I
retarded.
wouldn't, but
He's
I don't
trying
think it's
to create a
unreasonable.
false analogy for the logistical thing. It's all bullshit. It's all coke. This guy's an insane person.
You're making you're jumping between shit. Stop doing.
I'm
Stop
not
doing
jumping
that.
between nothing.
You
But
just
go for
did.
it.
You just did. You're
No, no,
okay. Wait.
not jumping
wait.
anywhere.
We're talking. We're not talking about whether or not it's analogous to the Kelly thing. Okay. Like
I'm saying that's why he brought it up. That's why he added the nuance of like,
that's
oh,
fine,
if you just called me
that's
creepy,
fine.
I would just walk away. But like, if she went back and they were like being bad
That's fine,
faith,
but
and
we're
there's a
talking
group of
about that.
friends, and blah blah blah.
We just weren't talking
making
about
a
that.
fake version of the.
Okay.
Well, but that
We
is
just
why
weren't
he's
talking about that,
autistic
but I
and
want-
never been to a bar.
I don't care.
No, but that
I
is
don't
what we were
care.
talking about. You
I
said
don't
that he
care.
clarified.
Oh my
You
God,
said
I
that he
hate you.
clarified. That's the clarification. So
I
okay, we
love
can
you,
move
dude, but I
forward.
hate you
But
right now. Okay.
fair enough. My autism is too powerful. Go on. Sorry about my headphone hitting the microphone.
Maybe it's me. Okay. What I'm saying is that if someone's in a bar, okay, and someone like Tom lays out this in like laborious detail, right, saying like all these details were like these people are specifically like basically giving him false allegations. That's how he sums it up at the end, right? This is his at least. This is how he's characterizing. Whether or not you think that he's accurately characterizing himself,
That's
this is
what
how
he
he
said, though,
describes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay. So he's saying in that case, he would then argue, like say, hey, no, I did not do that. Right. I did not do that thing. Okay. He's saying he would do that.
Sure.
Right. That's his take. Why is that so unreasonable?
People making false. Okay, because no one is talking about
because he's never been to a bar.
Relax,
like no, it's not unreasonable.
Relax.
Okay.
Try not to be too condescending, all right? We're
I
still friends,
also,
right?
I
Or
owe
not,
a lot.
we're still
I love it.
I'll
I'm
say
sorry.
that.
I shouldn't.
You know.
I'm gonna glass house, bro.
Do I got to point at my fucking Tears of the Kingdom switch here so you like me more? Come on.
I got like 500
Anyways.
hours in that game.
Right? And would you believe I haven't even cracked it out the wrapper yet since last year? I'll off myself later and not explain it. But so the issue is that he was asked if he would debate a woman on if they were attracted to them or like if they said they weren't interested in you, would you be like, you have to give me a normative claim why you don't think I'm, rizzed up or whatever the fuck it is. And he was like, and then it got to the if someone called you weird, if you like came and tried to hit on them and then they were like, yo, you're kind of being weird, leave me alone. Would you debate her on that? He's like, no, of course I would just like be like, my bad, and leave her alone.
Yeah.
And then he's like, but if she then goes back to her table and they're like yelling false allegations. So that's what I'm saying is that the analogy is Kelly says you're weird. Do you debate her on
Now
that?
we're
Or
moving
do you
on to
go,
the
my bad, and leave?
Okay,
No,
I see.
no, but you have to understand that's why Rezi brought the example up.
Okay.
That's the reason. It's the bar example is an analogy for Kelly calling him weird. Would you debate? He goes, no. And then, but if she goes back to her table and they yell false allegation, what's the false allegation? That you're a sex pest. What's the table? It's your friend
Okay,
just
so
or
my
whatever.
issue,
At your
yeah, that's all. That can all be fine.
100%.
My issue, that's all fine.
You
That's
get where I'm
the
coming from,
analogy
though,
can be
right?
shit.
Why those connect?
Sure. Yeah, I get the analogy shit. What I'm
Sure.
saying is that my issue that when people were saying like this is a super insane autistic take that Tom has about being at a bar or whatever, it's not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like
here's
what
the
he
thing,
describes is not that. That's my issue. That's what I'm saying. It's so
Here's the thing.
frustrating.
It kind of is though, because if you're at
been
the
to a
bar
bar.
and then I know, me too. Trust me, too many times. But if you're at a
I
bar
was sitting
and
open
like,
mic at a bar. I've done it. Okay.
trust
I'm
me,
just
I
saying, like,
play them all the time. I'm a musician and shit. Like I get you. I've been in bars the last whatever fucking 13, 14 years. I understand it. So if you're at a bar, one, you don't
my
want
point is a lot
competition
of
because you're
people
gonna end
agree
up in
with
a
Tom.
fight with somebody.
10 years.
A lot of people
Whoa,
agree with Tom's take here.
Yeah,
it's not that
Nice.
unreasonable.
It's
A lot
it
of
is
people agree with what Tom's
extremely
saying.
unreasonable. No, they don't.
It's
A
not.
few people sweeping from me in this
What
chat
would a
agree with
woman
them.
know?
In fact, you know what? It speaks more. It seems like you haven't been to a bar if you don't think a lot of people agree with Tom, because that happens at bars all the fucking time. Is people like
you
start
keep
arguing
saying things and
arguments
not
about
listening to
stupid
the
shit
point,
like that.
but no, that's the point. Is people
But
get
yeah,
into
it's
arguments and
it's
then
all about the
dudes
analogy.
fight
It's all
about
about
shit.
fucking
No,
Kelly
not,
Jean.
I'm not giving you the analogy. I'm describing this exact circumstance of the hypothetical where you're at a bar, you unintentionally weird a woman out, make her uncomfortable by like asking for her if you could buy her a drink or whatever the fuck it might be, and you do it the wrong way, and she's just like, oh, kind of fuck off, or you were like rubbed up against her and she kind of overreacts, whatever it is. You're not gonna be like, what? No, I just, unless she starts yelling rape or some crazy shit where you're like, yo, what the fuck? I didn't touch the person. It's like, Jesus Christ, where you have to defend yourself against like a criminal action. If the person just goes, oh, you're making it uncomfortable, and then goes back to her table and you kind of see them like whispering to each other and being like, yo, that got kind of weird. Instead of going up and debating them, being like, no, I'm not fucking weird. This person's an asshole. You just fuck off and go about your day. You don't instigate the conflict. If they're calling out to the whole bar and they're like, this guy's a fucking rapist, and you're probably gonna be like, yo, what the fuck? No. But this is like not.
I don't even
what's
know like
happening.
what we're fighting. I don't feel like I just
The
just
point
feel
is,
like Tom's
if
take's
you
not
make a woman
unreasonable
uncomfortable,
based on what I've said here.
I don't think
it seems
that
to make
you
sense.
go
It
to
seems like I
bars very
understood it
often
correctly, and it
or
doesn't seem like his take's that unreasonable.
I think
but it
that
feels like
you
it's
are
still being characterized as
sweeping,
such.
and
Okay.
you're doing the thing where it's like, oh,
Okay.
he's
I know,
powered
I'm a
by his
simp.
chat. I'm
I
powered
want
by
Tom's
my
dick.
chat.
I'm all over Tom's dick all the
Everything's
time.
equal if it's all just statements. Everyone's opinions are totally valid. I apologize, but like, no,
So true.
instigating shit and being like, this woman was wrong. I'm not creepy. Everyone's gonna be like, bro, are you good? Guys are gonna get up from the table and be like, you got a problem, dude? And you're gonna instigate a fucking issue there. It's like you
Maybe so.
you just fuck off and leave that person.
That has
and you
nothing to do
back
with
the
what I
fuck
said.
away from it. Yes, it does. Your point was that it's totally reasonable for him to start debate broing this woman if her and her friends are kind of looking at him funny and being
not
like,
even
oh, this
that's
guy's
actually not
weird.
even my take. I'm not even saying
fuck is
whether
your
it's
take?
reasonable. I'm saying
What's your
that
take?
it's a common sentiment. I'm saying it's not autistic. I'm saying it's a common sentiment a lot of people feel. Like a lot of people get in arguments at bars like
You
that.
said it was totally
like, and-
reasonable, and this happens all the time. And yeah, no, that's wait. So it's
and-
reasonable to get into
so there's
fights
two
in bars
parts.
like that.
You're right. There's
and
you're right.
get
There's two parts I'm
punched out?
defending. I'm
What the
defending
fuck?
it on two ends. I'm defending this on two ends. I'm saying
Okay,
that,
help me
like,
with the
this is a
multi-narrative
common
thing. You're doing a Tom thing.
Like the bad faith version of Tom's take here, that happens all the time at bars. But like what Tom's saying is like someone's
what's the bad
actually
faith version?
lying about his behavior, and he's saying no, I didn't exhibit this behavior that they're describing. He's saying he would argue that point, and you're saying yeah, that's fine, but now here's why it's bad that he said that or whatever. And I'm like, but if we agree that that's fine, then what's the if that's his take and it's fine, then why is this something?
No, we didn't
that people
agree his
shat
take
on
was
so
fine.
much?
You're like super autisming in on one sentence and then ignoring the context of the hypothetical.
Okay.
You're just saying it's okay to defend yourself if someone says something that's not true about yourself, right?
Yeah, but because
Okay,
I'm
and then
talking
everything
about
else
the way-
doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter why I brought that up. It doesn't matter why I'm focusing on that. It's because I'm autistically doing it, not because my issue is
But
in
you're
the characterization
ignoring
of this
greater
specific thing. It's because of autism. It's not because of the thing that I disagree with everyone about. It's frustrating me.
The thing you disagree with everyone about is something that is detached from the social norm, which is that you may want to prove a fucking point as a debate bro, but in a setting like this, in a situation where something's been misconstrued,
You're doing debate bro
and
tactics
you want
and calling me a debate bro. You fuck. Oh, that's so rude.
I mean,
That's so rude.
we're literally debating a thing right now versus people in a bar where you're like talking to a woman feeling uncomfortable. These are different contexts.
Jube, you're so slimy. We gotta talk more.
I can't tell if that's just like you memeing and.
I'm sorry, I don't
just
actually think you're slimy. I'm just frustrated right
Everyone's
now.
making up
Fair
these
enough. Fair
different
enough.
hypotheticals, and it's like, okay, but-
It's really elaborating on the hypothetical that Rezi presented to Tom, which was supposed to be analogous to the Kelly and Justical situation.
we
Which
already said
Tom,
we didn't
yeah.
like that behavior, so I just don't
Didn't-
understand.
Well, no, he's telling me that it's like
Because
common
his
and reasonable, and that
interpretation of what Tom said is different than your interpretation of what Tom said. So
it's
we're never
not,
going to
though.
get anywhere.
It's not.
in my
No.
opinion.
Here's the problem: is I understand their interpretation. I think
Okay.
it is disconnected from the social norm of reality, which is that in that moment you de-escalate conflict.
Okay,
and you
wait,
go,
wait,
"Hey,
if that's
sorry, I didn't
true-
mean to make you uncomfortable." It's literally the same thing. You just say, "Hey,
Dude, if
sorry, I
that's
didn't mean to
true-
make you uncomfortable." Whatever it is, I'm not trying to cause any fucking issues, and I'm out. And he thinks it's just like believe all women. No, if you get charged with a crime or someone's claiming you like molested them, defend yourself and be like, I didn't fucking touch anyone. Check the cameras. But in this case, it's like, hey, you think you're weird, and then someone's like, hey, weirdo, and he's like, no, I'm not a weirdo. That's the
Well,
analogy.
no, but he did he not explicitly say that that's not what he would debate?
He would debate the false allegations of being a
which-
weirdo from
but
the
he
table.
but then you just made a mocking noise about a situation that he explicitly said he would not debate them in, and you're characterizing Tom being a debate bro in that situation, and you don't understand why I'm frustrated. Like,
Wait. Say that last part again, because that doesn't line up with anything. Doesn't
That's
line up
not
with what
his
I've been saying.
take. He explicitly said that if someone said like, "Hey, you're being weird," and he's like he's not going to debate them like that. Like that's not that he explicitly said over and over. That's
Yes,
not, or
because
not,
because
at
again,
least in that
because
clip.
again, because
Yeah.
again, in that moment he can go, oh, she's just irrational. I don't care about your feelings. Sorry you feel that way, and move about his day. His issue is the normative claim and that other people agree he's weird. and he wants to debate people out of thinking he's weird.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
It's the same through line, the whole fucking thing, the whole plot.
And none of us like
Yes.
that part that
What's
he was
that?
doing. If that's
Right,
what
but
he's going to do,
he's
in a pod.
defending it in the analogy. The analogy is
Yes,
meant to
I agree.
defend the action in this reality that has taken place. So I get what you're saying and what the distinction is between like would he debate the individual versus would he debate some false allegation of claims. No one's asking about false allegations of claims. It's like when he's like he leaked the nudes and then he's like, well, there's this one I got from Mantis and then there's this other one I got from a libertarian Facebook, and it's like no one's asking about libertarian Facebook. No one cares about the other nude. We're asking about the nude. What the fuck is this other thing?
Point
So
was
he's
in that
she's
moment,
jumping to
that's what he was
other
thinking of, apparently. I don't know.
stupid. This is dumb. And even that, it's just no. He's trying to create the normative claim to justify his behavior in the moment. It's all. I'm telling you, watch the
You
9
can
hours
think
of
it's
shit and you'll see.
stupid, but unless it happens to you and you know exactly what was going on in his head, it's hard to debate that. You know what I mean?
No, I can't do the. This is too much of like a. No one can ever know anything if you're not the one in the shoes of it. And like, trust me, if you don't think I've like unintentionally made a woman uncomfortable while trying to hit on like the thousands of them over the last like 15 fucking years, of course I have. And I'm like, yo, my bad. Yo, didn't mean to fucking whatever, come on too strong or the wrong way. Yeah, exactly. Infinite Riz. Perfect. Yeah, no, it's like it's the way he dealt with shit afterwards and all that. And then again, he's just like in
We
the
agree
analogy
with
trying to justify his behavior. So I agree that we agree on this. I think Radical Coder and I were just disagreeing on how Tom is trying to illustrate a level of nuance that's actually obfuscation and pulling away from the example that's being spoken of. And I think everyone would agree if you were being charged with false allegations, run the fucking cameras, check that. I never fucking touched her, blah, 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 blah. Like, of course, call the fucking cops and I'll fucking stand my ground.
But like
this isn't about that. It's about someone saying you're weird.
No, I
and
understand
creepy.
it's not about that. But I also think that like we're jumping to the reason I jumped all the way to the false allegations because Tom used that specific term. But I think we're talking about a wide. Okay, but we're talking. Yeah, I agree. But he was also referring to a wide range of things that would not necessarily meet the bar of like cops getting involved to like examine like whether or not their charges being pressed. Like he's talking about a lot of different social interactions because his take is not autistic, right? His take is actually
it's super autistic, and he's talking about logistical.
It's like the Patrick meme where you're like he's trying to hand him the wallet, like. But yeah, go ahead.
Look, Rezi presented the example, and it was to illustrate the difference between, or the dynamic between him and Kelly. And then he went, yeah, but, and then illustrated the dynamic that he perceives between him and Gisticle. That is what happened. It's not like, whatever, being autistic in the wrong way or whatever it is. That's the case. Like, can't really refute that he's trying to he's extending the analogy to include Gisticle in it to justify his reaction.
I agree. Yes. And it's a dumb analogy. It doesn't work.
Based. True.
Yeah, I don't know.
I actually think, Radical, did you hear my analogy that I thought might be a good one to like actually present to Tom as to try and get him to see what I'm saying, how maybe it would be a normative thing to like think it's kind of weird. Not that you're a bad person, but that it's kind of weird. And so
3 times, but
I apologize. Yeah, you've been a long one. Effectively, it's just if you were hosting like a debate club or a debate conference, Tom is the host. He's the MC. He's got the microphone. There's the main stage or main monitor with a what's up?
Head linguist.
Yeah, exactly. And so you have the panel, Kelly Jean being one of the people on it, and in the middle you have an audience of like 1,000 people, so it's like a conference hall, right? Or it could be like a small bar where you host a daily club. But point is, it's this like reviewing debate content. Kelly's on stage or on the main screen, and then on the side screen, like jumbotrons, you start scrolling through the Instagram. Just because, like, I mean, she got the same name, nice tits or whatever. Oh, by the way, something about Israel Palestine. Do you think it's like? Maybe that's a little fucking weird, and some of the women might go, why is her lewds on the screen when they're like debating progressive victory and shit? Like, does it not seem like kind of out of context, like kind of socially weird if you like put it in a real life setting?
In that setting, yeah, it sounds much weirder than the than
do you see some amount of
I would say
do you see some amount of like it being analogous that like what he's hosting is a digital version of this like debate club thing where
in those ways I can see it. Yeah, I see those similarities, I guess. Yeah,
sure. Because I'm trying to like genuinely illustrate a good faith example that's like not like walking up to someone in a grocery store. It's not someone at a bar. It's not all these things where like we're bringing all this other context in. It's like if we could attach this to physical reality in a way that, again, if he was doing paywalled content, there's another layer of it gets like a, because he mentioned like to Kelly, DMCA me, don't watch my stream, go fuck yourself if you don't feel comfortable with it. At the end of the logistical call,
Or
yeah,
take down your public.
or make your stuff
Or
private,
DMCA
change
or
how you
whatever,
engage
too.
online. Yeah. So he's like telling her like change how you engage, or I'm gonna ogle you. DMC me if you want, go fuck yourself, right? And so, oh forgive me. What the fuck was? I was on a fucking point there as to when he mentioned this shit. Forgive my
The
fucking.
analogous
Oh,
comparison. You were saying.
yeah. So the point is that he was saying it as if like, you know, if you're criticizing a comedian, it's like, yo, don't come to my show. It's a paid thing where we do this kind of comedy. If you don't like that, go fuck yourself. There's other comedians for that. It's fair, but it's like it's a public show, just like Kelly Jeans is a public Instagram. So people are gonna walk into your open door. It's not locked. I don't have to pay $5 to enter Patreon. And if I walk in and you're ogling women on screen at a bar, I'm like, this is kind of a weird Kumari bar. Probably not. Like, welcome to the majority of women.
So something that comes to mind about your analogy that I maybe like it seems like there's
Looking
a
for the
unique
holes in
dynamic of streaming where like we are people who are constantly presenting content from the internet about people on the internet to other people who are on the internet, and so like there is like this aspect of social media connect being like the fiber by which all of that is navigated.
Sure.
I don't know that like there's real like we can make these other like weird like cartoonish scenarios, but like I'm
is
not
it cartoonish
sure
though because the tits are on screen, or because the analogy is far off the mark? Because it's like a pretty physical version of the same thing.
Yeah. It's I think everyone's issue is not with him pulling up the Instagram in the first place. It's with the comments and the ogling, right? These are
it's the
big
level of
issues, right?
sexualization or the vulgarity, the amount of like, and also the fact that it's a diversion from her non-sexual content where she's there to converse about debate topics. And you're like, by the way, look at her tits.
I agree with that
I'm
part
not
as well.
condemning.
Yeah.
I'm pro Coomer content. Like I follow big whatever attractive women. Okay, I'm fucking not against that.
Me
It's
too.
the
If I follow you,
sexualizing
that's
someone
fine.
who. Based, but yeah, it's again, it's this thing that I think is super reasonable to say that just because she does something sexual here or does porn, she doesn't have to have that follow her everywhere. And then he used this logic of like, but her name's Kelly Jean in both places. Like, do you have to fully rebrand your shit?
Or what I think he was saying.
I get that, but again, it's like on this platform, which is streaming, she doesn't promote her OnlyFans. She doesn't like do titty stream stuff. She's just engaging in debates. We all know her through Destiny, through the debate sphere. It's about the conversation. And when you stop
guess
the
I'm
thing
curious,
to be like,
like,
by the
do
way,
you
check out
think-
the body. I understand where a woman would feel a certain way about that. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe we got to
Not that it's universally bad, but sorry.
maybe we got
Sorry,
to
go on.
this maybe we got to this earlier and I just kind of like failed to absorb it, but it feels like Kelly doing the original like the Instagram like shitting on or whatever, which I'm not even too familiar with that. Like I just know that it happened, so maybe it's like not as bad as I'm thinking. But it sounds like it was worse every time I hear stuff about it. But like, I don't know about it. It was really
to be clear,
but,
the
like,
Instagram was specifically not brought up on Jessica's stream, and they were like
I know, I don't
sweeping all the
it's not- I
pictures
don't-
clean from things. So you're just saying that Kelly commented on her at some
Oh,
point, like
she-
when
is that
Kelly and her
true?
was
Oh, okay,
beefing.
okay. Is this okay? See, this is my understanding of this was different. So they did not have like her Instagram up on the screen.
Not at all. Not at all. The whole fucking stream. They very specifically didn't.
Then I redact. Yeah.
They,
My bad. I wasn't aware of this. I
and
redact things
Kelly,
I said earlier about that.
Fair. And Kelly commented off screen about like, and if anything, also she was sort of like diffusing people trying to talk shit in a certain way. But like, yeah. So regarding Kelly's commentary, again, contextually, it was between two people's beef versus like trying to sexualize. It was like there's two people fighting, so it's like in a sense contained to that. It would not be like accepted or
I don't care. Yeah, honestly,
do that to everyone
I just
all the
thought
time.
I thought they were actually I thought they brought it up, and so that was my
True.
understanding. And
Did you see the
fact
hypocrisy on
that's-
that element?
Yeah,
I get you. I
I
get
know.
you.
I no
They
longer
very
have the
much
cake
did
to eat
not.
on that. Yeah,
And they were like, if
the
anyone posts
circumstances
shit
were
in
different.
Discord, we're deleting it, and you're gonna catch a timeout or whatever. It was like very like
Sure.
Tom pulls that up, and then Jessica says that, and it was kind of like I assumed Tom wanted him to not be so like I'm cleaning up shop, don't fuck around. Like he was very clearly, yeah, they were adamant about not doing that.
Okay. Okay.
And then
I was just
eventually
curious,
now
'cause I
Anna's,
was-
Anna's
yeah,
become
yeah,
a friend
I
of the
see.
stream and like comes on and goes on cam and stuff, and like she's got notable role and shit. Like they're chilling, right? Like there are even like her and
They
Kelly have
have
like
done it
mended the
with
bridge and
other
shit.
women, though. Correct? To be clear.
Looked up.
Yeah,
looked up
I guess
other
that's my
women's
next
Instagrams.
question. Yeah,
Yeah.
like, is that
Again, it's
something that they've done on their
to be
stream?
clear, I believe almost certainly Instagrams have been brought up. Almost absolutely. I just like can't remember an exact example and give you one as like I have all these other examples on hand.
Do you
It's not
think
being
it'd be
stored in short
possible
term,
to like line up
but
creepy messages from their chat with like instances of them pulling up like people's Instagrams?
Definitely.
If
I
we
think
like
you
if we like went through
almost
those?
I think you almost certainly could. However,
I'm not gonna
you
do that, by
wouldn't.
the way. I'm way too
Sure,
fucking lazy. I would never do that.
Yeah, just like in
Because
DGG, you
Fisticle
do end up getting.
admits it.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
does
Again,
admit
there's
it?
like
Okay,
it's as an extension of DGG, you're gonna get an extension of some of those same types of comments and some of that same
Oh, I know.
misogyny that there's
Yeah.
been like anti-misogyny arcs to deal with. But again, the bigger issue and where the context just always matters is not having it be someone who's a mod. So if someone who's a mod in there is saying things that are
True,
vulgar
true.
in a way
Glitchin-
that
gl-
even
yeah,
Kelly
Glitchin
is
was
like,
a
yo,
Achilles
like,
heel,
if I
sure.
say some shit, they're gonna be like, dude, what? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is this? Like, don't be cringe. And that was the issue, was that with Glitchin being a mod, you are entrusting that person to curate the conversation in a way. And by, again, when you give them that power and then you don't say like, oh, by the way, like that's out of line, or like chill on that a little bit. Like, so let's not go, let's have a little bit of respect, whatever the fuck it is. Like, let's be a bit more slow. Let's be a bit more feminist. He wasn't, again, it was like the mod's the one instigating it. Then he obliges. Then that same mod keeps saying more Kumari things. And then also, oh, that was what it was. Someone was like, I like Kelly until she talks, and then just goes like, yeah, to be fair, like people say that shit in my chat too, because like, yeah, Kelly has her haters and stuff. But it was the specific sexuality that, again, he is fostering because he does have Kum time. And even then, it's not always like someone who's in the space. He was, I think, unironically was Israel Palestine, but like I think Quibbles was on screen. And fair enough, if you're just getting lost in the hours of Quibbles and you're like, all right, we need to look at something. Come on, get some fucking booty bitches from the gym. Like, just trying to save the content. All right.
Right?
I
Is
get
this
it,
the
I
seven,
get it.
or was this the 7 thing when he's like?
No, that was a reaction to
oh.
Seven being in a debate on Wix panel that he like pulled over
Yeah.
to it. But I just mean in general, he'll just like pull up random like gym thought videos or whatever it is where he's
Oh,
like,
okay. Yeah, he does do that. Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like it's just like sexualizing conversations that have nothing to do with sexualization. Again, I don't think, and I made it very clear. I think if you're reviewing Fresh and Fit or whatever podcast where like outside of Lav showing up to make some fucking points and like have that kind of conflict with Brian, most of them are there to, well, they have points too, but most of them are there to advertise their OnlyFans. I think if you pulled up those women's things where they're like clearly in the content to promote that thing, again, people would be much less like critical of it. And then maybe it's just about the chat vulgarity and like little things, but not this overall just like complete lack of the way that he just would not conceptualize for a second that like. And Brittany Simon reinforced this, that like your sexuality follows you from every platform to platform. It's like, isn't she fucking feminist? I get that you're sex positive. I get that. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is like, if you're gonna be a feminist and like have some level of awareness of society, like cool, what you want for you. But like, as a feminist, how do you think that every woman who's done something sexual has to have that follow her around to every platform all the time? And like, well, sorry, you shouldn't have done porn if you didn't want me to pull it up in the middle of your debate. Like, what the fuck are we talking? Like, it's just such a stupid. Yeah. I think as long as we agree on that, because that's, I'm like, it was one of those things where I'm like, stop making me be the feminist in the room. This is wild. You what? Sorry, Radical?
I think I'd agree that's a bad argument, but I don't know what Brittany actually. We're talking about Brittany Simon there, right? Like, I don't know what she actually said.
Tom was saying it, and then Brittany reinforced it.
The reaction.
That's Tom's
was
argument
that.
that like, well, she got the same username. I'm like, what? So if she added like underscore ludes versus underscore debates, then
Again,
is that
that
enough, or
was
does she
the
have to totally
reaction
change her
to
moniker?
Yeah.
I don't think so. This is like, I think his logic. I think he believes that is he's like, this is the debate pro part of it, where it's like, instead of just acknowledging some basic shit that's like, okay, I could see how that like might be kind of like, diminishing or whatever. He's just like, no, I actually am, so progressive that I don't think it diminishes the woman. I've had like, he's like, I had her brain dead takes on screen, so it's multidimensional. It's like, yeah, calling her opinions retarded while like having her body on screen, like she's so seen a whole person and shit. Yeah. I am glad we can agree on a bunch of stuff despite the pushback. And like, if there was no pushback,
I don't agree with you on anything. I love Tom. He did nothing wrong. Tom, please take me under your wing. I want to be Robin to
Make
your
me the
Batman.
head bod.
Time.
Take over Uru's spot as
No,
the server owner. You could do this. I believe in you. With this
It's
tenacity.
frustrating. It's frustrating. I felt like I don't know. I feel like a lot of the conversations that the parts where I see issue with are like where I see people hammering down really hard. The parts that I think are like the least interesting criticisms. Like that's like with the Sunday thing and the timeline and all this stuff. I still like
I think. Look, I'll say this: the Sunday thing, connecting to the Queeman thing, and like all of that crowd. I think they have a larger frustration of like dishonesty as a narrative that they really want to highlight because of whether it's the linguist stuff or the alt account stuff, or like there's several things that at this point it's like, oh, even just beyond this week where I'm observing the like I call slipperiness and stuff like this.
I agree, but like I'm just saying
Sure.
I'm just saying there were like better things like they could probably hammer down on like different.
I wanted to ask
parts
you
of the
that.
story
What are your
more
like
important.
highlights of most significance? What are the things?
Well,
that
I think
bother you
definitely the
most,
fact.
or
I mean, definitely the how many like all the different messages from that initial before the call. Again,
the
I haven't
YouTube
seen
chat?
Yeah. I think those were real. Like a lot of those were gross. I initially because I thought there was just the one for a while. I like
Right.
so I was a little bit defensive when I thought that was just the one because I thought
Sure.
if it was just the one, I kind of thought it was funny.
I think we could all take it was just the one and be like, that's a weird line, but like
I stand by that. If it was just that one, I would think it was funny, and I think I said
want to
so.
be clear. It's still goofy. It still doesn't sound like "suck my dick." It's still like a weird
Yeah, I
one.
think that's
but
stupid.
It
Whoever's
was
saying that is-
reinforced by
brain
the
dead.
Tom was saying that. Tom was like, "It's like suck my dick. It's a usual thing." I'm like,
Oh no, yeah,
You want my
it's
dick
more
all the
kinda, yeah,
time?
yeah.
Is-
No,
What do you-
okay, that's fair. Yeah, sure, that's fine. That's more fair. I see
Is
what you're
it
saying.
fair?
I thought people were saying that it's like it's akin to telling her to like suck his dick. Like I thought that's what people were
Right.
saying with that.
Right,
But I
Tom
misunderstood.
was saying
That's
that,
fine.
and we're all like, "No shot."
Yeah.
That's
So
that.
that's it.
Yeah.
But Tom's saying a different thing. He's saying a different thing than what I just said, right? He's saying it's like suck my dick, and that it's a casual phrase that I might like people might
Yeah.
use. It's not.
That's what Tom's
doesn't
saying.
literally mean like I want you to suck my dick, right? It's anyway.
Yeah, I think he's also getting lost on the idea that we're taking that literally. Like, no one cares about it being literal. It's that you're being aggressive, and no one
Towards a
knows that you're
woman who
joking.
just
Who
stated
just said you made me
being
uncomfortable,
more
and he's like,
creepy
and
in
then
her
also
opinion.
the issue is after when he went to defend it as self-deprecating, which is the wrong term, but ironic and absurd or whatever it was.
I
The issue
think
is that
I think
like,
it kind of is the way he wrote it. I don't know if he actually again maybe this is him like post hoc like re-justifying it, but like the way that he did outline like the joke later on, it seemed to make sense with the self-deprecating label, but because the joke is like she obviously doesn't want his dick, so she's creeped out. Like that's what he's saying. Is like
that's what I mean by the irony.
Whether or not
right? Like,
that's what he meant.
It's ironic, as in like it's so clearly not the case, I guess, or like absurd and
both.
ironic is
like the fact that it's ironic doesn't like negate it being also like self-deprecating. It just happens to be both of those things.
I guess it was more so
None
that
of us are okay with
sure.
it.
Yeah. And sorry, I guess the point I wanted to make was that as he went to defend it as jokes and like defuse those comments as like not serious, even though no one's taking it literally. Though that's the problem actually, is one of the last lines being you exist for objectification, and then I'm gonna put your tits on screen every day. Again, even if you're just being absurd and like giga chatting, he goes into the call immediately afterwards, and then when again going back to Kelly being like, she's like, I just said it was weird, like putting a baby in her, like that's just weird. Saying you're gonna put my tits on screen every day, that's just weird. And then he goes, I'll do it every day, DMCA me. So at that point, he's like, he doesn't say it was just a joke.
All right,
he says it was serious.
What
Go on.
were like Just Talk and the other people saying during this as well? Like I understand this is what Kelly was saying.
Wolfgang's
I've heard this
point-
consistently that she was saying these things.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
What was Wolfgang saying?
Wolfgang's point was that
he has terrible Pokemon takes. So what's his take on this?
Oh, you're gonna have to fight him for that shit on stream. So fucking his take, I think, was just all that I remember at least was the one major and main point. If you want to have coom time, that's fine. But if women that are part of that, or otherwise, if women in general or people in general look at it and think that's kind of weird, then yeah, you're gonna have to deal with people think you're weird. It's not that.
I agree. I bet Tom agrees with that too. I think Tom agrees with that.
Well, no,
There's
he
some
was
people
like, but
probably
it's
think
not
Coom Time's
weird. he said that it's not weird what he's doing. So, and then he starts debating it, right? And then that's sort of the issue is I think he's super not okay with people calling him weird because he's like, but it's not weird. You're wrong.
Because
And
that's
so it's like,
different.
okay.
Again, he would say semantically that's different. That's the way his brain is thinking. Is all I'm saying.
That's what I mean. But
It's
when I say
weird
autism,
and
that's what I
you're
mean.
weird
That
are two different
yeah,
things. One is a behavior. One is a
exactly.
characteristic.
Normative.
This is how his brain works.
I get what you're saying. That's what I say when I mean, and I've wrote notes that I'm ashamed I've written such notes to try and actually show him by getting him to define terms. And then as he defines the terms, we can plug them into the plot and get him to the point where he realizes, oh, wait a minute. It actually is normatively weird, and it's not just a feeling. It's actually on average. It doesn't mean he's a bad person. It doesn't mean he needs to fucking lose his platform. It's just, it's weird. So if you just kind of go, yeah, it's a bit weird, but like and the thing is, even in his statement in DMs to me about wanting to like destigmatize the male gaze, it's like, what do you have to destigmatize if it's not already weird? You know it's weird, and so that's why you want to make the statement of destigmatization. So it's
What are the
okay to
parts
say
that
it's
Tom's
weird,
saying are
but
not?
just, what's up?
Sure. I assume Tom's admitted to at least something about this being weird. I believe he's not saying like I haven't done it, like nothing weird happened here. This like everything here was completely normal.
The only thing he admitted
so
that
what
was
is he? Yeah, what's he
potentially
admitted
weird.
to?
The only thing, and it's in the most recent stream, is that he may see how it's uncomfortable for women in the same space as him feeling uncomfortable being ogled on stream. That's the only concession he's made in his like most recent, like the one that just finished last night, I think it was.
Okay.
Was I guess and it was very like I guess the women in this space might feel a certain way about it. But effectively, and I need to go back. Oh, and then the other
Well, I
apology
feel
like
like
I said, he apologized to
I mean,
himself.
to be honest, wait, hang
Sure.
on. To be honest, I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of the criticism I've heard thrown at him about that specific thing has been along those lines. Like them people saying, like, well, the reason, like I don't remember the specific arguments, but it seems like a lot of times they go down this line of reasoning where they're arguing about like why it's specifically different. The fact that he knows or that like they know each other, like that seems to be like a common thing that people are their criticism seems to hinge on this in a lot of cases. So like, why is this not relevant now?
I don't think it hinges on it. I think it's just one more contextual. If there's like 7 points of context that were to like try and get him to the point of understanding, this was just one more to try and like bring it into frame.
Or are you saying that it's
how,
weird? It's weird to like bring up any Instagram or I mean I don't think you are, but like what's the?
No.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I very specifically don't think it's
just
weird
ogling
ontologically or whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
it being instigated by someone in chat who's saying make Kelly bigger, show tits on screen, pull up the OnlyFans, wrong kick. It's like clearly like giga fucking like I want to coom to this shit. Like make it bigger so I can fucking see it. It's like
Yeah.
Even if
That
I know you're
culture
kidding, it's just
exists in
going
Tom's
crazy.
community is probably a problem. It
That
should
it's a
signal a
mod,
problem.
and
Sure.
and
I agree.
that was the thing that motivated him to bring it up. And also he brought up the same person 2 weeks prior, and he's like, "Oh, I had to show people again." Even that you can bring up 2 weeks prior. There's new people in
that's
chat that day.
compounding
You
as
can bring
well.
up again. You can totally. But it was just like funny that it's again the same mod. It's a total like pattern. It's a complete culture. And they were like saying, "Hey," and he was saying, "I don't think these comments are weird. I don't think objectifying women is bad." He was just giga
I
chatting.
don't think
every
objectifying
layer of
women
it.
is bad. Did he? Are those his words?
He
That's
calls it
hilarious.
respectful objectification, which I even said it's the thing I said. I can like pull the quote up that I said in Gisticle's chat that I quoted him having a respectful objectification philosophy for women who consent to making sexual content online. I get the sentiment. I think it needs to be adjusted to subjective sexual appreciation and with respect for the individual's boundaries if they ask you to fuck off, or just accepting the L that they think you're weird and just going about your day. Keep doing what you're doing, but they think you're weird. Don't go
And
debate
frame
them
it.
to not
If you're
feel weird.
doing it respectfully, let's see where's the respect. Frame that in your
Yeah,
chat. Frame
when the
that
chat
in
is
your culture.
yeah. It's when you're
guess-
like, oh, I'm respectfully objectifying her, but I think she's a fucking idiot. I think she's a bitch. By the way, yeah, I'll make the tits bigger. Good call. I mean, it's like all of the context is what made that weird. Oh, and the reason that people brought up the like shared workspace was like, would you do this in a corporate building where like, sure, you're in a different division at this big like
We
company,
can't
but
compare those.
and-
The cultures are
I know.
just incompatible. There's
I get you. I
there's
get
no
you.
shot.
But again, it was just like
All
ways
right,
to
Max.
illustrate that like, can you? Oh yeah. To be clear,
That's not a good argument
I'm not
in my-
saying that. Well, no. It in a way it is because they are two people who inhabit the same industry, which is a very small industry. And this is what I was saying about the bubbles thing. It's
Look, we're
cool
getting
in
down to it.
Tom's
We're getting
bubble,
down
right?
to exactly what I was just pointing out. We're
What?
getting to the point. We're getting to how their specific relationship is like a big part of this, right? That's exactly what you're saying right now. That's literally
No.
this is literally what I described.
I'm saying
this is.
I said it was one extra
And he said
factor.
he would work on that, right?
I'm just he finally said he kind of
So
realized that could look after this much concession. I'm not giving this guy a massive W for that. When he also
I'm not
couples
either.
that,
I'm just
hold up.
saying, why are we
When
going
he
over
also
it
couples,
again?
well, because it's not clear that he fucking understands, and I just want to illustrate that the analogy does make sense, and the reason why the bubble of like Tom in his own stream with just his own audience, totally okaying everything, is one thing, but that's within the debate space, and that debate space is like shared panels and shit. So like there is an element of like how you do or don't respect your peers in the space as people who she literally had him added as a friend because he's been on Kick or Keep, which he's a producer for. He works directly with her through this fucking show that's through DGG. That's how everyone knows each other and shit. So it's not like crazy to be like, if you kind of work
I
in the
didn't
same
know
office space, they don't like pull the chicks fucking nudes up or lewds or whatever and be like, pretty odd, huh? It's like a certain level of like, yo, can you chill? Just like she's in the next room, like literally talking to people. Oh, you were just reacting to her content. It's just like basic respect of people that you at least are adjacent to. But again, I said it's a consistent thing where if you're watching Adriana Chechik's stream where she's playing fucking Shantae Half Genie Hero, and then you just decide to pull up her porn and like throw a blur filter on it and like leave the audio playing, it's like I still think it'd be gross.
Okay,
or-
okay. What
yeah,
if you don't pull up
yeah.
her porn? What if you pull up her Instagram?
Again, if it was like
Or if
because
that's
of
a little
like
bit more
Super Kumar
analogous.
content. Yeah. Oh, sure. Fair enough. Pulling up the Instagram again. Instagram in itself is not ontologically fucked up. It's how you're approaching the whole thing in a way that comes off Kumari. It's the instigation from chat and then the furthering of the Kum time with ethics or whatever it is. It's and also the baby in her and like stuff like this where it's again. Let me
throwing
to
them
answer
in
your
there.
point. To
Do you
clarify,
think
'cause
there
you
is an
wanted to make a
ethical way
point.
for men to collectively gather and appreciate the female form? I'm just kidding. I know you do because you always agree that there's.
Yeah. But to be clear, because you made the specification of how I'm honing it into being within the same industry, I want to just like pull it away from anyone who's also a streamer. That was to kind of illustrate things and then use Adrian Chechik to like draw an example that he refused to engage with regardless. But let's say, again, he was doing, I don't know, quibbles against someone. And then he pulls up the gym stuff where it's like just like watching a woman's ass bend in the yoga pants and stuff like this. She's not like part of the Twitch space, none of this. I don't know whose name it was. It wasn't about like sexualizing the person who's in the content and like degrading their opinion. Again, it was just like, it's just kind of weird. It's just kind of weird. I don't like in the middle of a game and reacting to like Abba and Preach go, let's just look at some tits on the corner because like tits. Sure. It's just weird. And like, again, you're not a bad person. It's not fucked up. It's just, you're inserting female sexuality out of context. It's just like random. It's just
I
random for the fun of the gooning culture. And again, it's not like you should be demonized for it. I'm not against Coomer content, but the way you engage with it, mostly fucking in private and mostly like, again, even respectfully, even like SK with like the giant fucking tits that's like gets memed on that like for Asmongold being a big fan of the heavies. She plays old school like RuneScape and whatever video games. She's into a bunch of whatever anime and like you have the common interests in line. And if people are in her
Which
chat
anime
going,
is
"Oh,
she
I
into?
fucking bust,"
Whoever we're
I
talking
don't know
about.
exactly, but there's like actually,
Sorry,
I think
I'm
she
being
lives.
sarcastic. I don't know what we're
Unironically, I
talking
think she has a
about at all.
clip. Fair, but I unironically think she has a clip where she just names like the 5 forms of Dragon Ball, like GTZ and all this shit, and it's just like a meme answer.
Awesome.
But she got like Zelda stuff in the background. There's Dragon Ball. It's like cliche in a sense, but like clearly this is a personality overlap with a bunch of gamers in the community. And the point is that like you can go
What's
in,
her
you can
Instagram?
appreciate and let me type it to you real quick. But point is effectively that if anyone types really gross shit, it immediately gets timed out or whatever or deleted. And it's like you can't say like, yo, you're fucking beautiful or what's up, what's shaking, this and that. But it's the culture and the severity or the vulgarity of the dialogue.
Are you suggesting that I stop asking women, do it jiggle?
Yeah, you gotta find more creative ways
Never.
to inspire the physics.
Okay.
By the way, if you did want a link, I could send it to you, but I assume you're half memeing.
Don't worry
Perhaps a
about
man of culture. You're like, I'll find it. Don't worry. Huge tits. I'm on it.
I didn't say that.
Front page. Just chat. Sorry, I'm putting words in your mouth. Don't let me do that. I'm slimy. I'm being weaselly.
Won't. That's why I said I didn't say that.
Yeah. He's lying. It was the implication, man. I'm reading between the lines, bro. Well, shit, man.
Smoke
I
your
don't even
weed
want to admit
finally,
what time
Q.
it is.
Pussy.
Don't mind if I do.
If you were a neighbor, I'd make you pass it. So, Michael,
All right,
what's
Tom.
up?
Hey, Tom, you got to pay me now. You got to send me that. Well,
All
oh
this
shit! Oh my
sleeping,
mind.
yo.
Fuck.
Yeah, get in there.
Forgot to mute.
Yeah, get in there, Coder.
Caught him red-handed. Caught in 4K, Coder.
What's up, Cankle?
Stuff. Lots of stuff.
DMs in the background.
Yep.
Yeah, lots
Incoming
of them.
nuke. Let's go.
I
Tom watching?
no idea. I don't know. I'm being reviewed on someone else's stream.
Nice. Space.
At the point where I'm like half asleep.
Oh, is somebody watching this?
Yeah.
Who's watching this?
Easy's watching it.
Easy.
Nice.
Oh,
What
what's
up,
up,
Easy?
Easy? Oh, I like Easy.
I think
Okay.
he's a little bit behind.
Is he yelling at me?
I don't know.
Where's that guy?
He's probably mad at me for doing apologia for Tom. I don't know what his take is right now.
This motherfucking guy, Coda.
Yeah, this Coder guy.
Amazing.
No. I think Speakeasy respects my opinions. We'll see. I don't. We haven't talked about this, obviously. Speakeasy always invites me to panels. I haven't been able to do stuff in a while, but I just moved into a new place. So
I saw you on there.
I can start popping into some stuff more. It should be fun.
Right on.
If Addie's in there, I bet he's respectfully
I'm so
objectifying me
excited.
right
I want
now.
his money.
I bet he's telling me to give him some neck. Respectfully.
Addie is wheat
Respectfully.
waffles, and you guys don't have any idea how important this is to me. This is so funny because I watched like wheat waffles debate Destiny and Erudite separately, and it's hilarious. It's Addie. Addie has debated.
I know that
Kyla
name,
and
Wheat Waffles,
Destiny.
but I don't remember them.
Is
Well, I
that
vaguely
not
remember
huge?
from that.
Wheat
Yeah,
waffles?
Addie has debated them. Yeah, he's wheat waffles. I'm pretty sure.
Is
Unless
this
he's
new
not-
information? And do you have confirmation?
Just
I
using
think
that.
people okay, so for a while his name was like addiepeoples.wheatwaffles, and he had like wheat waffles tagged in like all of his shit. And I don't know if he was a meme.
In it now.
Maybe it's a meme.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure he's wheat waffles because some of his shorts have have his voice and he sounds like the fucking wheat waffles guy. And I'm pretty sure the Addie pupils of wheat waffles, and I think it's awesome. And I'm really really excited about this because no one's talking about it but me.
I don't know
I've
who that
heard one
is.
other person say
Wait.
this.
How do you feel about him making the tomfoolery fake account and going around talking shit, or is that an unconfirmed rumor that I?
Well, like people make fake accounts all the time. Like you got to be aware of that shit. So you got to be conscious of like people making fake accounts of people. There's fake accounts of me that run around.
Well,
Like
he's
people
putting
should be
wheat
conscious of that.
What I mean is your enjoyment of wheat
Yeah.
waffles, like in line with the criticisms you had with the prank call.
Oh, I don't
or
think
with,
he's a good person.
One more thing, I just wondered what allowed you to draw pleasure or entertainment from this, but were more critical about the other side. Or I guess no, you just thought it was boring. You weren't super critical about that. You just called it boring.
That's true.
To be fair, you were critical of the person who confirmed the thing. That was like a separate other situation, not about like pranking and memeing. Okay.
That sounds
I remember.
right.
It took me a second.
Yes. I think Addie Pupils says a lot of really disgusting things. I think he's like really gross in a lot of ways, but I also think he's I think his obsession with Destiny is hilarious. And
I thought
like
you were gonna
it,
say
it
unhealthy,
is,
and I was gonna
I don't care
But fair
I don't
enough.
care how healthy it is. I don't think anybody would call it healthy, but like I don't think Addie would even call it healthy. I think he probably knows. He's self-aware enough, but it's so funny.
Nice.
You know, and like he is really committed to the bit. And he is like committed to destruction, and he's like a little asteroid like ramming around, like making messes, and he's, I don't know, I just think he's hilarious. So I do not endorse him doing these things. I think it causes a lot of trouble, but like a lot of times it's just because people don't like double check shit. Like mods can check and make sure people are using like real accounts. So if like you have a tomfoolery show saying something in your chat and you're gonna start like causing like real action based on that, you should probably confirm with yourself or one of your mods, like, is this the real tomfoolery account? Like you can check that. So like this is kind of on these streamers if they're going to engage with it. But yeah, I don't know. I think Addie's funny if gross.
I will say what's extra, or you might find this extra funny, but the conversation Tom had with Wick was instigated by fake tomfoolery, aka Addie Pupils, aka Weave Waffles.
I know that. I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Right on. So the fact that I got him in there was, we're living in a simulation, and this shit is hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a high tolerance for. Most of the people who watch me are like, or most of my audience, which is small right now, right, is like the people who actually subscribe to my channel are like pretty far to my right usually. So it's like a lot of my people like don't like me. So I'm
You're
like,
a
arguing
feminist.
with them. Yeah,
Everyone's to your
and,
right.
you know, it's true. Yeah. We're the people who think that yeah, like general like equality stuff is good, or like really that's like basically Stalin, I would say, like pretty far out there. So yeah,
Wild, bro. Wild. Although that's a cop out, but wild.
yeah, it's so true.
Feminism, equality.
Yeah, got him.
Let's debate that for 6 hours. Just kidding.
Do it.
Another
Definitely
time.
not.
Just kidding.
No, yeah.
I gotta go to bed soon.
What's
bro.
Speakeasy?
10 years
Yeah,
ago,
yeah. What's
so.
Speakeasy saying?
Do
Like,
you want
what's
me
his
to-
commentary?
Do you want
I'm
me to
not-
pull up his stream right now?
Sure. Yeah. What's the chat
All
saying?
Reactception.
Radical Coper. He's covering for Tom. He's shoveling away Tom's sins.
Sleeping ass. By the way, sorry, I almost called you
He
Addy.
probably wants me
Ali.
to cam up.
Just to like reiterate, I do hope that earlier that wasn't coming off as super dismissive and disrespectful. I was very much not trying to be a piece of shit about the point you were making, and I might have come off fucking
I'm gonna put your
whatever
TikTok
the wrong
screens
way.
every
So I just
day.
want to clarify that
Again,
shit. I know
even
it's
if
cringe
it's
of me to
just
bring back
absurd,
up,
like,
but
get your chatting
I don't
but
care.
No,
I don't care,
I
dog.
really
immediately
appreciate it.
afterwards.
I like
And then,
I've liked
then
watching
Kelly,
you and your
she's like, I
takes
just
on
said
a
it was
lot of
weird.
this.
Like,
I
being a
just
baby, like,
felt
that's
like
weird. Saying her-
You can't be
you
an
had an idea in
incel
your
and
mind of what I was
Mhm.
saying, and that you framed
Sure,
it
sure,
in
sure.
a specific way that
Sure.
wasn't what
Where you were
I
coming
was
from.
saying, you know,
Totally,
and I
totally,
just
totally,
wanted to
totally.
like express what I thought would help him, or
Absolutely.
where he could save this going forward, in my
Totally.
opinion. And I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
want to be fought on it or debate
No,
on it,
yeah,
you know.
no, yeah. I was 100% being unnecessarily aggressive in, I guess, trying to like dig under the point, as well as to separate myself from it with how much other shit that I don't mind all the other stuff I'm saying falling into the feminist category. It's like I align with them for the most part, even if I don't wear the title and shit like this. But then there was just that one thing that the way I took it, again, framing it through my filter, so, perceived it as like the sensitivity training HR meme, and then kind of pushed back on that in a way that unnecessary. And then I
You
guess
get
out
how
of
that
debate bro
is
desire wanted to
counter-feminist.
yeah, it's been part of me for a long time. Although again, it's like I usually am on your side about shit. There's just like weird little, it's the friction between whatever average male experience against feminism. But
Yeah, I hear you, and I
and-
appreciate you trying. So thank you.
yeah. I'm just like, point is I acknowledge that I was being like unnecessarily stubborn or whatever, just like an asshole to deal with when you were expressing an idea that didn't need to be pushed back on in that way, only for me to try and like get to my little point underneath it and shit. That yeah, it's like whatever. But anyways, I appreciate that you get
I
it.
appreciate you.
You
Thank
know what's up.
for saying that. Thank you.
Yeah, no sweat. It's just like I also saw myself get toxic or like even to radical a few moments, like where I was like, hey, we're still friendly, right? Let's like pull it in because like this isn't like none of our issue, right? Is we're just like engaging with the issue as we observe it, and so I feel like it's never necessary to actually have bad vibes with people. When you
Well,
get
I
caught
have
up in
personal
shit,
investment
you know?
in the character of tomfoolery. Like
That fair.
I've
That is why
there's
I've
clout
also
involved
been
here. Like,
involved
and
with
I like Tom. It would not benefit me for Tom to crash and burn. That's for sure.
Yeah, fair.
Like, but it also wouldn't. Like,
think it
I could
benefits
also
anyone,
argue.
to be honest.
I could then take his place. I could steal Tom's thunder. Maybe that's my motivation to be here. I'm a false prophet.
Psyop sweeper out here, yo.
Yeah.
I see your games.
Maybe I'm here to deal the final blow. Yeah, I'm just waiting to drop the.
I'm here to
DMs I
inherit the
have.
channel and take
Yeah.
the server and shit in the last moment when he jumps.
Wait till you see what Tom asked of me. Yeah.
Are you
I'm
the
just
Trojan
kidding.
horse? What's gonna come out of you?
There needs
Trojan
all this
coder.
context. It seems so dumb. Like it seems like we're
Oh,
trying
man.
to
Yeah, no,
explain something
I was gonna say I
so
don't.
obvious.
People have said that Justical or not really Queenman, Justical specifically, that his whole thing is to like take over Tom's spot or like take over his channel. I'll be honest, like Tom's had his own like 100 to whatever 150 or whatever average viewer rate for however long. He has obviously a lot of overlap with DGG or with like everyone connected to DGG has overlap. But so like whatever most commonly viewed channels are gonna be like Destiny clips, Destiny, last night on Destiny and all this shit. But I don't think that the people who are gonna sit there and watch Justical were like, well, I guess ironically, except for myself, probably a bad person to be saying this as someone who did shift from one to the other. But I don't think that it's like stealing Tom's viewers or views. It's just slightly different content. Even as I say it, I'm like, there is overlap. Again, like the DGG women that are either there, or like debates and drama that ends
It
up
can go either
unfolding
way,
there
right?
around those people.
They could end up
There's an
they could like
element
end up
of
supplementing each other, or they could end up like competing. Like it kind of like it also kind of depends on their attitudes toward each other. Like they can like work
Conversistical,
together
you
and
mean?
like what? Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
if they didn't hate each other, which they right.
Yeah.
Then like in theory, like they could like line up schedules in a way that like benefits both of them and like grows their communities while they do like very different kinds of content and bring like different people into the space from like different like things. But like obviously their beef is going to make
or even
that a little bit more complicated.
Totally, and I would say that even at the same time slot, because people will open up another tab and have like a Chud stream and a Queeman stream and a fucking. You might not be able to actually listen to all of them at the same time, but like people will happily engage with multiple streams at the same time slot. I actually like. Again, really early on, I was like just sort of migrating. No, like conscious thought. No, like fuck Tom. I was just like was chilling. Like I like Lab. I'm fucking been friends with her for however long. I like Kelly. I think she's fucking hilarious. I have nothing against Justical except that Tom didn't like him. I don't have like a reason not to like him except for their shit. Which again, I can criticize the original behavior and shit. What was the vibe check?
He J Stock. He fails the vibe check for me. I don't know what it is.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. And there's a lot of people that feel a certain way or feel like he's slimy or like he's bad faith and stuff like this. I also had a unique circumstance where I was having conflict with someone I knew prior that is part of his stream. I'll just say that it was Wolfgang because whatever's no like secret. And that while I'm with an audience of people who have no favor for me really because I'm kind of just the random who my galal is this guy, and I was making certain points, I was having certain frustrations, and there's no need to relitigate or go into that in detail, but where Wolfgang and the audience is out here like, fuck this dude, just goes acknowledging some of those realities while also keeping me in line because I was starting to be disrespectful and like call whatever Wolfgang all sorts of names, whatever the fuck it was. Not like crazy fucked up digging names, but just like cunt, like just aggressive, like you fucker, or you're being an asshole, or like stuff like that, where it's like, can you like chill, like so the ability for him to acknowledge certain things that I was trying to point out and validate my concerns. Did things just get cut out? Oh no, that was just the camera going. While also like protecting his friend and being like, yo, let's keep things respectful and don't be like a fucking asshole unless you speak your mind. But like, whatever. He just was very much being. I thought I respected and appreciated his approach to that conversation, and a whole bunch of shit otherwise in general that I just don't think he's bad faith or like criticisms that he's been now pegged because of the coloration from the Sex Pest thing. A lot of other stuff gets seen as like, oh, he's just like an instigator or this or this or that. And he's absolutely a drama farmer. I'm not going to like bullshit like he's some altruistic fucking like perfect guy. But I don't know him well enough to fucking whatever pretend either way. But my impression in general from kind of firsthand experience and from observing over the last like 2 months has been that he's like not a dishonest actor. And that if Tom could have just kind of taken the joke or like kind of leaned into the meme and had fun with it or like created banter rapport and engaged with Justical in a way that wasn't as triggered and as defensive and like as hateful, like you'd rate him and he's like, oh fuck that guy, if he fucking looks anything like that PNG, like no fucking wonder he doesn't show his stupid face. He like, you could tell he was like, you're deeply mad about it. And I wanted to like way before shit escalated talk to him about like diffusing that anger, kind of learning to like take it in stride and like even be able to network. I know people are memeing to like try and get me to bridge build because they don't want to like farm content and shit, but unironically I think if he was able to kind of like take the joke a bit better and like whatever, put it as water under the bridge, create banter and like network effectively, that could have been beneficial to him in a lot of ways. And it would have been like this weird start and like maybe you don't trust the dude a bunch, but you don't have to like put him in a position where he's gonna like compromise you with something vulnerable. You don't have to like make yourself vulnerable to him, right? I just think that in every way his defensiveness and like overall discomfort and like hate towards Justical from day one, which again I understand in a post Me Too world being like, yo, fuck you, bro. I do understand that, so I've always given him that much. I think, yeah, like you said, there would be a more ideal world we could live in where this did not have to escalate to what it has become at all. And it didn't even need to when the weird thing got claimed, but you know the rest. Like, here we are, right? So, anyways,
here we are.
In an ideal world, yeah. Here
we are.
Wait, question. Where are we? Sorry, I'm kidding.
Well, in conclusion,
Mhm.
I will
Did you
never
guys
forgive Tom for what he did to
watch the
me
stream?
in Georgia.
When you were 17?
I'm sorry. Oh, I don't know. I
I'm
think there's a lot
kidding.
of stuff, a lot of like good stuff to critique Tom for, obviously
Sure.
here. And there's just I still feel like I feel like I've been like as we've like parsed into the specific things that I felt were frustrating as I watched the drama unfold. I've found my concerns validated to a degree that makes me frankly like cautious to accept a lot of other things
Sure.
without further deep digging. Even though again, I think Tom has definitely done a lot of like stupid stuff here, and in general that like have put him in this situation. I am not defending that at all. It's frustrating that that's happening, and like I can see that, but then like the stuff I hear is like seemingly like adjacent to that, but like not talking about that. And I don't know. It feels strange, but maybe I'm I don't know. That's what it feels like from where I'm standing.
Fair enough. As you described that,
It's
I was like
funny, Mantis is in
expecting
the-
my brain to have an example come up, and I'm sure it's just the fact that it's like almost 8 a.m, and why my like short-term memories short circuiting on me. Because something that you've mentioned throughout this conversation, you've illustrated where you were like out of sync with other people's criticism. I know there was the bar example that you gave, or like people caring about the lining up of the messages to the video thing.
Yeah, that's a big one. That was big because that was a
Right.
Sunday freak out. Yeah.
Right. Oh, and I guess to clarify that, I guess,
And I think I'd also
may not
my
remember, but-
understanding is that there's still no evidence. I don't know if this is true. But there's still no evidence like that. Like Tom was like really like explicitly like really leading Sass on, and that like she deserved to know about Mantis's nude. I think that's weird that like we're
Sure.
asserting that.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
I haven't stated
And I
that
think
personally.
Tread was the
I
one
think
that was
that's
like
the
really
whole-
hammering down on that, which I think was kind of
Yeah.
it's not really like it doesn't like prove that like Tom's a liar. Like just because he lied in that situation, like he has every right to like lie to that person asking that question. Like it's a arguably inappropriate question.
Yeah, the like I said earlier, my focus is basically everything prior to the Mantis Sass stuff, because that's all, like you said, like speculative, kind of personal and irrelevant in a way.
Mhm.
The only thing where I think there's relevance to that is that if Tom is like romantically or whatever the fuck intimately connected with, or like he even said like through this drama. Oh, you haven't gone there. I don't want to spoil it, but he's like even through this, you know, we've bonded even more because we're really alone and like all this stuff. It's that level of protectiveness that he even says like I didn't go in there because of her, but like I probably wouldn't have gone in there if it wasn't for her. Like directly contradicting himself sentence to sentence. Where my point is only that the only thing I gathered from all of this, like finding out of his personal stuff, is he probably went in there extra defensive to defend Mantis because it's like that's my girl, who was also probably reinforcing his mindset to be like Giga
the
Chad
fact that
against
J-Stock,
the norm.
Also
What's
the
up?
fact that like he perceives J-Stock as this person who's been calling him a sex pest, right? Like that's also
Yeah.
going to make him heated going into this, and also and then again pairing that with even if the Instagram thing, I misunderstood that, but him going into that, at least knowing that like Kelly makes these kinds of comments. I think a lot of these things change this from like being
What
like,
kinds of comments? Just like mean in general?
well, not I'm sorry, not these kinds of making like really aggressive comments specifically about that one girl. But I'm not saying that like again, I'm not saying that justifies it. I'm saying like
Yeah.
in Tom's head, like we can paint this picture where like it's not
Where
like
he's
insane for him
frustrated.
to think that some of these things might be more okay than in a situation without this specific kind of context. But
I get what you mean, and actually I took a note here because this came
I
up
still think it's
earlier.
bad. Like I don't want to.
Yeah.
Let slide.
And I
Like,
appreciate that you still
that's my
like
point.
drew that line of like you're both being understanding, you're being charitable, you're giving as good faith as possible, while also being like this still wasn't like reasonable behavior, or like that's still out of line messages. Like I appreciate that you can at least acknowledge that shit while still trying to play as much defense, or I don't mean that like condescendingly or dismissively, but being as much on his side as you can be. And just to quickly, because I took the tiniest note in reference to this that I think I failed to respond to earlier. The issue was, again, if he had the issue with Gisticle calling the sex pest thing for a while, even though I guess if he talked to me, he would know it's already been diffused as to like if Tom was a sex pest, so is Gisticle because he
Well,
hangs
you
out with
already
all the
dealt
same
with
women.
sex pest allegations.
What's sorry?
You already dealt with Tom's sex pest allegations, so he didn't have to deal with them.
No, I'm saying because
Sorry,
he
I'm just
keeps
being a dick.
fair
I'm
enough,
sorry.
fair enough.
I'm sorry.
But long story short is that if his frustration is with Gisticle enough to come in there riled up to like go at him, the problem was that he was really docile to Gisticle and yelling at Kelly about again giga chatting the stuff he was saying in chat and then like DMCA me and stuff like this. Like all of the aggression was at Kelly at the thing that like you said was like unreasonable of him to type to her. And totally reasonable for her to go, what the fuck is happening? I just said you're weird, and now you're saying crazy shit. Like, what is that? And then he pops in and he's like, fuck you. I'm going to put it on screen every day. It's kind of like, it's the misalignment of like, if your frustrations with Gisticle, that's fair to say, and you can have that beef with him. But that's where I was saying he needs to focus on what the battle is. And then, like, if you have this anger and if it's justified by this part of the context, it has to then land on the target that is the through line, right? So, like, the hate for just
I
sex
agree.
testing,
Like
you can go at him for that, but he conflated the battle, I think, in a way that, and every time Kelly, I get where he was struggling with it, but I think there's also a problem where what's up?
It sounds like you're saying you're kind of criticizing like how Tom handled it, right? Like saying like the things he could have done better, like for better outcomes for him.
The majority of it. Oh well, for better outcomes as well as respecting the opposite party. Like if you're gonna yell at him, it's justified if the person's been an asshole to you. So it's like yes, better outcomes, but also like these are the things people are criticizing you for now because it's a like you said, it's all about how he's dealt with things from the initial criticism and then everything kind of falling apart because he keeps dealing with it poorly and then proclaiming I don't care about optics, I don't care what they think about me. I'm like, it's not what they think. I'm part of your community. I was like just in your chat the other day. I didn't ditch you even if I'm over there a bunch. It's not like but I literally was defending you up till like the moment you're saying crazy shit. It's like you're making it so I can't keep defending you later. I can't be a Tom simp or whatever the fuck if like this is your giga chatted position beyond the initial criticism and stuff. So yeah, it's really the optics are the result of his actions. They're not just like perceptions of the enemy team. Like, and I think he really thinks that because it's all like bad faith actors and like malicious communities that it's all like nonsense criticisms.
Well,
so
I would say that a recurring theme throughout this has been it seems to be like group calls where there's a lot of things being said very quickly that are like a lot of different complaints that I feel frustrated following and that Tom's being expected to like respond to in real time, and it feels. I think there are at least 2 calls like that outside of the original one, maybe even like not that Tom's not getting his point heard. Like I think he is also.
Sure.
But the Chud and Sunday one was a particularly like frustrating thing to listen to.
That one was a high pressure. They were leaning in on him hard. I will give you that one absolutely. That
and on what I perceive to be a really inconsequential thing. That, like Chud's part with Chud's point is a little bit more impactful, but it's also I think there's issues about like how much evidence there is to assume that Tom really did anything horrible here, or even like whether this is like a thing that we need to mitigate in public is. Yeah.
Well, but I'll just say that one specific moment that was like Sunday pushing on him, because that actually frustrated me into realizing I have to go transcribe these exact sentences because he went on stream to do that. And he chose very specific sentences to end up transcribing and end up not transcribing. And in a way, again, avoiding these 2 different
I think the issue
narratives,
was just
which
that Sunday didn't know anything about the drama. Like Sunday didn't know anything about it going into that call.
Sunday was definitely super uninformed.
Like,
he
he
was
had no
getting
idea
like
what he
this
was talking
short
about.
summary
And so he
version
looked
from
like an idiot.
like Queen and stuff like that.
That's what I was trying to clear up at the beginning of this. Was like I just think that contained. That was a very miscommunicated, misunderstood conversation between the 2.
Well, no, but here's the issue: is it's not a Sunday's involvement almost doesn't really matter there. I know that might seem unreasonable or dismissive for me to say.
No, I agree.
But the fact is that it's that what Tom was saying there to articulate his point or the chronology of events doesn't line up to the story he was saying prior to me to gain context. Was that if I'm
and
if I
and
go back
frankly,
on this lining up versus how it was out of sync later. Sorry, go on.
Sure, that might be the case, but like I don't know. I've heard you explain it a bunch of times, and I still don't really understand. And Canklemore, I think, disagrees with you about the timeline. Like this is my MCU guy. I think he knows the timeline. Okay, like this guy knows when
here's
Loki
a
takes
potential
place.
reason that it can line up, but that doesn't in any way refute the fact that the original narrative is that the text corresponds to the video in real time. And then the second narrative is that the text does not correspond to the video because he wasn't at the right timestamp and he was pausing and taking phone calls and replying to things. And it's like, so it's
both.
It
can
is
be
or
true.
it isn't in sync. They can't though.
That's the
One
thing.
of them has to
At
be
different
false.
times.
Exactly.
No, and then you add in the factor of like, I told Mantis to say this, and that's the first thing that comes out. It's like he had to be caught up by the time that she comes into the call, which
If
then
we're assuming that he said it
conflicts with
because of what was said on the stream.
which is not assuming. It's what he said. He told me. And then I said, after the fighting back and forth about it, it was like, so you're telling me, and I said this, if you're telling me if I go back and rewatch the VOD, that I will see the messages line up to the video, and then I will understand why you said them because they're in direct response to the things being said in the video. And he said, yes. He didn't say to me at that point, oh no, I was out of context and I was like, out of sync with the video, and I messaged them out like so they would have been reasonable responses to something that was said 20 minutes prior. He's not saying that. And he was like, yeah. So it's those two narratives don't line up. I don't know how like you're not seeing how it's either the messages are in sync with the video or they aren't in sync with the video. He has said both of those things. Only one of them can be true.
We're talking about all of
He
his
did-
messages. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, he
or
was
were
saying
there-
it was
or-
all the messages that were the caps lock
Could he have
messages
caught up
that everyone
with,
was
like-
criticizing.
It sounds like he was chatting at one point during the.
Look. I think this is gonna be pointless for us to litigate without me, because this is something I didn't get to go take fucking notes and like dissect the insanity of
But
his
this sounds like
bullshit.
this was like the thing. This was like the one of the big things that were like, we got him, boys. Look
No,
at
no.
him lying. He's such a fucking liar, dude. Look at him, Weasley, little liar.
This
They
is
look at him.
absolutely one of them. But like, I went to visit family
But
today. I'm
listen
like
to
doing
you.
other
Listen
shit.
to yourself.
Yeah, I'm very well aware of my perception of the situation and the autistic level of detail as I've been tracking the bullshit go on, and how he's telling one fucking story to validate the context
not
of his
the- the
messages,
issue is
and
it's
then
not
the next day
convincing.
he's like, "Oh no. Okay, your gig one, you need to go watch 8 hours of footage. 2, you're in super defensive Giga Sweeper mode, and 3, you're actively just ignoring reality if you don't understand what I'm saying right now." He says the messages are in sync with the video, and that the video will give you the context of why he's responding to that thing. And then later he's like, oh, the messages are not in sync with the video because I was 20 minutes behind watching other shit. So one day he's in sync with the video and that adds context. Now he wasn't even typing them in context.
Canklemore,
These two things can't line up.
Why do you disagree with this?
I forgot my
Okay.
mic is muted. Because why do I disagree with the whole message lining up thing? Right? No, sorry, I was reading.
Yeah, because
something for a second.
listen, I never cared enough to dig into this, and I'm still like I don't even know what he's saying. He's saying messages were in sync and they weren't. Like I don't know exactly what this means in great detail. What is the contradiction that Jube is alleging that you don't think happened that is compatible with reality? Walk me through this.
What Tom was saying during the chat on Zonia's stream was that he wasn't caught up when Mantis got on, but he did catch up in the middle of her being on. And that some of his chats weren't in sync, but then some were.
Okay, so that
He
makes
says
sense.
some
with
of them
those
are
two
in
things.
chat, or some of them are in sync, but some are not. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
because
gonna
he
have
was
to review
watching
to check
before
this. I'm
and
not
he
saying you're
watched her.
dishonest. I just have to review, but go on.
So both things are true. So he was typing messages before, and then he was also typing messages at a certain point when it was live.
I'm pretty sure these messages are not that far apart from each other. Again, I want to review and see when the messages pop up relative to this like total amount of seconds between shit, and also how long between her popping onto stream versus mentioning my name. Because again, it correlates to the idea that if he did tell her to say that, either you randomly decided this prior off stream when you could have checked the VOD and there was no pressure to answer such a question, or you were around to make that comment or like DM the message to be like, oh, Jupe said it, early enough in it where you did see Mantis just get on, because it was like the first thing asked. So again, I got to go back and review like how long was she
What is it
on,
about
and when
Mantis,
does the
and
messages come in.
what's in the content of the message that like makes Mantis relevant? Whether Mantis is on being relevant? So I know that was part of it too.
The relevance is that Tom said he didn't know she was on until a certain amount of her being on, because he wasn't caught up to the stream. But that the first thing she says is something that he claims he told her to say. So it's like you had to have been in her DMs like saying, hey, Jupe said this. So he's saying that when Mantis said I chatted the message, which Glitchin said or whatever, which was like the first question that Kelly asked, like, why did it come up on stream? That was the thing she wanted to know. Why did I come up on stream? Because you were watching the debate. How did my Instagram come up? Where did this happen? And she's like, oh, Jupe said to bring it up. And it's like, that's the first question. That's the first thing. I need to go check this exactly the first question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been trying to get. Okay. So the first message that Tom sent, besides the dick one of the first ones was about Jube. Was the Jube one? Wait.
No. Sorry. Not the messages he typed in YouTube chat. No? Mantis pops into the voice chat, which I need to check. Apparently, he starts typing after this. I don't know. But Mantis pops into the voice chat on Jessica's stream. And the first question that I believe she was asked was, why was the Instagram brought up? And she says, because Jupe said to bring it up. And
she's saying that Tom told her to say that.
Well, no. Tom later comes in and then also echoes that. And then after the fact, when I clarify that it wasn't me, Tom was like, oh, I misremembered. And by the way, my bad. I told Mantis that you said that. So like, basically, like, don't be mad at her.
So we're saying that he must have told Mantis that. Okay, so the timeline is conflicting, because he's saying that he told Mantis, or we are surmising that he told Mantis that at the beginning when she was already in the call. So they were probably DMing about this, and he gave her that information. Is that's the thing?
That is the where the conflict comes in. Well, that's like part of where the conflict of what's like his story of not being caught up versus being the one that fed information that was spoken before he caught up, and the idea that he would have told her, they would have had this conversation prior to going on that stream, that he would have told her that it was me, and that they like confidently decided to name drop me instead of just saying someone in chat said it, when you clearly could have checked the VOD to verify that it actually was me before invoking a name and throwing someone potentially under the bus for what was being criticized as gross behavior. Unless he just thought he could like just go,
to be clear, then it does hinge that, regardless of how absurd hypothetical it might be, I'm not sure, but it does hinge on like whether or not like the timeline shit really is focused on whether or not they had a prior conversation about you being the source of this happening.
It's really about Tom's timeline and two stories about his text messages and his presence and his awareness of Mantis being in the call, motivating his
or frankly, well, hang on. Isn't it
all
also
those
possible,
things not lining up for timeline? Sorry, go for
real
it.
quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Isn't it also possible that like Tom received a DM from Mantis asking him that question? He answered it. He said, "Yeah, YouTube's the one who did it." And then she answers the question, and then she goes, "Oh, by the way, I'm on the stream." Or like he finds out
that's the hypothetical I struggle with. Okay. That's because Canklemore actually asked me that, and I just tried to like sit back and just genuinely think like, what prior conversation would lead to that? And if Mantis asked it there to like have the answer on hand,
well, I'm not saying it's a prior conversation. I'm saying this could be happening during the call. And he could still not know that she's in the call. Like she could be messaging him that question.
Okay, so let's say Mantis messages him at that moment. She's in the call, but he doesn't know that she's in the call. Totally with you. The fact that he confidently states that,
or something.
See what's
on the Discord. Maybe he'd be able to see it on his Discord sidebar or something. I don't know how that shows up, but
yeah, sure. He's like off screen and offline, or he could receive that message. That's that.
Yeah,
you're so far. I'm on board.
Let's say that, sure.
Well, no, even Discord, like this. That's all. Everything about that.
I'm just being sorry. No, go ahead. It's not the point. Yeah, moving.
Sure. Forward. Yeah. My point is, I'm with you 100% so far. The issue then becomes Tom doesn't have any pressure, any reason to give a rush to answer, and then just goes, I think it was this person, and I'll just state that as the person when. And then like both of them very much name drop multiple times. Be like, I mean, we only brought it up because like Jupe told us to. It's like. Mm-hmm. Well, like, are you just gonna jump off a bridge if your chat tells you to? Like, you have no fuck. It's like someone was doing it recently. They were being a piece of shit, and they were like, "Oh, I don't want to get into that. Sorry. Whatever. It was someone else. It had nothing to do with me, but I don't want to like stir other people's drama." Someone just going, "Well, the streamer wanted me to do whatever." It's like, come on, man. Like, You have agency still, and like he being the streamer has agency. So yeah. Even if chat was instigating it, like it doesn't matter. He's still taking the action, but he kept trying to like divert to like, oh, but like Jupe told me that, whatever. So point is, if he's in a non-pressure, I'll go back to your hypothetical. I'm sorry. If he's in a non-pressured situation and Mantis asks that, go, I wonder who did actually, and check the VOD. There's no reason to like lazy answer it. Just insert my name confidently, and then both of them are using it in the conversation as like scapegoat in a sense to go, hey, it's one of the mods in your community who left my community, that fucking bastard, you know. Which is the potential, I guess, like the bad faith potential version of, like I said, I first just figured it was a mistake and I misremember, but I think you get where I'm coming from now.
I think so.
Yeah. It's really, just the conflicting of timelines. And, tired? Relatable, bro. Relatable. Oh, man. What time zone are you in, if you mind divulging that? Like, is it 8 a.m. for you too?
It is quite
It's
late.
8 a.m. for
Or
me.
quite early, rather. I'm on the West Coast now.
Okay, nice. Right on. At least you got that. It's still dark out, hopefully. But,
But that 5 minutes of lag time from when Mantis joins to Tom's first chat is what like gives that plausibility to a story.
Welcome back.
Just
It's only
that
5 minutes. This whole stretch of time.
Yeah. The 5 minutes, because he could have been behind at that point she jumped on about 2.5 minutes and been going 2x speed.
And this is like this was like the thing that Sunday was screaming about. This is just to be clear, like this was like. Okay.
Well, yeah, to be clear, it's not like, oh, this is the smoking gun. We found out he's a rapist or something. It's literally just, he was just poking at him for
clear,
like,
he
jumping into a call.
And he raped me.
Me too.
I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When you were 17, but no, it was really just about pointing out that immediately kind of walked into a call, and then it was like, are you keeping your story straight on this, or are you fumbling immediately in a way that's like, it's frustrating. I think that, like I said, that crowd of people has their larger running narrative. A bunch of stuff I've ignored or just not given a fuck about because it's like people trolling and making hit pieces, and or just like don't care, like it's alt accounts on it, whatever. Like fuck it. It'd be weird if fucking Destiny was doing it with like 1 million followers. Like what the fuck? But like I was trying to like get the ball rolling. Like I said, I just don't give a fuck, right? But with this, what Present Sunday was trying to point out was inconsistency of like effectively being an unreliable narrator. And trying to highlight what they consider a pattern of behavior. Like I guess we talked about before, but yeah.
Heard. Well,
definitely not like the
was fun.
craziest smoking guns. Yeah, it's definitely been it's been something. But no, it has been a pleasure to chat and shoot the shit with you, man.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've jumped into some drama, and I've been watching this one from afar, and these were just these things that were frustrating as I was watching it, because I watched so much of it, so I had like a pretty good understanding of a lot of these like pivotal parts, and so it was it was very weird watching them get covered by different people who would characterize them very, very differently, and so it's just interesting.
And perhaps like people you would have expected to be more charitable or whatever. That
I mean, I don't care about charitability. Like I said, like I'll push him.
Friendly place.
I swear to God, come here, Tom.
I just mean that like it's like maybe more expected that his haters are gonna have like a negative coverage of him. So I wondered if like your
for sure,
whatever it is was coming.
Like there are certain times
different. Like even for me, if people are like think I'm a traitor. No, go for it. You're not good. I'm a yapper. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I'll watch like Queeman like cover him, and like some things Queeman says are true good criticisms, and other times I'm like, okay, Queeman, like you're literally just like throwing jabs, like it's just all memes, because like that's what we do there is we laugh at Tom today, like that's the content is we're laughing at Tom today, which is fine, and I love him for it.
Truly the extreme of like just being a complete fucking hater. And it's like, maybe there, like, I agree, there's a handful of points where I'm like, yeah, I'm on the same page. Some of them I just disagree fundamentally. It's not like a crazy thing. And then some where he's like spurging out on Zonia to the point where like the voice crack meme came out of it. And it's like, fuck, but it was just like unnecessary level of just going fucking ham. And it is like Haterville, right? You like dip in there to just kind of like enjoy the fucking chaos of being a little evil, but But yeah, my point is I would expect negative coverage from Queeman, while also being fair about certain points. Sorry, Kenkel, I missed what you just sort of said on the.
I just said voice crack meme.
Oh, did you not catch his call with Zonia? He was like,
I caught it, but I missed
going
that.
at her hard. Right, all right. Yeah, somewhere within the the spurging moment, apparently there's a voice crack that really ruined it for him. It couldn't control all that power.
Wait, who is this?
We're
talking about Tom?
Queeman. No, Queeman was tweaking at
I want to hear
Zonia.
Queeman's voice crack. Oh, that's cute.
Squeak
Yeah.
man. Oh, that's funny.
Gonna hate me even more for spreading that around. But
I like Queeman. I think he says I disavow him from time to time, but I think it's kind of I don't know. I think there's a. I think he's
fully avow.
There's some semblance of what I would call a good heart in there, and I'd like to poke him in the I don't know. It's the kind of things that him and Chud will soy out at that I don't know. Like so other things he does, I'm like, oh no, that's
really is a
nasty.
good
But
person.
I don't know. I don't, he might not be, but it's interesting.
yeah, he's like, I'll just say he's the devil on your shoulder type of thing, or
Yeah.
the absolute
Yeah,
embodiment
yeah.
of hatred. But yeah, I mean, it's like it's all good fun at the end of the day, right? I will say, I don't know if
For
he's
sure.
actually just like memeing when he says he disavows doxing and stuff. I do think anything like that is kind of like just why you got to be that level of fucking cringe? Like just
don't
comment
support
whatever
that.
you want, talk shit all you want, like yeah. But I appreciate. I've said this a couple times. I know it's fucking cringe, and this is probably why people think I'm fucking trying to kiss ass or suck up and shit like this. But whatever, they can all fuck themselves. It's a good counterbalance to the things that you might think are cringe or soy in certain cases. You kind of need like I said, the devil on one side, the angel on the other. And people are like super good-hearted over here. You need a little bit of that. Nah, fuck all y'all. This shit's bullshit. Fucking progressive victory. Fuck. You need a little bit of that just to keep the universe in balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Diversity of opinions, man, or something like that.
Yeah. Like cats.
Yeah. Also, another huge pillar of the internet.
Nah, screw you guys. I'm going back to my bubble.
He popped out. Oh no! I'll walk myself up for that one. Sorry.
Simon take.
I feel bad. It's so funny. Like females gravitate towards her so much, and then like I guess some of the dudes in the space too. But it is really funny when you hear people like echo the bubble system in a way of like where it breaks down. And it's happened a couple times. I'm not even like just talking about applying it to Tom in this situation, but just in general, yeah. Keep the larger group in context. You don't have to bend to their will and shit. Like plenty of things that
not black
society
and
at
white.
large. Yeah. Like there's plenty of things. There's hills I've died on that like whether it's stupid or not. Whether it's like vaccine passport takes or fucking this or that, people are like, oh, you're with the Nazis. I'm like, no, I just don't want to have this like weird regulation get imposed all of a sudden. So, like, yeah, you can go against the grain. I'm not saying agree with just like the majority said so you fucking have to. Like you said, not black and white. And I know some people are taking things super black and white ways, and also that a lot of people the most adamant like Tom stands, I'll call it, but like it's not even that they're standing Tom. They're like, well, yeah, they are, but they're just also resentful of me because of my like whatever critical position I've taken. And fair enough, if you feel like I've been a total asshole in terms of engaging in chat and just being like, bro, it's lost and all this type of shit. Not being the most empathetic person in the world when I do that, but yeah, shit's not black and white. It's basically like you said, it's not one dimensional. I'm not like he's total fucking piece of shit or he's totally perfect. And
Right. None of
I
us
think people
are.
are. Yeah. I think. Yeah. No one in here is. I think, but like some people in some chats, and I mean that across the board, just like in general, some people are extremely, whatever, intense and one-dimensional in a way that's like destructive or just like reductive and cringe. But whatever. You get the point. But yeah, by the way, Kenkel, don't let me like fucking force you to stay up hosting
I
shit
do
when it's
this
like
often. Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. Relatable.
I have
it's
narcolepsy.
a problem.
If
but...
I'm ever falling asleep, it's not because I'm tired.
True. It's just in the middle of the chair, like fuck me.
Did they click in to watch the stream, Kinkle? Are we watching something?
Oh, easy. Send me
Real
this.
quick, I'm gonna head to bed.
All right.
Gotta
Yeah.
work.
Ryan.
Have a good one, you.
Well, it's a good thing
Good
because now we
night.
can all get a word in because Ryan is going to bed, guys.
I know. Sorry for holding you guys hostage.
I'll take that hit to the chest. I apologize. Monopolizing the
All
mic,
right.
as it were.
Oh, I can't watch this.
Nani?
I can't. Just hold on. Look at that.
Oh wait, let me hit watch stream real quick. Uh-oh. I don't know what the channel is that this is on, but I see the where your mouse is over.
This will taint the stream. I can't do it.
Sorry, I was curious what you're showing. What is this?
Just hold on. Look at where my mouse is over.
Yeah.
Retro.
Whose channel is it that's posted on?
I have no idea.
Oh,
Do we see any familiar? No
Afraid?
familiar
I'm not
comment names?
afraid.
Wait, is it not on your screen
afraid,
right now?
mud crab? Huh?
Oh.
Oh well, no, I have a voice crack.
Amazing.
Great.
Amazing.
Not as good as my picture that I sent last night.
True. I remember that. I remember that though.
Yeah, it was a good
That
one.
fucking the fucking maid outfit meme. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Bro, that'll taint the whole thing. I can't do that.
I saved all those, Ryan.
I'll play this tomorrow, but I can't. That'll like fuck my neutrality thing. I'm trying to be Switzerland here. This is like
Oh, that's actually so funny.
this is like
Pressing play on it would be a
That
would it be picking a side?
Yeah, that would be such a fuck
Or like-
you. I can't do that right now. I'm trying to be Switzerland. All right.
Too funny. He's sweeping, yo. He's sweeping.
Good night for real.
Cheers, Ryan.
I will.
Always a
I'll
pleasure.
share it in my Discord.
Always a pleasure. See you guys.
So
I'll see you
I
later
might have
on.
to, in my reviews, try and find the clip of what he mentioned. Oh wait, no, he sent me a clip and I told him I'd compartmentalize it because I didn't want to lose a point. Sorry. I'm not gonna pull it up now. I'll just like make sure I save the clip or there it is. Oh yeah. Let me put that in my little fucking
Like, make sure I save the
pocket
clip
here.
Or there it is. Oh yeah. Let me put
I
that in
do
my
want
little
to
fucking
validate whatever point he was making. If like
save the
pocket
clip
is
here.
something I missed or whatever the fuck it was. Obviously, I don't hear like
There it is.
everything.
Oh yeah. Let me
Meaning like
put that
depends on
in
mute
my
stream or
fucking
be
validate whatever
multitasking
point he
and
was
shit.
making. If
Oh, I see why I was here.
Motherfucker. I can't. Oh my god. All right.
Shout out Easy in the chat. I see you.
All right. I gotta go to bed. I'm fucking exhausted. Actually exhausted, not narcolepsy exhausted.
Pleasure, yo.
All right. Later, dude.
Okay, fine.
Cheers.
Oh, well, I missed Coder leaving. How did I miss that?
That was a little while ago.
Oh, I was not watching Speakeasy's stream on my other computer or anything.
Oh no,
Weird
of course
like
not.
that.
Of course, I didn't see you in the chat at all. Not one
I'm
bit.
sure not. I was undercover.
Not
I'm glad you
fucking.
didn't.
Not the cat emojis that you always fucking
No,
put in chats. None of that. None of it.
we
All
thought
right.
we were sneaky.
Super sneaky.
All right. Bye, Easy.
Night, Allie.
Good night.
That was a lot. Talking shit as soon as I leave. Absolutely Soyening? Talking shit as soon as you leave. What do you mean? I did your dare, you fuck. Talking shit. Oh, coder? Okay. Whatever. Yeah. What was the wording exactly? Get a blankie, I dare ya. I said it was cold. So I went back down and grabbed the fucking blanket. I set this shit, got all comfy, and then I started falling asleep. I'm just kidding. That's not why. I think I did that before. No, I didn't. I didn't at all. Absolutely didn't do it before. I just repeated the things I already said. Yeah, true. Okay. Because you left. That's exactly why. But memeing, you know? I will have to forsake you. I'm not going to do sleep streams, okay? Unless they're accidental. Because obviously I'm a retarded narco. What? Duh. No, Brazilian lad, I'm not doing sleep streams. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Fuck that. Coomer? Who's the Coomer? The person telling me to do sleep streams? You're right, Brazilian lad. You're a fucking Coomer. You just want to see me fucking naked. Weirdo. All right, I'm done. Yes, it is. What do you mean fuck is wrong? You don't sleep nude? The fuck is wrong with you? What? Child. You're a child. Absolute child. Let's debate about this. I will. I fucking will. Okay? I will. You don't understand. I'm gonna come. Do not come. I'm gonna come. Okay. All right. I'm going to bed. I'm actually going to bed. I'm cutting my stream. I'm cutting it. I'm cutting my fucking stream. All right?